deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing Crossfire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Drop down, not what you want to see there if you're an Anubis fan, but Jaguar and Dipsy, they still have a chance to hold on here if Dipsy can hold the line on the B-bomb side. He's good for 2-7, not going to be able to do anything. Good for 3, getting a double kill, catching them off guard, but they're shifting in this position. He's going to have that opportunity. Look at the meat grinder there from Snox and FaZe, finding 3 kills already. Dipsy, though, able to sneak out, doesn't matter because Snox.
Where, again, GV are in a power position, and Snox is tenderizing, and there it is. Creed's coming in with 3! Be able to go down. It's not in the possession of anybody yet. They're still scrambling for it, but they got plenty of time to work with. But Zane able to find himself the 3, and Smoxy 3 and 3. Bomb's gonna go down, and LCK now leaving it to Raffin. He's been able to find 1 kill, but now he has to look for 2 more, maybe, and yes, he will!
But LCK still has 5 of these rounds to work with. This time, they grab the opening advantage. Flex, what is that? Back-to-back 1 taps with the Colt, gets a 4th.
Yeah, with the time running this low, I mean, this is scary now. They have to be able to be flawless in this, and that rifle making the connections is perfect, and HCZ backstabs them, finding the triple. Really coming down long A, just trying to find something. I believe that's HCZ. Madison does find himself actually somehow to find the triple. Spots the 1 player of Josh just on the outskirts of long. Does he expect this player close on by? Oh my dear goodness, he's able to find this one. Make it a 2nd.
That it's certainly not over until they get that final round on the board. This time it's Kai's, a huge double kill on the A bomb site, almost with a triple, gets the follow-up, almost a quad.
LCK are running into a full bear trap. And HDZ finds the first connection, gets himself a secondary, maybe triple, I don't know, but Flex, he's gonna have to do something here, but HDZ is just way too strong.
Perfect peek coming out from Loons, and now it is all on to Desane. 1 versus 3, but he's got the shot to maybe make it happen. To be down on the top of site here, but Desane spots him out early, does a lot of damage. The nade could finish the job, but Loons just barely escapes this one. Not gonna matter though. That flash is gonna be devastating. But Desane, thankfully there for the support, able to find a quad kill. Oh my goodness.
To be able to make connections happen. He's going to be able to survive this first, though. Can he be able to find himself a 2nd? Maybe. Oh my god, yes he will. That pistol. Spoxy just doing huge work with the pistol. They're dancing around each other, but who other than Spoxy? Now they're just going to go for the execution on this Snox. He might be able to get the timing perfect on this. He has to just bite it. He has to do it the right time, and that's going to do. Snox just takes all 3 away. That's a nice little bit of a pickup, but these are instant trades. Oh, FaZe, he might be able to have his timing. FaZe, he's able to take down the 2. Will he be able to find the 3? Yes, indeed. Tucked away under the stairway, but it's just a little too late. Dirty now with a great shot just to get that trade. Catches the kneecap of Creeds. Oh my god, Dirty! fly through once again. Pico going to be readjusting his position. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. He's going to just be able to mow them down with a spray. The AK comes alive.
And Brando is left alone in a 5v1 situation. Josh was just a little bit too late to the party, but he makes up for it with a big double kill in the B alley, making a triple kill, and he's still not done yet. Josh gets the quad. Lost the smoke screen though, going to give him some potential cover here to get this shot, able to find one Slayer and Totson, good for 3 between the two of them. Snare able to sneak in, but it's gonna be Dipsy. Snake able to find a first, almost a second here. Doom really wants to get this repeat the nade, and Totson able to follow it up together, and now it's down to the 3-on-3, but Matt, what is that reaction?
Hello everyone and welcome back to another day of CFWL action. What is the last day of group stage action as well? There's a lot on the line in the current group stage standings, lots of close sort of increments between points between these current teams we've got to see today, and yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. Jordan, how are you doing?
I'm not doing too bad. Yeah, I had a week or so off. Actually wasn't expecting to be here today, so kind of happy that I've actually managed to swindle my way into the last regular season day, because it is kind of like the most fun day, right? Like, this is the day where we really get to lock things in on this standing, and some things, has to be said, are kind of locked, you know, signed, sealed, and delivered. LCK, 3BL, they're not dropping out at number 1 and number 2. I mean, maybe there'll be a little bit of a jump around depending on how the results go today, but by and large, 1 and 2, that was expected. For Anubis, unKnights, and GV, things could potentially get interesting. We'll have to sort of think about the implications of those tiebreakers, and then obviously for TBI and Swamp down there at the bottom, both teams are kind of fighting to try and avoid relegation, and it kind of feels like both teams are actually still in that race to potentially end up with the wooden spoon prize. So a lot to break down today, and a lot of quite interesting matches actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 3, as we can see, 3BL, Lazarus, GV, Swamp, that could be an interesting one, GV, Swamp, because I believe Swamp did beat them last time around, right? TBI and Knights, and I think that it's that last matchup of the day, LCK versus Anubis. That could be a lot on the line for both teams. If LCK don't 2-0 and 3BL do in this first game of the day, of course, that could mean that 3BL top the league and go straight through to the grand final, rather than LCK, who have been top of the league for a little bit now. So that could absolutely swap around, and of course if Anubis get a map against LCK, then as well, looking at that logic, they could absolutely confirm their spot in the playoffs and make sure that they're one of those 2 teams to go through to the quarters. So anyway, we have our first game of the day, of course. It is 3BL versus Lazarus. Lazarus were doing pretty okay in the early part of this season. They're in 3rd place, I think, in week 6, if I'm not mistaken, game week 6. Sadly, since then, they have tailed off quite significantly.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, even going back so far as to like week 4 onwards, things have kind of taken a bit of a downward turn for Lazarus. Only a couple of map wins in there since that point, and maps sort of dropped against teams like TBI in particular is a little bit unfortunate. But not only that, I mean, series lost to teams like Anubis, to GV as well. These were kind of like the close competitors for Lazarus. So it feels like maybe they've dropped the ball a little bit in the latter stages of this season, and they've really only got the one chance left to try and put themselves up a step or 2, which unfortunately is going to have to come against the likes of 3BL, which is one of the most difficult teams to get over the line against. So I don't know that that's necessarily going to happen. I mean, the unfortunate reality for Lazarus is it doesn't necessarily matter so much how things go for them today. They aren't going to be able to make it out of 6th. So yes, they will remain in for next split, but they won't really get the opportunity to go into the playoffs. So a little bit unfortunate for Lazarus, and you've obviously highlighted how things are potentially going to look for 3BL. They've definitely got to try and lock this one in 2-0. I mean, I'm not going to say Lazarus are necessarily a pushover team, so while we would have 3BL definitely favored as the team to beat in this matchup, we would still say, okay, they're going to have to kind of make sure that they do come into this one and get it sorted pretty cleanly, because again, there is every possibility as you've sort of implied, that LCK could maybe drop a map to Anubis. I could see that happening. You know, if Anubis has a decent game, they could take a map away from LCK, and that's the opportunity again for 3BL to top the ladder and essentially kind of like secure that minor premiership in the same way that they did last season. Although, you know, everything going as it should, as it would be expected, we've probably got LCK 1, 3BL 2 to go through to those playoffs. But regardless, it's time for us to jump onto map 1. Nice and quick. Love that. Let's see how 3BL and Lazarus do go. My prediction, of course, would be a 2-0 here for 3BL.
Yeah, that is the logical answer without a doubt, and they can't afford to drop anything, as you say. I mean, if Lazarus do manage to find a cheeky map here, that would, if I'm not mistaken, pretty much end 3BL's hopes of getting that first place like we spoke about. So they need to confirm it. Their only hope at getting that straight grand final spot in the playoffs is to win this 1-2-0. Let's see how they do. Yesterday, I think Tot had a particularly good performance for 3BL, so let's see if he can repeat any of that today as we get underway.
Yeah, nice slow and steady start here for 3BL, taking a bit of that mid control, but not going to try to force the issue too much early on in the piece. I'm sure that'll be something that comes a little bit later, though. 3BL are one of those teams that likes to move quickly through the map, and, well, they do decide to do just that, straight in onto Loons, who will grab himself a 1-for-1. Nothing really too exciting happening there just yet. It's over toward the A-bomb side that 3BL, though, are going to start to push the issue, and now we have to look towards HDZ to make the difference. He's already good for 1, and just trying to buy as much time as he can. He's done well enough. Madison's come in to try and assist, and it's now just down to Slayer. 3BL took far too long to dislodge HDZ, and in fact, never even ended up doing so, and that will be the saving grace for Lazarus in round 1.
Yeah, nice start for Lazarus. It's worth mentioning that yesterday, if I can count, I'm pretty sure it was the third weekend of games in which every single matchup was a 2-0. So it's not exactly a common thing to have every single game in a day go absolutely the same way. In a 2-0 fashion. A couple of draws today, as we said, could change things. That is a great nade on toward Madison. Goodness me, he's under 21 HP from that as the duels come back and forth, and somehow, out of nowhere, Tot is the last one alive. He managed to recover toward HDZ, but now he's got to find Madison and Loons. Thing is, they're both incredibly low, and he's already tapped down the first. This is now very winnable for him.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is where that individual sort of firepower comes through for 3BL. Rounds which you don't think should be ordinarily winnable and wouldn't be winnable for other teams suddenly do become winnable for a team like 3BL. So see if Tot can manage to sort of pull that one off quite early in the series. And he's making the right moves. If he gets the bomb plant down here on B, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto Loons. He's a long way away. It's going to take him quite some time to rotate across. And it gives Tot plenty of options to look for a post-plant position. He's also cleared out the entire site.
Yeah, he's a little bit nervous, isn't he, that he could be on the rotation or already be here on the rotation, maybe hiding around a corner of the site. That's why he's cleared out absolutely everything. Doesn't want to commit to a plant when Loons maybe could be hiding behind one of these boxes. And he's very wary now of every single position, but funnily enough, Loons has still got a long rotation to make as this C4 will now tick down.
Yeah, Tot's going to swap out for the AK as well. And this is not too bad of a position to set up if he gets that initial bit of info through the window, though. Just decides to tuck into the corner here, and he's going to maybe start to think about playing time. 15 seconds. He's still got no idea where Loons is coming from. Turns around just at the right time. And that is going to be a very big clutch coming through from Tot, and 3BL will get themselves their first round, maybe one round sooner than you might have expected.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think some of the favourites yesterday had an occasional slow start on their games, and obviously they did manage to make it through into their 2-0s in the end. But yeah, it's a bit of a quicker start for 3BL today. We're back in a moment, don't you worry.
Yeah,
it happens.
Technical difficulties.
It happens. But yeah, one thing I wanted to say as well for 3BL, I mean, Tot yesterday, I think he got a set MVP, or at least a match MVP yesterday. I'm not sure which one. Maybe he got the whole match MVP. I'll have to double check that. But I'll tell you, he was superb for 3BL. And once again, he's shown up with a very important clutch.
I think that's really a good sign, obviously, for 3BL going into playoffs. Typically, it'd be Slayer and Snare that you'd be thinking about when you'd be sort of talking about highlight players on this roster. Snare 4 MVPs, Slayer 3. And then Snake as well, kind of like that third man, that third player in the party. But if Tot can kind of turn on as well, then that's going to be a very scary looking 3BL going forward. They are, at the moment, being pretty challenged by Lazarus, though. A lot of these exchanges are quite close. There's another nice push from Fies, who did a little bit of work in the last round as well, and has brought it back to the 3-on-2, favoring the defensive side. So 3BL, once again, at a numbers deficit, sort of requiring something of a clutch. This time a 2-on-3, but Snake and Tot are very isolated from one another at the moment. That's a nice shot to take, though, and it'll open up the A-bomb side, and so now Lazarus are going to have to start to scramble across, and in order to do so, they'll have to get past Tot.
Yeah, awkward. Time is an issue, though. Oh, what a great catch from Snake. HTZ will get taken down, and of course I think now they are very much aware of where Loons was, or they were for quite a while. They haven't got the C4 planted yet, though. 10 seconds. They're going to have to commit to it pretty sharpish, but it doesn't matter if you can get the kill. That's exactly what they'll get. Loons will get taken down. I can confirm, so just double checking it. Actually, it was Snare yesterday who got the match MVP, but I'm pretty sure Tot got a set MVP. So, yeah, I think it's great to see him in good form, as you say, because I think yesterday one of the points that I wanted to make, especially over unKnights, which unKnights are not a bad team, without a shadow of a doubt. They all of 3BL performing very well across the board individually. That's when you know your team is working well, when every single player is got a very consistent KD. A little bit of a flank here from Vice, almost managing to get 2 from that, but in the end stopped by Slayer.
Yeah, this round looking a little bit more clean for 3BL. One thing I have sort of noticed about 3BL throughout this season is that they do sometimes start a little bit slow. Sort of takes them like 3-4 rounds to kind of get into the game. And this one, maybe not looking quite so different. Some of these rounds have been close. There should have been a trade in there. HDZ, he's getting away with a little bit too much now. And this is actually kind of quite concerning for 3BL. Slayer will go down as well.
Whoa.
Horus drops. What a play from HDZ. And 3BL will be a little bit disappointed with that. That's kind of what I'm talking about. You know, that's a round that you really think 3BL should have locked down every day of the week, but they just couldn't find him.
Yeah, and, you know, we always say benefit of hindsight, and we're all experts after the event, all those sayings, but Lazarus could have easily be up 4-0 right now, of course. There was an opportunity in the clutch last time around. Maybe Loons could have wasted a little bit more time, perhaps could have denied a plant. Who knows? He was in an awkward position, but still. And, of course, it's the top 1v3 as well. They could have been in a much stronger position rather than 2 each at the moment. Yeah, it is, as you rightly say, it is a slow start for 3BL again, as we saw a number of times.
Yep. Good thing about 3BL, though, is that they do inevitably get rolling pretty much all the time. So, slow start might not be the biggest of concerns. If Horus can find himself an entry like that over the bridge, though, it does end up only being a 1-4-1. Madison tagged down quite low, and a recontest into mid from Fies almost goes wrong, but he's able to dodge those bullets too. Looks like it'll end up being a B finish for 3BL in this round. And you've got to take into account as well the fact that 3BL are starting on the blacklist side of this map. So might be finding it a little bit more difficult here. Once they get over to the GR side, things will perhaps ease up a little bit.
Absolutely. 50 seconds, and once again 3BL are ready and raring to go. This time toward B, and this time they've got quite a lot of resistance to try and fight their way through. 3 players, very blinded up though. Nearly everyone on the server is blind, it feels like, at the moment. And Vise and Manison are taking advantage of that. Another 2-piece for Manison could make it 3. Absolutely does. And at the moment, Lazarus, they're getting some multi-fraggers going.
Well, back to square one maybe for 3BL. Snare having an uncharacteristically poor game right now. With that Orm in hand, 0 and 5 so far. And he's gone a little bit missing, and usually is one of the top performers for this 3BL roster. HTZ on the other side of the coin, though, is doing very well for himself. There's another kill. He's up to 8 and 2. So as far as the snipers are concerned, so far in these first 5 rounds, HTZ has certainly been far more impactful. And that is starting to show on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, Lazarus will be quite happy with their start, and Madison, once again, being one of those players, is doing just fantastic work. Angle will be leapt across from there, and there we go. You called his name, and Snare will take down his counterpart. Opening kill of the game for him. He's looking for more. Almost catches Madison as he crosses over to the opposite side of the map. Tight one. And Snare doesn't want to let him get away, checking all the corners to see if he's still around this area. On top of the little ledge there in the garage.
Looks like the Wolfpack approach from 3BL this time, straight out through mid. Snare's actually, interestingly, going to be the one on that entry duty, and it has not worked out. The trade at least will come through, but still, Lazarus are keeping this one difficult for 3BL. Back into another 2-on-2, very quickly. A 2-on-1, which Snake isn't likely to win here. He's only got 5 HP, so even though he's been fragging well for this map so far, this should amount to be a task a little too tall, especially with only 20 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have to move quite quickly to get into that A bomb site even to begin with. Vice has moved away to check in on mid, which may yet allow a plan.
This is going to be super difficult, though. As you say, the health really is the biggest issue. Can he play some headshot angles to try and make himself as hard to hit as possible? That is the main chance that you'd think he has. Make his way down the corner of the ladder, try and play a tighter angle as well. 23 seconds left on this C4. Madison and Vice, do you need to hurry up with it? Can't afford to let Snake play with these angles cheekily. And now they know where he is, and now they know that the other option is going up the ladder. There's not many other places he can be, but Snake is repositioned beautifully and almost gets an immediate headshot. If he did, that would have been a very unlikely clutch. But once again, Lazarus win a close round, and it's 4-2 in their favour. That could easily be a lot better than that, of course, as well.
I mean, that was very close, actually, for Snake. But 4-2 right now for Lazarus. Can't really be complaining if it comes down to the one-on-one and they still win it. It's all about getting that round over the line rather than how it is done. HTC is going to catch Horus. And Horus was the one that was keen for that fight. Let's be real. Like, he actually saw him, tried to take the fight, but just going to get popped off. So Lazarus coming into the final day of competition and actually looking quite strong here against 3BL. There might still be another twist and another turn yet remaining.
Of course. And yeah, if my calculations don't deceive me, if 3BL don't take this series 2-0, they can't get first place off of LCK. So yeah, it's an important one for them, knowing that they have an opportunity. And of course, they'll probably be watching the game later with LCK versus Anubis. And if they see LCK drop a map to Anubis, they'll be kicking themselves that they wouldn't get the immediate grand final spot and have to go to the semis instead when they could have had that opportunity. Right now, they seem a little bit disconnected, don't they, 3BL?
Yeah, it's quite strange, actually. So, we've got a timeout here, I imagine, from 3BL. And there'll be lots to talk about because this is a very, very strange game so far for 3BL. I mean, there could be, like, you could argue there's an element of, well, this game maybe doesn't hugely matter to 3BL in the sense that they're probably going to be taking second out of today anyway. That's obviously up to LCK ensuring that they get themselves the 2-0. But assuming LCK get the 2-0, there's really nothing that 3BL can do that's going to make a difference today. And either way, you know, they lose it 0-2, they're still going to go through in second. So are they coming into this one 100% like on the ball, ready to go as if it were maybe, say, a game against LCK, for example. I don't necessarily think that may be the case, but even still, you would think that the base level that 3BL would be bringing would be quite a challenge, actually, for Lazarus. And it doesn't really seem like that so far. It kind of seems like Lazarus are far and away the stronger team at the moment. And so that has me a little bit concerned about 3BL and their ability to kind of peak at the right time. Like, have they sort of fallen off a little bit and are kind of slowing down as we go into the playoffs, which would definitely not be a good sign for them, considering next week is the most important week of competition.
Yeah, and I think as well, one thing that deserves to be mentioned for 3BL is that they need, when there's an opportunity there for the taking, you can't afford to fall off. It's all about mentality and consistency, and one thing we have seen from them is that it's they and LCK, not unexpected, of course. Those are the two teams you'd expect to be in the position they're in at the moment, but yeah, it's all about consistency, and a lot of teams who are around the level that Lazarus are in, it's they who are not consistent at all. Of course, you mentioned, I think, as you say, back to week 4, I think, to about week 6, they were around about that 3rd position. They got their second 2-0 Lazarus of the season, and they haven't had a single 2-0 since. It's all been ties or losses. So, yeah, they've really fallen off a little bit, and 3BL should be looking to try and punish that. But at the moment, the individuals of Lazarus, I think, especially Manison, I think he was up to 10 kills, if I'm not mistaken, before the tactical pause, of course, resets the scoreboard. But yeah, he was looking particularly good individually.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate reality really is for Lazarus, like, it just comes a little bit too late. Like, if they would have played this well maybe yesterday or even going further back last week, they could have still definitely been in that race for a playoffs position, let alone maybe even like a top 4 sort of a top 3 position. But now they're just a little bit too far away, which is, I'm sure, going to be disappointing given how the season started, but something that they can hopefully look back on and improve upon.
I guess maybe
all they've got to do now is focus on winning this game.
Exactly. Maybe they are just playing purely without pressure, right? And that's what's helping them, because, as you say, this is not a dead rubber for 3BL, but it is pretty much a dead rubber for Lazarus. So, yeah, they don't really have anything to play for. They know that they are 6th or 7th, whatever happens, and that ensures their spot in this tournament and in this split for next season. So maybe playing a little bit more freedom, in a way, perhaps. Who knows? Who knows what's going through their minds at the moment? What we can tell you is that 3BL are struggling a little bit early doors. This could have been 6-1 or even maybe 7-0 if the stars aligned. I think 6-1 would have been more likely, considering Tot had to 1v3, don't forget. If Tot didn't pull that off, it would have been 6-1. It would have been a very different story. Manaston and HDZ need to deliver again here, as 3BL are looking to group up toward B.
HDZ. Let's miss that first shot, so this will be a little bit more like it for 3BL. They've actually managed to get into the site with a couple of entry frags. You could argue maybe a little bit lucky. Yeah, HTC's not going to miss that shot every time, but either way, that is looking much more like the 3BL that we are used to seeing. Decisive, quick, into the site, and overwhelming it. Now what does Lazarus do, right? A 3-on-5 for the retake. Not an easy task. Snare ready for the wide swing. And Loons is left alone pretty quick smart, so that at least is a decisive punch back on in from 3BL. And it will have Lazarus sort of guessing a little bit now, right? Like, because obviously one round to go, a 5-4 half is actually nothing to get super excited about on port. It was looking fantastic for Lazarus, but one round can really make a big difference now for 3BL.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to 3BL, if they manage to get away with this half with just a 1-round gap, it's really not that bad, considering it felt like they've been kind of getting dominated by Lazarus in this game so far. Yeah, as you say, I mean, that set up toward B this time for Lazarus has been so successful. Manison and HTZ were looking super good. This time didn't work, or the last time I should say it didn't work, and now 3BL are trying something different. And that might work as well for them, to be honest. HGZ will try and play no-scope area up next to the ladder. And actually, to be fair to Manison, he's doing it again. Is that his 3rd triple kill of the game so far? 3v2 for Lazarus. Oh, Slayer has to make his way up the ladder. That's an awkward one, making his way up the ladder and still managing to find that kill. It's quite impressive, actually. But Manison's got himself another, and it leaves it down to Snare.
Jin lucky not to lose his head. It will be Madison that does so instead, and now Snare on for the one-on-one. He spots Jin out, but no connection. Tries again, misses again, and it's down to 1 minute and 7 left on the clock, so plenty of time here for Snare and Jin to do this dance. Where's Snare going to go? Oh, just about found Jin, but again, misses the shot, and you do have to sort of reiterate, this has been quite a slow game from Snare. Did a little bit better after, obviously, that pause, but had a very, very slow start to the map, and potentially a large reason why 3BL are struggling as much as they are at the moment, but 6-3, it gives you something to play with going into the second half here, so it's not panic stations just yet for 3BL.
Yeah, it's, to be fair to Madison, I've got to say, I am very, very impressed with how he's played so far. As I said, I think that's definitely his second triple kill, and definitely his third or fourth multi overall. Holding the line beautifully. Got a quad, I believe, in that previous round in the end. But yeah, that's the question mark is whether it's going to be enough. 3BL, you'd expect them to show up on this second half.
Oh, big first round here for Lazarus, let's just say. That will put them in the position to kind of, again, control the game. When you have that 7-3 lead, it feels like you've got quite the buffer. But 3BL could just as easily bring this back to a 2-round game, and we know how quickly 3BL can kind of like overcome a deficit like this because of how, you know, fast they sometimes do like to play. Maybe not necessarily quite so much on the GR side, but they've been known to sort of throw an aggressive round or two in there. So let's say they win the first round here, play quite aggressively in the next round, and then all of a sudden it's like 6-5, and oh, well, where did our lead go? That could be very much something that Lazarus are having to deal with in maybe 2 minutes' time. Would be quite a confidence builder, comfort round if Lazarus could get this one over the line early on in the piece. Then that may be made more difficult now by that early kill from Horus.
Minute 10. Lazarus will move forward together as a 4-piece. Actually, to be fair to 3BL, they are playing, you know, somewhat defensive angles on this site. Tot is doing the right thing at the moment, just making sure he doesn't give up his life straight away, and especially if Madison is going to launch his way in like that, it should be an easy kill for Tot. It absolutely is. They're going to try and remove him from the position, but they just can't at the moment. There might have been a Loon's nade there in position to get one kill back, but that's the only one, sadly. And 3BL, very, very comfortable start. And as you say, Lazarus not taking that first round of the half, maybe 3BL are ramping up now.
Yeah, I'll be somewhat concerned for Lazarus at this moment, because obviously this map is a little GR-sided, right? So 3BL, they'll know their way around it. Obviously, we've seen countless port games from 3BL this season. It feels like one of the maps that they just almost always go towards. I don't think that they're feeling particularly pressured at all by that score, but especially now having gotten that first round. So that little bit of an advantage that Lazarus has kind of built up is very quickly going to dissipate, I'd imagine. And once it equalizes, that's where like that mental factor starts to come in for Lazarus, that they're feeling like, all right, we've probably sort of fumbled a little bit here, the opportunity that we were given, and it's the last week and we can't qualify for a better placing. What does it even matter, this and that? So all those things will start to creep into your mind. So momentum, I think, would have been a big factor here for Lazarus that now is starting to dwindle, though they do still have that 2-round lead. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. But I am interested to see what 3BL is going to throw in this round, because like I was sort of theorizing, are they just going to very quickly come into sort of round 2 of the half or round 3 of the half and try to have a very decisive, quick, swift round to get them back in control of how this game feels like it's playing? That's very much something that's in the wheelhouse for 3BL.
Yeah, and looking at some of the moods around the camp in 3BL right now, of course, there's a couple of players there maybe looking a little bit. I wouldn't say, I think stressed is a bit of a strong word, but looking perhaps a little bit, I guess, not calm. Maybe would be an accurate representation of that. Looking chill, but also not fully relaxed at the moment, knowing they're still 2 rounds behind. Lazarus, obviously we know how amazing Manison was on the defense, but all changes when you swap sides. He's actually managed to creep his way forward again here, something that Snare especially keeping an eye on as they come out from long, perhaps. Manison looking to peek at the same time, and a tag will come through, Loons, but it's a great setup with Slayer in that position. He can make sure he gets 1 more at least, but actually it's only the 1. Jin will get himself 2. Snake will leap in on the flank though and get himself 2 of his own very, very quickly. And Loons should get swarmed upon. He absolutely will. And now the gap is 1.
Indeed. So there is a little bit of that aggression that I was talking about, right? Snake getting up in through mid into the connector to A. And in the blink of an eye, that round has gone by the wayside, and as you say, the gap closes to 1, and Lazarus don't feel like they are quite as much in control as they were at half-time. Again, you've got 3BL sort of showing a little bit of presence in toward mid, some peaks from Slayer, and Horus having a little bit of a look in as well. It's actually Snake to strike first, and Slayer's up here on the site, but he'll actually end up just being fodder really for Snare to get the trade for. Still, it's all good in 3BL land for the moment, though trades are starting to come back on through from Lazarus, and they are now putting in work. Fies will lose a crucial frag. He actually was carrying the bomb as well, which is really bad news because now Snake can hold on to that. And HDZ is the last man standing for Lazarus. It was good for a moment, but 3BL on top again.
Yeah, awkward. Frustrating for Vise that, as you say, he was carrying the C4 and dropped it into the open. It's taken so much time for HDZ to go over and collect that and get it down. But at least he's got himself onto the site. And not beyond the realms of possibility he could win this one. He's got the information on Tartan, or you thought he would pop his head back up again and manage to get that kill, and possibly then could pull out the Colts to reposition up against Snake, but not to be. Top reacts beautifully. Another really important impact kill from him. Lazarus tried their best, but in the end, too much for HTZ to deal with.
Well, 6 apiece is where we find ourselves, and first half is a long way from anyone's memory at this point in time. Especially Lazarus, who are not looking nearly as decisive now on the Blacklist side. Well, that's a bit awkward for Snare. Just a poor case of timing. Didn't have anyone else there to help him out on A long, so kind of had to watch both angles.
Yeah.
Chose the wrong one. Maybe a little bit of a sliver of hope back in here for Lazarus now with the 5-on-4 that they can attempt to play out.
Doesn't give them a huge amount of map control other than toward that A-long area though, and of course the time it's taken for them to group up means that the rotation has come through, and Snake is doing great work alongside Horus. He gets those 2 kills back in response alongside his teammate. HDZ will answer back for 1, and it keeps him in an even standpoint though, but 3BL have fought back and have got themselves Slayer picking up that position once again to try and deliver.
Slayer almost making the same mistake. In fact, kind of does make the same mistake as Snare did earlier. And Lazarus are able to take advantage of that. They, again, will just back off from A long. Kind of play that game with 3BL. It's the push and pull at the moment. Trying to pull that extra rotation over to A. And then drop aggro and see if 3BL is going to get up to any funny business, which to an extent they kind of are. Todd's going on a bit of an expedition, and Snake is holding a forward line on A. He's not going to get any assistance, and this typically ends up being a one-and-done type position from Snake. Let's see if he can get more than that. We'll get Loons holding that spray down as well, but easy trade in the end. And so Vise will get it back into the 2-on-1 that Tot is now going to have to try to win in the post plant.
Yeah, this is awkward for Tot. He's won a clutch on the previous half, of course, and a big 1v3 to keep 3BL kind of in that first half, to be fair. But this one, I think, is even more difficult. How does he isolate both these two duels? As soon as he tries to get up toward Vise, that's when HDZ will manage to swing and take him down, you would think. But actually, HDZ peaked a little bit earlier than I thought. Tot did take the kill, but thankfully Vise does the right thing and confirms the round by peaking with his teammate. So, well, Lazarus haven't had much to show for this second half so far, but they've answered back nicely there with another close round going in their favour, and 3BL one behind again.
Looks like it's going to be a close map, the way things are going. Snare still hasn't really been able to turn around the game for himself, even on this GR side. And Port particularly is quite a sniper-centric map, especially on that A side, especially on the GR side. So it is a bit of a worrying sign for 3BL that he's, not really having that impact that you'd be hoping to see, because you have someone up there on the A side that you can rely on to pick up 1 or 2 kills like every single round. It does make it a lot freer for the rest of the players. They don't necessarily have to be putting as much priority toward A, and you can often just leave that sniper solo. But even here, you can kind of see 3BL have a trend with Slayer over on that side of the map as well, which will kind of weaken the defense over toward B. So Tot now has quite the onus to deal with here with that smoke. Maybe not quite helping him out. 3BL push their way through it. Buy is very low as well. And this timing from Horus is everything. He actually only gets 1. He did a lot of damage to HTC, but could not get the pick. So, look, overall, still favorable for 3BL. But Lazarus have got themselves a 3v3.
Oh, and more than that now. Snare goes looking in mid, and HDZ doesn't matter if you're low HP when you've got the sniper in position. Oh, now look at their health, though. They're walking wounded, all 3 of them. You would maybe, even in this man disadvantaged situation, perhaps favour Snake and Slayer here. How do they position themselves? Do they just try and rely on each other to hold down each side of the map alone? There we go. Information spotted out by Snake. How does he reposition? I wonder if they know how low their opponents are. Oh, they're going to go together. Vise and Loons. Snake just about hops around the angle again. It's all about timing as to when he swings. I think he is knowing that they're crossed, but he's going to have to react to Loons as well. And there we go. It's a good reaction. The HZ has missed an important shot. Just about recovers it. Unfortunately, in him missing that shot, he let Snake get another. And they're absolutely right. There's no time for the plant. Oh, that's painful.
Yeah. That's very unfortunate indeed. You're right. Like, HTC hits that shot. It's a completely different round, but not the case. And so it will be another one for 3BL, and they are able to bring it back and equalize it 7-7. As we mentioned, it is looking like it will be a tight finish in this matchup, and that continues to remain true. I mean, in saying that, even if Lazarus did go up 8-6, I would have probably been saying, well, it's not over yet. Because it never is against a team like 3BL, but 3BL not feeling like their usual selves at the moment. They're not feeling super threatening in the same way that I'm used to seeing. Just on the eye test.
Yeah.
Not necessarily doing anything wrong so much as maybe just not hitting the shots as cleanly. And Top might have heard me because he's just cleaned up a couple. Madison and Vise don't even get out of the smoke this time.
Yeah, that's exactly the same strategy as we saw in the last round, right? Madison happy to leap into the angle through the smoke backwards, right? To make himself as hard to hit as possible. Well, it hasn't worked either time. He's been deleted each time. That is the role of that movement, without a doubt, to bait his teammates in to trade frag, but doesn't work this time. Tot gets both. And yeah, I mean, I think Lazarus might still be thinking about that previous round as well. They probably thought, okay, well, the start of the round was all right. We got ourselves into a 3v3. But HGZ missing that all-important shot on the first attempt. If he took it on the first attempt, Snake wouldn't have taken down his teammate, and the round would have still been on. And once again, talking about the C4 not being able to be planted in time, it's once again lost, but this time it can be recovered by Loons. It's been given up by 3BL. They're going to play the 5v3 defensively, as they probably should.
Slayer is doing anything but playing defensively, by the way. He's just pushing his way down A long. Eventually falls away from that duel as it wasn't secured cleanly to begin with. But with 35 seconds left on the clock, I mean, what's the option now for Lazarus? Maybe go in the direction of Snare, who they've identified as having a bit of a rough game, and see what they can do. Maybe they can take his head off and get into the A bomb site, though. In saying that, the rotation has come across already for 3BL, and yeah, Snare gets the 1-for-1. That's fine. That's good enough because the numbers are there, and 3BL retake the lead, which they haven't been holding on to for very much of this map, but it doesn't really matter. As long as you are the first one to 10, it doesn't really matter how long you've been trailing.
Yeah, exactly. Tactical coming in for Lazarus, choosing the perfect time to do it, to be fair to them. I think the tacticals we've seen in this game, the two that were thrown in, were done at the right time for both squads. 90 seconds, I believe, to have a chat about what to do next. Take a breather. And yeah, of course, reminder, what's on the line. This is probably the one game today that is a dead rubber for Lazarus. I think the other games perhaps have something a little bit on the line. There are other three best of twos to end off the group stage, but for Lazarus, this one means nothing for them other than a bit of pride. They know they're playing next season anyway. They can't be overtaken by the bottom two. They will either finish 6th or 7th. For 3BL, what's on the line for them is that if they get a 2-0 and LCK drop a map to Anubis, maybe they will hop above them and get that immediate grand final spot. So for them, it's definitely important, and that's why this comeback is needed to be clean, and so far it has been.
This is a well-timed tack timeout, though, for Lazarus. Game's not run away from them just yet. Definitely still a winnable map. So a pretty good time to be having a bit of a chat.
Indeed. Of course, it's not just the top of the table and the playoff spot which could be decided as well today. I mean, it's unlikely, but if Swamp get a 2-0 and perhaps TBI don't find anything from their game, which maybe you would think is a possibility considering they're playing unKnights, and Swamp, of course, in our next game against GV, they did beat GV in the past in this group stage. There is a world in which TBI could be the team that get automatically relegated to the Access Series, so we'll have to see. Again, unlikely, but it will all play out by this evening when all these games are over and we know who's making it through. But anyway, back into the game. 3BL 8-7 up, but a pick down.
Well, the pick can make all the difference, can't it? 4v5, the conversion rate, typically you'd want to be seeing sort of around 80+% of those rounds once you get the opening pick going your way. That would be very good. 70 to 8 maybe is a bit more in sort of the average range. But what is the percentage up against a team like 3BL? Maybe not quite that high. Although 3BL today, not as threatening as we've seen previously. It's going to be Slayer keeping an eye on Long, and he's going to swap out for the Orm, but hasn't had a chance to fire a shot off yet. Lazarus not interested. At least at the moment. They've got a lot of time to play with. They know that. So they're going to try and use a little bit more of it.
Bit of a battle going on for Snake, taking a little bit of chip damage, as we could see on the right-hand side there. Slayer still keeping an eye on that position, and he does choose to reposition now. Now he's got a perfect angle to hold with his teammate, but Tot's been taken down. That's big. Lazarus now have a 5v3 to work with, and that catch is super impactful. They are going to continue to go back toward A, though, and that is still in toward 2 players, so it still could turn around very quickly if they're not careful, and it might do. Slayer gets 2, it could have been 3, and look at the health on Loons and HDZ.
Yeah, Snake, if he can get 1 more or 2 more on this cross, neither. In fact, he gets none, which will leave it on to Horus. And look, I'll say Horus is generally pretty reliable in the clutches, but this is a tough one to make happen. Vise is going to take him down from behind and keep Lazarus in that fight. We're back to 8 apiece. And it seems we are doomed to continue to go 1-1 on this map. It is leaning in the direction of a tiebreaker at the moment. Get another pause out here.
Yeah, and the frozen camera, bottom right there, I think it kind of tells the tale, I feel like, for 3BL at the moment. That is how they're feeling.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, is this starting to get to 3BL a little bit? A couple of frozen cameras all over the place, so...
Yeah, Vice has been in that position for, I think, the whole game, so don't worry.
He's just thinking really hard.
Yeah, he needs to be reanimated, but it's fine, don't worry.
Pretty much everybody does at this point. Long map, that's for sure.
He's back.
Everything sorted on the side of 3BL at least.
Stroke of the chin. What do you do when you really need to think about something, Jordan? Do you like have a particular place you go, or somewhere you just sit just to relax, to try and concentrate?
I'm a walker. I like to go and walk.
That's fair.
It depends on what it is, you know. Like obviously, if I have to think about like work or something, I'm probably sitting at my PC. But if I have to think about, you know, life or something grander scheme, let's say, I do tend to go for a walk, and I go for like a long walk. Like I'll walk for like an hour or an hour and a half, sort of thing.
Get those,
sort of clear my head and figure things out, and
philosophical walks in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what the situation is, but I often like to call people and talk about it.
Just healthy.
I feel like it helps, in my mind, it helps to sort of talk things through. So I speak what I am feeling, what I am thinking, and then I get that other person's perspective on that.
Yeah.
And it makes me sort of recognize maybe this is a correct thought, or not necessarily correct or incorrect, you know what I mean? But like, you know, I'm on the right track here, I'm not on the right track here. This
gives you perspective. So. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm the same. Obviously, being in the industry that we both are, we're probably quite fortunate to know quite a lot of people, and are quite close with a lot of people who are in the same job as a commentator or broadcast talent, and often they'll give you a nice little perspective on things that maybe you can't see at the time, or even just a regular, for the lack of a better term, a regular friend who will obviously be able to give you something to work with. And yeah, I do agree. Sometimes I like to put, you know, like brown noise. Have you heard of brown noise before?
Yes.
Like white noise and brown noise. It's pretty relaxing just to listen to that, and helps you focus. But anyway, I think we've got a little bit of a longer break to come through here, sadly, and that is going to be pretty awkward, especially at a late time of the game. Going to be pretty stressful for everyone, I think. But we'll go to that short break, and when we're back, we'll get back into the game. We're back. Technical pause is over. It's come at an awkward time with these teams at 8-all. A bit of a strategy being put in place by 3BL has fallen flat on its face straight away.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Obviously, Snare down, not to mention Snake quite low. Lazarus with a chance of maybe stealing the map away from underneath of 3BL. Has been quite a back and forth map. It's hard to tell who's looking a little bit stronger at the moment, but definitely a good start to this round for Lazarus. And once again, after that opening pick, they will just look to try and slow things down a little bit, which has been quite customary of them. See if they give 3BL a little bit of room to maybe make a mistake here.
Lazarus now know they're in an incredible position. 5v4, sure, Loons is walking wounded, but so is Snake. If they win this round, they're guaranteed at least extra rounds. BBL are the ones under the pressure right now, under the cosh.
Lazarus not up to much, though, to be fair. Snake's going to have to come up big if this ends up being an A-site hit. He's got quite a lot of presence here that he's going to need to help Horus with. In saying that, Horus has already found an opener. Clean one onto Madison. Snake, another one. Hang on a second. 3BL might still be able to dig themselves out of trouble right here. One more coming through, though. That has been cut down by Tot, and the rotation came through just in time for 3BL. They were teetering on the precipice of losing that site, but the double in from Tot on the way in has changed the game.
Now it's could be completely different. After the break, things are looking a lot calmer for 3BL, despite that slight mistake they made with the boost on the long A position. We've answered back straight away, and Horus has again started off a round for 3BL. Vi's down straight away.
Yeah, 3BL might just get it over the line at the 11th hour. Very, very strong setup now. So 3 players trending over towards that B bomb site at the moment. Perfect defensive setup from 3BL. There'll be a fast rotate in as well from Snare behind, if necessary. He's even going to start moving now, which is definitely a great time to be doing it. He's cleared everything out. So 3BL know exactly where Lazarus are, and it's just a case of executing on it. It doesn't end up being a very nice start, though. HTZ double kill on the entry. Madison one as well. Slayer in from behind, wasn't commed. And that is going to be that. So it is done in the regulation time by 3BL, and it's just got to be such a painful loss for Lazarus, because that really was their game for a little while, and they've let it slip.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 ways of looking at it. One, at least for Lazarus, they know it's not an absolutely critical loss. They can't really change their position in the league so for the rest of today. However, for 3BL, you could see actually they looked a little bit unhappy in a way. They looked like that should have been a lot easier for them, and they're a little bit stressed at the end of that game, and why not? I mean, they're at 8-all, especially when you have a technical pause at 8-all. You lose the opening kill in the round immediately following the technical pause, and it looks a bit rough for them, especially in that last round. Looked stressful too, with, of course, only getting bailed out with the flank at the last second. So could have easily gone to extra rounds. It doesn't. 3BL still in with that chance of possibly overtaking LCK. If LCK drops something later on tonight, that is our last game of the day against Anubis, if I'm not mistaken. But for Lazarus, it's a sad one. They had some great individual performances on that one. I think Madison in particular on the first half, put in a quad kill, a triple kill, and a couple of multis as well. He was really, really playing really well. Second half, they tailed off slightly. They at least still made it close, but no more than that.
Yeah, I don't know that you're going to be getting the same kind of opportunity against 3BL, you know, twice in a row. I don't think we're going to see, for example, Snare kind of have a bit of a game where he goes missing a little bit. It did sort of feel like 3BL slowly were kind of getting going as we went through that map of Port. Never really quite got there, but end of the day, they did still have enough, and that was kind of what I was theorizing, like that base level that 3BL can bring should still be enough to actually get the better of Lazarus, and it was, but only barely, has to be said. It was a pretty good game from Lazarus. You know, everyone sort of contributing, but unfortunately, I think it was really that like penultimate round where Horus was able to sort of find the double kill quickly up on A long, and you know that rotation came in from Tot. That was the round where Lazarus really felt like they dropped the ball a little bit. They needed to clear out Horus a little bit quicker. That would have allowed them a bit more space to get onto the site faster, and then maybe Tot doesn't come into play quite quickly enough, but just got held up a little bit too long, and unfortunately it was a pretty rough one. So we'll take a look at the stats here, and yeah, I mean, obviously we're highlighting Snare. 0.53 KD is just not something that we're used to seeing from him. And potentially a big reason why Lazarus were able to make it so close was HDZ on the other side. It, as we've said, is quite a sniper-centric map, and those two guys do take the Orb into battle, and HDZ certainly had a far greater amount of impact than what Snare did, but still, unfortunately, wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think maybe something that Lazarus could look back on, as you say. It's not maybe the end of the world for them to lose that opening set, but of course, they'll be looking at it and saying, well, we should be in extra round. We should be playing extra rounds right now. Not just because of the rounds late game where they made a few mistakes, but the top 1v3 that came through for 3BL in the early stage of the game to actually keep them in touch in that first half, right? That shouldn't have gone Tot's way, shouldn't have gone the way of the 3BL side, and then Lazarus would have been in a situation where they would have been in extra rounds by now, right? Or maybe even in the lead with the plus minus, of course. So yeah, rough one for them, but either way, 3BL, they managed to find a way, and they often do, don't they? Whether they're playing great or playing to an average level by their high standards, and Snake will take that first set MVP. Of course, the second map is going to be coming in very soon, and we'll have to see if 3BL can take this one 2-0, because as we've said, if they had to have any chance of getting that first place in the group stage and getting sent straight through to that grand final in the playoffs, they have to win it 2-0. Lazarus will be trying to stop them. We'll find out if that's the case, I believe, after a quick break. No break? Okay, we've got no break yet. Usually we go to a break at this point every single time, but apparently not this time. Yeah, so we're just going to have to wait to see if Lazarus can bounce back. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at this point, obviously, for me, I think 3BL probably runs through this one 2-0, but we'll find out in just a sec. It's time for us to indeed take that short break. Don't go too far away. We'll be back right after this.
And we're back for set 2 on Compound. Can Lazarus be a little bit of a spoiler for 3BL and manage to nab a map away? They look pretty good on that first map, getting a lot closer than I think we were expecting, and a very good first half, but just falling at the kind of last hurdle pretty much after that technical pause. 8-all turned into 10-8 for 3BL. Let's see if they can maybe improve on that result this time around.
Yeah, not going to be an easy task. Obviously, when it comes to maps in the pool that get played quite frequently, I'd say this one is pretty much up there as the most played. So 3BL will certainly be knowing their way around it and feeling pretty comfortable on said map. Lazarus going to start things off on the Blacklist side. Taking things reasonably slowly. Stuck behind a couple of smokes here and there. There's actually going to be a flash forward from Horus, or for Horus rather. And he'll check behind him as well, but Jin had a far superior angle. So the trade comes through. 3BL getting active. You like to see that.
Seconds. And Lazarus will make their way up mid. They have the lurk of Jin outside the A site. So you think it will be an A site play, but they're going to be stopped by Snake. They're going to be stopped by Slayer. And now it's going to be very hard to find their way in. Vise and Jin. He'll go down, will Vise, and Jin is stuck. Oh, he gets 2 very quick kills, though, and to be fair to him, he's still full health after getting those 2. Slayer is pretty low himself. He's got to push forward to grab the C4, though, and of course it's being held by a couple of these angles, which can be very hard for him to pre-fire. He's actually just looking straight up for the kill, rather than for the C4 just yet. We'll try and make it forward. Now he's been spotted out by top. Do they double peek? They absolutely will. Jin is not given a chance. Nice try, but not to be.
Yeah, that was always going to be a 3BL win, right? They're one of the teams that has the best spacing and trading here in CFWL, and that was a perfect example of it, right? You don't see Tot over-peek that angle until Slayer is ready to take the fight. He's sort of just jiggle-peeking it, making sure he's keeping him interested, but no real chance of shooting 2 players at once. That, though, is a fantastic kill from Jin to start this round off, though it's very quickly brought back by Slayer, so not too much to get excited about early on in this one for Lazarus, unfortunately. And Horus is going to be up to his usual tricks and gets aggressive again over on the A side of the map.
Yeah, I think it was 3BL yesterday. Oh, they're just going to clear out Manus. I was going to say that's going to be a tough angle for Horus to get more than 1 from. I should assume he'd be checked, and he was. But yeah, I think it was 3BL and LCK yesterday. I think they both played this map, if I'm not mistaken. LCK definitely did. And they were very, very... Last few rounds of the game, LCK in particular, were very, very aggressive up and toward mid, right? That is the sort of early ground aggression you can see very often sometimes. Double nades over the top and pushing to try and lock an attacking side into the corners of mid. And a couple of times, I think Flex got a 3k, if I'm not mistaken, going for that sort of play at the end of the game. Slayer, oh, he does really well to find 1 before he gets instantly traded there. That actually keeps 3BL on a 2v2.
Snake is not quite going to get the better of HDZ, and now he's kind of in all sorts of trouble. He has to be aware of Jin, and it certainly is. Knew that that plan went down. Top will drop, but Snake can actually just get on the defuse right here. And that is going to put pressure on HDZ. Snake opting not to so far, wants to take the fight, and in the end, HDZ will win it. So maybe getting the feeling that we're going to be following the same sort of trajectory as what we did there on Port. A bit back and forth to start things off here on Compound.
We shall see. Lazarus at least making sure they don't get caught early on and allow 3BL to build up a streak. Slayer. Oh, that smoke. Sometimes you can grab a few kills through the corner of that. See some silhouettes moving their way past, but bit awkward, and he's trying to continue tapping that window, hoping that Vice is going to pop his head up, but he refuses to. Slayer does have Tot in support right next to him as well. It's a very awkward angle. Madison and Vice completely blinded up now in that corner. And I thought maybe for a second Slayer might even go a little bit deeper on that one, but he continues to play up and down, top of the box, below the box, either side of the box, and he eventually gets his kill. But both of them in that position will now get removed.
Well, another advantage for Lazarus. Have to see what they can do with it, but definitely trending over towards that B side of the map. Might be high time we see Horus get up to some more forward movements over toward A. It would be the right choice in this instance. He'd be able to get a lot of information that there's nothing over there, and so potentially set himself up for a fast flank or maybe even just an early rotation. In the end, though, it'll be Snake that's going to go and look for the information. Nice little peek into mid and actually catches HDZ. So we are back to the 3-on-3, and that is more or less a spanner in the works for Lazarus now as they do decide to go back over toward B. Snare on this timing somehow catches Vise. And 3BL getting away with a little bit too much in this 4-on-3, and it should be enough to get them the dub in the round as well. Snare repeaks, gets it done, and 3BL 2-1 the lead. Lazarus will be disappointed with that round.
Yeah, nice catches by 3BL across the map. They kind of did peak one by one, as you can see there. Those last few kills coming through pretty comfortably for Snare. He had a slow game. You mentioned it in that first one. Unlike him, uncharacteristic, but started off well.
Early fight. Somehow Madison's gotten away with that for a little longer than he would have anticipated, and Slayer going to go for the re-peak. Horus was there as well. There's numbers for 3BL, but nobody landing any sizable connections, and so Lazarus come off far the better of it. Snare gets one on the fadeaway, but realistically speaking, that is not the exchange that 3BL were looking for at all. Snare's maybe in a good position here to try and catch Jin. If he tries to get a little more aggressive, missed the shot though. And so 3v1 for Snake. He does get the freebie into mid. Actually dropped the C4, and Loons is going to go ahead and try and recollect that at his own peril. Jin also quite low. Nade in hand for Snake, so could still see something a little special here from Snake.
There's a world. There's absolutely a world. Loons and Jin are going to exit the scenario, and looks like they're going to gamble back toward B. The question is, when does the internal clock of Snake tick over and realise that it's very unlikely to be the A side of the map? And of course, you're not really to know that at any point until you get to the last few seconds. So he'll stay put. C4 will go down, and now he'll realise it. And of course, this is a very hard site to retake. So many little angles to clear out next to the generators. If this nade connects with Jin, that'll be a minor miracle as well. I don't think it's going to reach. And now it's going to be very hard for him to push through. And Jin, even on low HP, makes sure that Snake is removed. Well done from Lazarus. Well figured out.
Yeah, and again, the shenanigans continue, right? It'll be 1-1-1-1. As far as things are going so far today, that trend seems to be very, very true. This time it's Tot's turn to go a little bit missing. The good news, though, at least, is that Slayer is kind of back to his best. 6-3 for the map so far. So much more commendable performance than what we got on Port. Lazarus happy to keep things pretty slow on this blacklist side. They have been quite active in mid early in the rounds, but for the most part, that has just been to take the mid control, and then they figure out what they want to do from there.
Madison. Nice find on Horus. Of course, 3BL now know where he is, though, trying to pepper him with utility and nades, but actually gets away with his life intact. It's fair to say that Jin is having a great start. It should deserve to be said. We're only 4 rounds in. He's got 8 kills. Nice 2 KD already. Slayer up close. Tot trying to duel with Loons in the meantime as well. Minute to go. That nade comes firing in toward Loons' position. But you realise that was most likely would have fallen back from that area. And Snake and Slayer are trying to push together here to go for a bit of aggression to try and recover the disadvantageous situation. Usually a common strategy, but once again, Jin has found a headshot. That's his 9th, and he's keeping it up. Snake is under some pressure. When does he reface? The answer is right then. Doesn't get anything either.
Ooh, well, yeah, 2 easy, clean ones. In the blink of an eye, Lazarus just take control of this round and sweep 3BL aside. And assuming they win this one, which it looks pretty good, they will have won 2 in a row. And so that kind of breaks the trend and kind of puts 3BL on the back foot. 3-2 lead now for Lazarus. It is still early days on Compound, so no reason to get particularly worried about anything just yet. But that's one step in the right direction for Lazarus.
Funny how it can go day to day, right? Yesterday, 3BL, sure, we know. Different opponent. Things feel different. I mean, don't get me wrong, unKnights aren't a pushover. A couple of the games we've seen from them play against them earlier on in the season, for example, have been quite entertaining. But yeah, yesterday they managed to deal with them comfortably 2-0. I think it deserves to be said that unKnights were playing with Leo, I believe, and not with their sort of regular full team. But yeah, I think Leo was in place of HZZ, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correctly. But yeah, they looked incredibly clean yesterday, maybe in part to that. But as Jin once again manages to clear out Horus, this is just not the 3BL we saw yesterday. Everyone was fragging, everyone was playing super clean across the board. They weren't missing their shots. Looked like they were untouchable on a couple of occasions. Only really switched off on a couple of rounds here and there. Overall, it was very consistent. Today, not the case. Tot hasn't managed to get himself off the board yet. Horus has been caught again, as I said. Another advantage for Lazarus to work with.
Nice position for Tot to play from, though, and hasn't worked out. So, great work from Lazarus thus far in the round. Bit of util in to try and dissuade them from making their way into B, but they're not going to be slowed down at all. And it's a 5-on-3 post plan on the B side. 2-1 even. And it's just impossible to win for 3BL at this point. I mean, Snake's going to have to do it alone. Can't get through that smoke. He's got a player on the flank as well that he has to worry about. So, might as well just back off and use this 30 seconds or so to have a bit of a chat. See if he can maybe catch HTZ off. And even the fancy footwork from HTZ is not going to be enough, but you can tell he's not interested in taking the fight, and I would imagine that 3BL kind of actually use this as a bit of a tack timeout.
Yeah.
You know, it's obviously not a tack timeout, but just a bit of extra time to chat and figure out what actually is going wrong right now.
Yeah, like it will be taken down there, but obviously that doesn't mean anything. There's no saving in this game, right? So it just doesn't matter. Just take your hands off the keyboard and keep your hand on the headset. Have a chat about the next round. As you say, a few extra seconds to maybe discuss a few things without throwing in one of your tacticals, as you say. Fair play. Look at the start from Jin. I mean, this is unbelievable. He's 13 on the board already in round 7. And guess what? Snare's going to get caught off again as well. Things are just not going 3BL's way today. It didn't look clean on map 1. We know that. They managed to find a way. But Lazarus are playing very well individually. A couple of their players, it was Madison on map 1, played particularly well on that defense. At the moment, it's Jin on the attack.
Yeah, very positive signs again for Lazarus early in the map. Similar vibe to what we were getting on Port, but that still ended up being a 3BL victory. This one, though, I'm kind of getting the sense that Lazarus is looking even more determined to take a map away from 3BL, which would absolutely hinder their chances of finishing the group in first. But that's the way things are going at the moment. 5-2 the lead. have to remember, this was actually, well, I say 5-2 the lead under the assumption that 3BL don't win this 3-on-5 retake on B, which maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but that is, I think, a fair assumption.
Yeah, even with Jin incredibly low, this is just not going to happen. Loons gets himself a double. Will he finally get taken down? Yes, he will. Horus is trying his best, but it's no more than one back, actually two back in the end, from him. And yeah, I mean, last 3 rounds in a row, right? You mentioned how it was back and forth, 1-1-1-1. Well, Lazarus have been untouchable in the last couple of rounds. I mean, what was the first 2 of that little 3 streak? They basically won with all 5 players up onto the site in a 5v1 until the last few moments where 3BL tried to run away and save KD. And in that one, again, very quick advantage that they couldn't answer back from, and absolutely rightly so. 3BL will throw in a tactical.
Yeah, well, this is the same point that we were at on Port. It was a 5-2 lead, a couple of rounds left to play in the half. 3BL went on to then win one of them, but not both, so it was a 6-3. And they moved on to the more favorable side of Port. Now, I don't think you can make the same conclusion about Compound quite as much. It's not as one-sided of a map. It doesn't lean as heavily towards GR or BL. So it, to me, is a bit more of a 5-4 map. So a 6-3 or even a 7-2, if Lazarus could manage to find that, would put them in a really, really good spot to finish this map off with a victory and cause some problems for 3BL. But 2 rounds can make a big difference as to how the half feels. And 3BL aren't done just yet, but gotta say, these rounds are looking quite decisive from Lazarus at the moment. Working through the map quite cleanly, winning most of their duels comfortably. Post plants are easy. Not really seeing many mishaps at all.
Yeah, this is a weird situation, it almost feels like, this afternoon. As we've been saying, 3BL will have come into this knowing that a 2-0 was an absolute necessity, knowing the current group standings. And if 3BL aren't able to take the 2-0 here, and they watch LCK drop a map to Anubis later on tonight, they'll know it could be an opportunity missed. Of course, they know they're through to the playoffs. It's not the end of the world. They have a chance still to make it through again, but maybe that immediate grand final spot is something you exactly will want. Skip around. Do you think there's a world where they could be strat saving? I don't think so, not yet.
No. Well, a couple of rounds to go in the half. Let's see what 3BL can conjure, if anything. I'm kind of on the Lazarus hype train at the moment.
Why not?
See something a little bit different. Yeah.
They're playing for pride in this season, so why not have to see how they do, see if they can improve a little bit and get back to some of that early season form.
Yeah, in saying that, obviously they'll be back next season too. Like, they are doing well enough this season to secure their place in CFWL next year. So there's definitely still something to play for in the sense that, well, maybe you don't know that you're going to necessarily have this exact 5 core through to the next season, but there'll be some semblance of this roster next season, and every little bit of practice counts, especially a game like this one against 3BL. So good to take it seriously regardless.
Pushing their way forward once again. Focusing on B, at least to begin. Pushing their way in quite aggressively here. And once again, Tot is given no chance, and Jin is on an absolute tear in this game. Obviously, since the tactical pause, the kills will have reset, but I can tell you that puts him on 15 now, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. HTZ just waits for Snake to go aggressive. He finds him comfortably. C4 is down. 2v4 retake. Snare is caught in the open. Surely this is just not happening.
Don't think so. especially given they're stuck behind the smoke still, and they try to push their way in through it, but it'll be a double for Vise. Very, very nice entries from Jin. Good solid hold from HTZ, and yeah, then Vise able to clean things up, so...
If this ends quickly, Jin, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think it will. I think 3BL will answer back on the second half, and maybe even at the end of this one, but maybe not actually looking at that. Goodness me. Vise and Madison deleting Snare and Horus. Anyway, Jin could be in for one of the highest KDs in a game we've seen this season if he keeps it up. He's still alive in this round as well, but Slayer has done a superb job. I think 3BL have had enough. Slayer certainly has. He's going in for more here, but he will get punished for it, and Madison will punish them to go for that aggressive play once again. Tot is left in the clutch again. He activated them last time, if you remember, on the previous map in a 1v3 after 3BL's slow start. He got an all-important round for them, and now he's got a 1v1 against Jin, against the king of the game so far, and he's got the C4 in his possession.
Yeah, the raid boss, and he can definitely make a big difference here. 7-2 is a far, far cry from 6-3, and it almost starts to shut the door on 3BL, so this will be a big one to win for Jin. Gonna start tossing a bit of util over onto Tot, trying to take some positioning, but doesn't know if he's on the left or the right side. He will grab the C4, but Tot swings and wins. Jin just not able to get back to safety in time, and so 3BL have been given a little bit of a lifeline into that second half.
That was a bit of a messy round, right? I mean, firstly, the first two kills, the way they come through for Lazarus, excellent, but then they didn't fall back and group up, for example, and they're in a 5v3, which you so often see Lazarus and other teams do. They allowed Slayer to go for something super aggressive. He managed to tap 2 back in response. Then he went in for more with his teammate. They both get taken down, and I thought that may actually have been a nice play to go for, an unexpected play to go for, to change things up after it just nothing has been working for them. But yeah, and thankfully for 3BL, Top was too strong and an all-important clutch again.
Yeah, I mean, 6-3, it is still favorable for Lazarus. I would even argue more favorable here on Compound than it was on Port. So, they're in the driver's seat. I mean, it's kind of the same concept as what we had on Port, though. Like, you want to be seeing that first round go the way of Lazarus. You know, they stay on top. The momentum keeps flowing. They keep feeling good. Playing with confidence. But if that first round goes over to 3BL, then once again, just starts to swing back in the other direction, the direction that you're hoping it wouldn't have. So, big round for Lazarus.
Let's see. Another nice performance from Lazarus, going back to some of their early season form. Can they convert it into a map? 3BL been quiet today, not been the 3BL we know. Tot has been pretty consistent, fair play to him with the clutches, but HTZ now under a lot of pressure. Thankfully manages to reposition, and look at this, ducking and diving, comfortable for him. He manages to get himself a 3-piece, could even make it 4, but Snare finally pushes him down. But now Snare has to clutch, and he's got 3 players to find. They know exactly where he is. He's locked in a corner. Surely he's going to get peeked by 2 players at once in a split second. He absolutely will be. Jin takes another kill. And I'm pretty sure that puts him up to about 16 or 17 now. Ridiculous.
Yeah. That's a great start to the half for Lazarus, but just imagine what it would have been like if Jin would have won that last 1v1. I mean, 8-2 would be where we're at right now, and 3BL, that's a really tough one to come back from. 7-3, mind you, also very difficult, though. HTZ's kind of been left on a bit of an island there in mid by the rest of his team. And we'll go down for the transgressions, so chance back in here for 3BL, 4-on-5. We wanted to take advantage of it and push their way forward. which is exactly what Snare's doing. He's trying to get a bit aggressive up there in the window and doesn't see anything as the smoke blooms.
Manison swinging. Oh, and he doesn't just get one, he gets two again. The multi-kills from Lazarus today, especially from Manison on map 1 and right here, and especially from Jin too, have been unbelievable. But it's still 3v3 in this one. It's a good trade from Snake this time. And they have some deeper mid control. C4 is outside A at the moment, but it will retreat. Snare gets caught by Loons. Tot is all the way through into that A site, but the C4 completely left the position, going all the way around through mid instead. And they have to be careful now, of course. It might get caught in transition. He will just about make his way in the end, but he's going to have to do some delivering with the kills, and it's not going to happen for him. Tot needs to put in another clutch. He's a third 1v3 in this game. Not going to happen. Loons finds it. Lazarus comfortable right now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Great work from Manison. Loons, a very impactful kill to get. Keeps the information flowing for Lazarus, not to mention the player advantage. And so 2 rounds away, Lazarus, from toppling 3BL on Compound. Kind of making amends for Port. Like we said, they'd be disappointed to lose Port the way that they did. It was a close map. It felt winnable, definitely, for Lazarus. But this is definitely now their map to lose. There's no doubt about it. And, I do like it when those sort of middle-of-the-pack teams are performing. It raises the level of the region as a whole, and it's good to see teams like 3BL tested.
Agree. Quite a long way back now for 3BL. HCZ has been great in this position once already. This time he's blocked off though, and just has to put a few pot shots through the smoke to try and help out Vise if they are going to be going toward that portion of the map where he is defending. Horus is going to make his way through, and now 3 players in position. Loons again, double kill. Snake trying to respond. He gets himself a 2-piece. But Manison is just continuing to deliver these all-important kills. It retains a man advantage. Snare is very stuck. He sees 1, but now Vice is going to be up super close. He needs to be careful, and he sees 2, I think, there now, Snare. So he's going to try and hop away from that. 50 seconds, and they're actually leaving the situation at the moment.
Yeah, they've actually got back out into mid. They've kind of wrapped around behind Lazarus, and Lazarus is still trying to clear out the A site. Now they're cottoning on to what's happened, but that's a very good move from 3BL. And they're going to get the bomb plant down on B. So actually goes from advantage Lazarus to a bit more of an even round now. Yeah, definitely 3-on-2, but post plant on B is a good one. Smoke's down as well. The only thing that really can be said here is Snake and Snare are a little bit isolated from one another, though. Snare starting to come across, might just be able to help out in this fight. Maybe not quickly enough. He does get 1 trade, but no more than that. Initially, Vi's down now, and Manison has to find the isolated duel. Bomb's not planted in a great spot for him. Could have maybe even stuck that defuse. I think he would have won the round if he did. But now it's all over for Manison, and too easy for Snare in the end. That's a painful one to lose for Lazarus.
Yeah, we know what happened on the last map, right? Lazarus lost a couple of clutches, and it gave 3BL the impetus to push back in. A couple of rounds that they shouldn't have lost. It could have changed the end scoreline of that game without a doubt. And that one is one to add to the list on set 2. Snare doing a fantastic job. He was very, very quiet on set 1. So for him to show up like that with an all-important clutch is big for him and today's match.
Well, still doesn't really get 3BL back into striking distance. Keeps them hanging on more than anything else. Lazarus have consistently been the ones to put themselves in better positions. And yes, sometimes 3BL are going to bail themselves out of trouble, but not every time. Lazarus have more than enough rope to hang them with. It's going to be a good nade from Jin. Does a lot of damage to Snare and Snake, but he's in a bit of an awkward spot now. Has to push his way forward and try and take some of these fights. Needs to be proactive, and he is, but 3BL are not giving him anything until Tot comes around the corner, and that is very swiftly dealt with. Jin is backing himself at the moment, keeping himself in the fight. The trades, though, from Lazarus are not good enough, and so the advantage is not maintained.
This is the all-important round. If 3BL can take this one, gap is just 3. And it feels like the comeback has begun. If Lazarus can hold 3BL to just that 1, stopping them from building up a streak, and put themselves just 1 away, 3BL can afford no mistakes for the rest of the game. You always feel like you have a chance when your opponents are on 8.
To be fair to 3BL, they are the kind of team that could
absolutely
finish this off without any mistakes. I've seen them do it before.
Oh.
HDZ, though, that's clean. Nice double. And it is Lazarus again that have the advantage. Bomb plant hasn't gone down just yet. If Lazarus push in as the plant is occurring, it's essentially a 3v1. The timing is missed, though. They're just not there quickly enough. And so plant's down, and 3BL will have both of their defenders ready to try to hold on. Again, it's Snare and Snake to try to bail 3BL out of trouble, and they might just do it. Vise swings into the Orm and goes down for free. Madison's able to sneak out through that smoke, but also going to drop. And Lazarus, they need to get one of these rounds over the line somewhere. Otherwise, that confidence is going to start to build up for 3BL. It might be Loons, and it is. Plenty of time for the defuse. It felt like it wasn't going to happen once those first 2 kills came through so clean, but Loons had other ideas.
Oh, imagine how they would have felt if they lost another close clutch. It seemed like they were being very, very hesitant, wasn't it? They were scared about the possibility of losing another one in a way, especially with Snare alive in that position again. But Loons, fair play, my friend. He stops that from being a possibility, and now, as I said, 3BL can have to be faultless in the rest of this game. Vise just skipping in towards Snare as well there. Disgusting shot.
Yeah. Already the 1-for-1. Vise needs to be a little careful he doesn't get picked off here by Horus, though gets out okay. Definitely feels as though Lazarus is going to do this. And 3BL will slow things down. They've got a little bit of smoke to play with, but now 1 back in response from Loons is going to keep them stuck in mid.
The individuals of Lazarus today have been, I keep saying it, but they've been so good. Vise has had a number of important impact frags at given moments. HGZ with the AWP. The Orm has been super clean on a number of these holds and positions like we're seeing here from Madison, actually, in the previous rounds where HGZ got 2. Madison's going to have to deliver again, though. Can he? Stuck behind the corner, will get spammed out of the round, but again, Loons is doing great work, and there's Vise with impact frags again. Oh, he's shown up for his team, and Slayer has to do exactly that. 3BL, they're guaranteed to be going through to the playoffs. We knew that going into today. We've known that for a long time. But I don't think we knew that Lazarus were going to put in such a great performance today. This could have been a 2-0 for them, simple as that. Maybe they'll be looking back at it and saying it should have been a 2-0 for them. Slayer needs to clutch. He gets 1 and he hops away. He's going to have to win 2 more duels, peeking into an angle that he can't find, and Jin finishes it off. And that is very apt, isn't it? Because Jin has been unbelievable. I can't wait to see what his KD is at the end of this one.
Yeah, fitting that it should be Jin, and you've got some pretty unhappy faces there on the behalf of 3BL. Again, like you said, it's not really going to matter to their season overall. They're still going to go through to the playoffs, but it will be with more of a whimper than any level of excitement, unfortunately, for 3BL, losing their final map in the regular season in a very convincing fashion. So they will have some conversations, I'm sure, amongst themselves and come back to next week a little bit stronger than that, I dare say. They'll have to if they want to be competitive. But yeah, you have to look at Lazarus and say what a great game that was. What a great couple of maps it was. And it's just a shame that it came too little too late for them to really be in much of a conversation for anything more than, yeah, you just get that auto berth into next season. If they would have had another few points on the board, we could have potentially been talking about them maybe having a chance of making it to the playoffs, but not the case. Jin, fantastic game from him. HDZ was really good on map 1 as well, has to be mentioned. I thought Madison as well had quite a bit of impact, and then there was that good clutch as well out from Loons. So kind of everyone today on that Lazarus roster having their moment or moments, and that's obviously helped them out to get themselves to the 1-1 against 3BL. And we're kind of talking about it like, yeah, it's kind of a shame they didn't get a 2-0, but end of the day, I think any team would really be happy with a 1-1 against 3BL if you offered it to them before the matchup started. So you do have to take some heart in that and say that was a good game from Lazarus, even though they didn't quite manage to get the maximum out of it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was very impressed by Lazarus. Obviously, playing with, as we've mentioned, playing with freedom, knowing that they're going to be in this split next season, whatever. They can't get relegated, they can't go into playoffs. It's just a free hit for them in a way, and guess what? They definitely hit hard. Very impressive game. 3BL, that slim chance that they had to possibly overtake LCK by the end of play today. If LCK do drop a map against Anubis in our last game of the group stage in this particular split, they're going to be upset by that without a doubt, because, yeah, I mean, they'll know that if they manage to win their game cleanly, that could have changed things in terms of who goes through to that grand final straight away, right? So, yeah, frustrating one. Let's find that Jin KD. 2.57.
Wow.
And look at the 25. I mean, every single stat is glorious there. I mean, I think he probably ended on 18 or 19 kills, if my memory serves me correctly. I mean, he was just doing everything, and everyone on the team as well above a 1.0 KD. That shows what a good team performance it was.
We'll probably get to see as well how things ended up for Jin. I imagine we'll get a bit of a better look at his stats in depth here, because there's no doubt that he would have been the map MVP. And with a map like that, I think it's pretty easy to make an argument for him to potentially be the series MVP as well. Such was the strength of that map. Series MVP is indeed going to go the way of Jin, so we'll have a little bit of a look into how things played out for him there over the course of the series. 1.35, obviously not quite as strong as that one map, but yeah, look, big reason obviously why they were able to get the 1-1 against 3BL, and so he's got to be happy with his performance today, and well done to Lazarus. But we'll see you next season, because unfortunately we're not going to see you in the playoffs, so time to forget about that and start thinking about what's going to happen for the rest of the night.
Yeah, shame, right? I mean, it's I think for Lazarus, they'll be thinking to themselves, well, why couldn't we replicate that through some of our earlier games in the season? But it's fine, they're safe, they'll be here next season, and now we need to find out if there's an opportunity for SG, Swamp Gaming, to be here next season, of course, as well. You have to remember, they're only 2-0 in the entire group stage thus far, I believe, came up against GV, and that is who they are playing against coming up next. GV need to win to have a very slim chance at playoffs. If SG manage to get a 2-0, maybe they avoid relegation and TBI could go down instead. We need to figure that out. We'll find out if that's the case, or what the result will be in that matchup after a quick break.
doing? Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Green's good for three. But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HCT.
Second best of two in the final day of the group stage in the CFWL. GV versus SG is our next matchup, and this one has a bit of a history to it, of course, with SG somehow coming out on top 2-0 last time around. They're going to need to do that today to have any chance of avoiding relegation.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting matchup on both sides, actually. Obviously, for the aforementioned SG wanting to avoid relegation. I think if they were to get the 2-0, actually there would be a pretty reasonable chance that they would do so, because TBI will have to play against unKnights. That's going to be a tough game. Swamp would go up to 10 points, and then TBI would be done so. But what's also interesting about this one is GV here on 16. Now, they have actually every chance of being able to make it up into the top 3, potentially even with an absolutely massive win here. So the way it works is, if they were to get a 2-0 here, they would go up to 19, assuming then Anubis and unKnights both were to lose. There is a world where GV would maybe be able to jump up to top 3. The tiebreaker would be points first. Okay, they're all tied on 19. Then it would be round differential, which, again, if GV were to win 2-0, that -8 would potentially go up to maybe 0.
Yeah.
Maybe just slightly positive. And if Anubis and unKnights were both to lose 0 and 2, potentially there's a chance that, you know, they were to go down quite substantially. Look, we'll obviously have to talk about this when we get to the end of the day, but the biggest takeaway really is that there is technically still a world where GV ends up in 3rd. I think realistically the best that they can probably hope for is going to be a 4th, because you'd imagine that unKnights will definitely be beating TBI, whereas Anubis are going to have a little bit more of a difficult time against LCK. But GV, if they win 2-0 here, make it into the top 4, obviously that's one step further forward, and that'll be the goal for them today, and very much possible, because things have kind of taken a turn for the better for GV over the last couple of weeks. You know, I was, especially in the middle stages of this season, a little bit down on what GV was able to output. I was a bit disappointed with what they've been sort of throwing in, particularly in week 4. Week 4 was a really bad week for them. Then they came back in week 5, and yeah, they lost to 3BL, that's fair enough, but they were able to beat unKnights, and that's what seems to have kind of spurred them forward a little bit. Had a couple of decent games last week. Good start to the week here with the win 2-0 against Lazarus. And in theory, you'd imagine that they can finish strong against Swamp, who, yes, they did lose to earlier on. But obviously, you know, Swamp's at the bottom of the standings for a reason. And you'd imagine that GV on paper would be the better team. So they've got to prove it today and get that 2-0.
Yeah, as you say, it's on the line for both teams. They both needed 2-0 for different reasons. Yesterday, I had a chance to catch, obviously, GV's game as well. And in particular, Awesome was looking very clean. I think he had a match MVP there, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Looking very, very good. And I think across the board, to be fair, Snox had a couple of good moments. I think FaZe had a few instances as well where he just held down the fort beautifully. And the whole squad, really, the whole squad, the Germans, of course, just looking very, very solid yesterday. They have to try and bring it over to today as well, and you'd expect them to be able to do that. But of course, it's a little bit different when they do a play against SG, because of course we have one server that is an NA server and one server that's an EU server. Of course, we'll confirm for you which one is which in a moment or two. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. As you said, a lot on the line for both these two teams. This is the map that I've seen probably the best work from SG this season, so let's see if they can repeat that here.
Yeah, wow. All right. Well, we're straight on into it. That's good to see. And it's going to be Kai's that will start things off onto FaZe. And so, Swamp with the first blood and looking to try to repeat their performance against GV last time, the 2-0. So lots to play for both these teams, but both kind of requiring the 2-0. I mean, maybe a 1-1 might be enough for Swamp, but realistically, you want to be getting that done in the 2-0 capacity. Awesome. Does get himself one, needs more than that, and doesn't seem to have been given the chance when it really mattered. He got a trade back there onto Famous, but still the cross was effective for for Swamp, and now they're into that site to get that plant down. So 3-on-2, Awesome and 7 will need to make a big retake.
Awesome will hop his way through as fast as he possibly can, but this retake, as you say, very, very difficult. Colt is out. It's not going to work. Brando will take that one, and he'll find 7 as well. Great start for Swamp Gaming. As we said, the only 2-0 they've been able to take in the entire season was against GV. So any repeat today, and there is a world where they can stay in this league and not get relegated. But that would be a long shot, you'd feel. But let's see. You never know. Anything can happen. As we saw, the performance from Lazarus today was particularly impressive, out of the blue almost. Someone gets to first. Josh and Famous, though, will recover. And I've got to say, yesterday, even though obviously Swamp Gaming lost, Famous had a number of really nice clutches. Clean headshots. So, need to see if he can do that again today. Josh will absolutely eat a nade for his afternoon snack, though, unfortunately. Or his morning snack. He's from America,
two of my favorite individual players in this game would be Awesome and Famous.
Yeah.
People who regularly tune in would have heard me talk about both those players quite a lot. Expecting big things from both of them today. In a matchup that does matter quite substantially for both of these teams. A bit of a slow around this time. And Creeds is going to be given the opportunity to start to get active into mid. Brando not able to find the trade back, and then another one goes the way of GV. So all of a sudden, it is Brando solo. This is a map where he is pretty strong usually, especially these fights around the mid doors. Likes that M4. Good for spamming through the doors, but
yeah,
not this time around. And GV bounced back pretty quick.
Yeah, we said that actually before, didn't we? I think the last time we casted together, we spoke about how good Brando is at spamming through those doors. Yeah, you told me that the M4 is a bit more had a bit more penetration through the doors than the AK, right? If you told me correctly. So,
yep.
Yeah, it's something you see from Brando a lot.
Yeah, he's a big fan of it.
GV will know that.
Different approach this time. Yeah, Swamp will slow things down at the start of the round. But there's no real response from GV just yet.
To try and take a long. 2 players ready and raring to go. You've got 7 on the corner, as you can see, behind the wall, behind... Unfortunately, he's now out of the round. Famous, once again, hits a very, very nice entry. Oh, the duel between Kais and Awesome. Neither of them hit their shot.
Minute left on the clock. Swamp have got to make a decision shortly as to where they're going to end up. Looks to be maybe toward B. Snox is going to try and go hunting, and somehow he gets away with that. Did not get traded. So GV bring it back to 4-on-4. He's not spotting much over toward A. He does see Kais. It's enough to actually draw the rotation. Swamp might still be in with a shot here.
Hayes will manage to find it, though. Pushing 3 forward. Oh, the nade will find Snox in the end. Famous getting that one with the utility. C4 will get planted, but Creed has done a fantastic job there. It's going to be all down to AJ. He can only get the one, and the defuse will come through comfortably.
As you love to see, if you're a fan of GV. But we run it back. A little bit scary for Swamp to see Awesome already at a 5-1 scoreline. You know, when he gets activated, it's a very difficult task to shut GV down. And if he is at his best, then dare say that Swamp are going to have a tough day, but still early days.
split up across the map are SG. One toward short, one toward long. C4 getting taken up through mid now. As a duo with Josh. And Kaiser's going to reposition to help out AJ on long. Utility primed to go for this play. Awesome has an angle, and the angle works out perfectly. He refaces for a second. Clean stuff from Awesome. This is what we've seen from him so many times over the course of this season.
Man's on. And there's another one for him. So this is going to make for a very, very difficult day for Swamp, and GV a decisive victory there. Don't know that I'd be going toward the A bomb site with any degree of confidence if Awesome's hitting shots like that. Particularly that second peak was in one. So Swamp going to have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure something else out. It is actually quickly over toward the A side of the map, but this is where Creeds comes into play for a double. Awesome missed his shot. Rather, it was FaZe even that missed his shot. Awesome's actually changed his position up into mid, but even with FaZe missing the shot, it's a favorable exchange for GV.
Four v 3. I was going to say Kai's is sticking around on long right to try and look for a pick to maybe sell the fake as Josh and AJ went elsewhere. But he gets stopped by FaZe. Awesome's up to an 8-kill start, by the way. It's only round 5. Snox is, I think, ready and raring to go here. He's got 7 support too. Instant headshot from Snox. 7 support actually doesn't help out straight away, but Snox is still alive and he's done so much damage to Josh, and there is no way in. 4-1 GV.
Yeah, no, it's been a pretty decisive 4-1 as well. You know, sometimes you see a 4-1, you're like, it's come down to a couple of clutches here and there, and maybe it's not super indicative of how close the game has been, but honestly, this hasn't really been too close. And you get the sense that GV are kind of out for blood. You know, they're out for revenge. They know that Swamp took some pretty important points away from them way back when, earlier on in the season. And they'd like those points back, because those points could actually make a big difference to the playoffs run that GV will have to make, or the potential playoffs run. Like, they may either miss out or just make it in if they get into the top 4. And that very much is still on offer for GV.
Kai's holding a little gap in the window. Waiting for any aggression. But very unlikely it would happen at this stage of the round just yet. Creed's playing the angle that he loves so much. Got a 2k from there before. Can he do it again? He's been spotted out this time, though, and as soon as he's spotted out, you can't maybe play the same place twice. Famous will make sure he is deleted straight away. And there goes Snox too. Something for SG to work with here.
To work with. Maybe 7 can logic. Awesome's over there to help him out as well. I'd say it's really going to have to come down to Awesome here, because 7's position is not particularly tenable behind that box. He's trying to give as good as he's getting at the moment. The shot doesn't quite connect. AJ's head just popped up for a second. 7 needs just 1 here. Awesome's going to pretty much get the rest, but 7 did not manage to uphold his end of the bargain, which will leave FaZe to try to clutch this one out solo. Now, may still actually be able to find the C4 on the cross. Famous just not quite making it, and FaZe has not lost a huge chunk of HP. This is now, again, a favorable round for GV. FaZe with the health advantage, time working on his side as well. And Swamp might be about to suffer at the hands of yet another clutch. Plant going down. Josh going to stick it. That's a ballsy play, but FaZe will win it anyway.
FaZe has done it again. Very, very nice stuff from GV. As soon as he hopped forward and got himself into that position between the doors, you just had a feeling that he was going to be able to isolate both these 2 frags. There we go. C4 caught on the cross. And Josh going down to FaZe clean with it. Up to 6 and 2. for him, and GV up to 5.
Well, FaZe. Gonna own turn the A site now with the orb, and straight through gets one onto Brando. It's a demolition. They've walked into a blender. C4's been left behind, and poor old Kais is the last one standing. That was not even close to being an interesting round for Swamp. They just ran into a firing squad and insta-part. Wow, this is getting more and more dominant.
Yeah, and a disgusting angle to hold from FaZe as well. It's just so difficult for Kais to be able to find him from back there. He's up to 9. Borsum's now up to 12. 7 doesn't have to do anything. His teammates are just absolutely farming right now. That's probably one of the best feelings, to be fair. And you know your team are on form.
Well, Swamp are going to have to keep running at that brick wall and seeing if they can batter their way through. Certainly doesn't seem it'll be an easy task tonight. Or this morning, as it were, over in North America. I like this high-low setup from 7 and Snox. It's always a solid kind of a setup that you can run once or twice in a half in that box room. It tends to be a little bit more of an aggressive play, obviously, than just a standard hold on B, but even in this instance, it's going to help them out with the information. You can get an early rotate across if necessary, if 1 or 2 of these guys go down. Right now, Swamp haven't even cleared out that area of the map, so it's going to be an ever-present threat. Creed's playing quite aggressively on long. He's got FaZe there to help him out. Both of the snipers here for GV have just been an absolute menace, both FaZe and Awesome, so kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Doesn't really matter where you go. Although, to be fair, both of them are on the A site this round.
Seven on the angle. Mention he's been quiet so far. He could have some work to do here. He actually got all of them about to come his way. It can be very awkward, especially if you're fully blinded up. And there's no way he's going to get away from that one. They're going to burst their way in. Nice entry from AJ, even though he gets taken down immediately by Creeds. Creeds needs more. He can't get more. Now Awesome has to do it all from a very tough angle. He'll get pre-fired by Famous. No chance there. And FaZe is a very long way away. He's going to b-hop his way in. Again, it's a very similar angle that it's pretty much impossible to work your way through from. So tough to retake, especially with the Orm. 25 seconds left on the plant as well. It's a nice first on toward Famous, but now he's down to just 12 points of health. One bullet anywhere or a nade, and it'll be the nade that will find him.
Yeah, a bit of a house really for GV, that B site just there. Once you lose one player, it seemed like the rest kind of followed suit without holding up too much. So Swamp, yeah, they were bound to get one in here somewhere. Did just that. But without getting the third in the half, it's still going to be a pretty disastrous first half. And even then, 6-3, it's a very favorable scoreline for GV on this map. Context matters. But I suppose the more important factor here for Swamp would be just slowing a bit of that momentum down. If they would win the last couple of rounds of the half, it feels like a bit of a different game going into the second half. Whereas GV were to win this one, it still feels like they're very, very much in control.
Oh, spotted out. Awesome stays ducked to avoid Kais. Yeah, as we mentioned, double Orm on the defense has been very common for FaZe and Awesome. They've been doing great work on those two. 10 and 12 between them. 22 kills between just those two players. But now we've got 2 on the Swamp Gaming side as well. Oh,
okay.
Instant.
1 for 1. That's all right. Swamp taking a bit of map control as well. Now Snox is definitely under pressure. He needs some help. Seven's not going to give it to him in time. The big spray, but Seven doubles. He doubles. And all of a sudden, it is now just AJ left solo. He will be able to get the plant down, though I don't know if FaZe will let him get away. It looks like FaZe doesn't want to take the fight without Creeds, I should say, who has now actually been spotted. That's going to give away AJ's position, and yeah, not much he can do. So ultimately, in the end, it is going to be a 7-2 for GV, and I have to say, this is like a breath of fresh air, like watching this GV roster, because I would say of everyone on the broadcast, although I haven't actually got the chance to cast with Kyle this season, so we'll have to talk to him about it next week if GV make it through to the playoffs. But I would say I've perhaps been their biggest supporter, GV. I was very disappointed with what I was seeing during the middle stages of this season, and this is much more like it.
Yeah, you know what? Fair play. There is a genuine chance at playoffs today, especially considering the fact that TBI have to go up against unKnights, right? That's not looking like it's looking like an interesting game, that one. Either way, definitely maps could be dropped. GB can find a clean one. Things can change. Anubis should probably lose one to LCK as well, right? Maybe even both. Yep. It can change. It can change. Creed's looking very good there as well.
And, you know, obviously there's a position available for one of these teams, or one or two of these teams at CFWL to sort of go into the Invitational in Vietnam. And who's to say it might not be GV to make a run back there again? They were there last year.
Yep.
At least the core of the roster was. So they would be pretty keen to go and run it back, because they almost made it out of playoffs, if I remember. Or made it out of groups, rather, at that event, if I remember correctly. Did just miss out. But it's an extended this time around. I think another 4 teams, an extra 4 teams going, so might be a bit of sort of easier pickings potentially for them. There's a good kill that's come through for SG. Brando's got himself one as well, but GV, the real offensive is happening over towards A, and the fact that AJ can't lock anything down is problems, as it will mean plant and numbers for GV. 9-2 is lurking.
FaZe sold such a fake, didn't he, on the other side of the map? Kept 2 players there for quite a while, even though he went down for free. It opened up the possibility for this push, and poor old Brando is going to be super stuck in the corner here. He's going to get spammed straight through. Comfortable for Creeds. Smile on his face. He's looking like he's enjoying himself, and why not when you're playing this well?
Yeah, very happy days for GV. This is such a breath of fresh air. I continue to say it, but it makes me really happy. There's a good kill from Kai. FaZe just gets a little bit too eager maybe to finish this map off. Luckily, he's got Snox to help out, but that is where the tap does run dry for GV. Awesome. However, on the other side, is going to continue to do a bit of work, and it is still workable for GV, though. Advantage, obviously, for Swamp here into round number 12.
Oh, it's close for 7. Awesome. Well, now team up with him to go up towards short toward A. His site's open at the moment. 7 looks like he's tempted to drop down and try and make something happen, considering, of course, they are in a disadvantageous situation at the moment. Trying to do something special to recover it. We've got a whole minute to play out this round as well. C4 not yet down. Will now be put down by 7, but just when he attempts it, Josh hops his way up. And they should hop and skip their way to at least the 3rd round here, because Awesome is very, very stuck. Josh is in a little bit of trouble, but he gets bailed out. In the end, he's the one to take the kill anyway. Famous. We'll get a good assist on that one. And Swamp will stay alive for a little bit longer.
For now. How long that is going to last remains to be seen. But if Kai's can start to come alive, as he has in the last couple of rounds, maybe this map will stretch out a bit. That's the second opening pick he's gifted to Swamp. You can see GV, they wanted to play quick on long there, but with that pick, they just decide better of it.
Oh, a little jiggle there. He could get caught in the open if he's not careful, but Snox dives his way in. Kills go back and forth, and actually, to be fair, Josh, he does really well to get 2. And now Creeds is in a 1 versus 2 to try and close out this game once and for all, but there's 2 players holding the line, and that's not going to happen for him. Nice try not to beat.
GV still hunting for this last remaining round, and they might found their way to it. Famous is going to get cleaned up by Snox. GV trying to throw these faster rounds in the mix, and this time it has worked out in so much as they've gotten into the A site with a number advantage, but still have to convert the round. It's looking pretty good though.
Yeah.
Snox has got himself another one there onto Kai's, and Josh up into the window. Well, that's a hard duel to win, particularly against Awesome, but he does get it done. So still a bit of a chance in here for Swamp as they find a pick or 2. Brando collapse upon in the back by 7. FaZe is in there for the trade, and AJ, the last man standing. There's surely no way. The crossfire was too strong. And 10-4 is the score. It's GV dominant on map 1 against Swamp. They have got halfway to their revenge.
Yeah, exactly. And revenge that is absolutely necessary. They would have been very disappointed with themselves to have gone down to Swamp earlier on in the season. That Swamp's only 2-0 in the entire group stage we've had in the CFWL so far. And yeah, they've had some great revenge there. That almost, I think, actually does 100% confirm Swamp to be the team to be relegated now. So sadly for them, we won't see them here next season. I think they go down to the Access Series, is it called? So yeah, they're going to have to try and fight their way back through again. GV, when it comes to them now, if they manage to get this 2-0 in the following game, that is where we can start talking about them as a possibility for playoffs, because it's looking interesting now with the possibility of other results going their way later on. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big caveat. It's like, you can do everything you possibly can here as GV, which they are, right? Like, they need to, first of all, win 2-0 and also win with a pretty solid round differential to try to beef that up as much as possible if that ever comes into play. They've done that, right? A 10-4 victory is really, really solid. Again, we'll obviously have to see how the next map is going to play out, but if they were to win on the next map as well in a similar fashion, big ticks in the book of GV, but that could be all for naught if, you know, unKnights, we would expect, should win their game, or at least a map against TBI, and then the question mark is obviously going to be Anubis versus LCK. If Anubis can take a map off of LCK, then again, that's just like, all right, well, you just didn't quite make it on the points.
Yeah.
So the tiebreaker doesn't really come into play then, and it's not out of the realms of the possibility that Anubis can do that. And at the end of the day, like, GV only really have themselves to blame for that. Unfortunately, they had a tough sort of mid-season, and you give yourself a lot of work to do in the last like week or so, and yeah, you do that work, but sometimes it is still not up to you. It's still up to fate and how the rest of the games do play out, but at least you got to give them the credit that they are doing well for themselves here in this game in particular. FaZe leading the charge, 2.3. Creed's doing really well. Awesome doing excellently as well. I mean, this is pretty much like the ideal scoreboard really for GV. Like, you don't care if 7's 0.58. He's the IGL. You know, he's calling the shots. If your fraggers are fragging, doesn't really matter where he's at. So we'll give FaZe the props for this one, and hope that he's going to be able to bring that into the next map as well.
Absolutely, and I've been very happy with how GV performed. You're absolutely right. I mean, as you say, you were a proponent of their form in the past, and they are a bit of an upset team that can certainly do very, very well. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can reinforce that. But of course, we still have to find out whether they can 2-0, and that getting that 2-0 is the only way they have the opportunity to go to that playoffs, I believe, unless things really go their way, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, we've spoken about it. We're going to see if that's a reality, though. We're going to go to a quick break. When we're back, let's see if GV can get their 2-0 figured out. And we're back for a little bit of sub-base. It's a map we saw a little bit of yesterday, only one time though. It's more of the, as you could say, one of the more unusual maps in the pool. But already we're getting straight into the action. Josh is under a lot of pressure, and AJ and Famous are now suddenly in a 2v3.
That's a great shout by GV though, like, you know, last map, super win. Let's jump straight into map 2 and get onto the swamp pretty quick.
Yeah.
Try and decisively win the round and put them on the back foot initially. AJ, though, has got other ideas. Gets that kill onto Creeds, but he can't get either onto Awesome, nor can Famous. And it is GV that will take the dub, and that was a couple of very clean shots out from Awesome. Man, I'm going to say, I've been trying to eat my last spring roll. I had spring rolls for dinner. I've been trying to eat my last spring roll since the end of the previous match. Like, not even map. I just went to the toilet. I come back. We're already in map 2. Like, I'm not going to complain about going quickly through the breaks. Like, don't get me wrong. But Mans just wants to eat a spring roll, you know?
Mate, I love spring rolls. What's the filling? What have you got?
Pork mince, like vermicelli noodles.
Oh, I love
various
those.
bits of cabbage.
Yeah.
Whatever, carrot, etc. You know the drill, standard stuff.
Yeah.
Homemade spring rolls. Love
Very
that.
nice. Very nice. Hopefully, don't worry. You'll get it done. I'll just carry for a bit and you can finish your spring roll. All good.
Lovely.
Go on, just go for it. You deserve it. Josh, AJ, and Kais in a 3v3 here against Awesome, FaZe, and Seven. Playing with the angles around the site. Beautiful pre-fire from FaZe. That was absolutely perfect. C4 will now get planted, and AJ and Kais are in a tough position. Again, FaZe just trying to dance with these angles, trying to duck and dive and make it as difficult as possible for Kais. AJ will go down to Awesome as well. And Kais, they know exactly where he is. Utility is all he's really got to use from this angle. He's got his Orm, but how does he isolate 3 separate duels? Almost impossible. Awesome will take that one. And GV will double down straight away. And yeah, what's interesting as well is that, you know, I mentioned sub-base. We don't see this map as much as the others, right? But it's kind of working its way into the pool a little bit, right? Would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because this is a map that actually gets played quite a lot at the international events. Like when we get into the best of 3s.
Yes.
You maybe don't see it quite as much in best of 2. Obviously, there's one extra veto involved and, you know, just one extra chance to take things away. So the maps that are sort of in that 50-50 range that are not as popular are going to get pushed out. By the way, this round is just going, like, so easily to GV. I guess I should comment on that. Awesome's going to get himself another one here in the back. He's up to 8-0 after 3 rounds. It's just insane. But yeah, actually, you know, if you sort of tune into something like the Summer Invitational or Crossfire Stars at the end of the year, you'll see a lot of sub-base. It is a map that the Brazilian teams like to play. The Chinese teams definitely have it in the wheelhouse as well. And actually for GV, it seems to be one of those maps that they're quite happy to lean into too. So you do get a lot of sub-base, maybe a bit more so internationally in those best of 3s.
Yeah.
The best of 5s especially, it always is going to be in the best of 5s. So I like it. I actually think it's quite a fun map. And as you said earlier, it's a little bit something different to sort of your standard map, but that's kind of the beauty of it.
Yeah, pretty interesting. As you mentioned a couple of the maps that are never played, right? Whether it's in a BO3 or these BO2s. Have you ever seen them played before? Like the maps that always get banned?
You mean like Eagle Eye and Mexico?
Mexico, that's the one.
Yes, they do get played, but very, very rarely, even at the international level. They're, again, maps that are like maybe a pocket pick for like one team. Like one team might like to play Mexico and try to push it through in their series.
Yeah.
And Eagle Eye is probably the least played map in the pool.
Yeah.
But it does
Do
sort
people
of
just
sneak
hate
through
it,
every now and
or?
then. I think it's just really like the least enjoyed map.
Yeah, makes
of
sense.
Them all.
Again, a great round from GV, though. It's going to be too much for Famous, or is it? It's a brilliant two-piece. Unfortunately, it might not be anymore. Awesome. Ducking and diving. How on earth has he got all 3 from there? He's had a fantastic series and a fantastic last 2 days, actually. We're going to see this from his POV again. 1, 2, and 3. What on earth? 11 kills on the board already. Again. He is farming this weekend.
Yeah, and you can tell why I always like to talk about Awesome, because these are the kinds of games that he can bring out every now and then. If he can bring this kind of form into next week, maybe there's still a chance that GV can qualify to go to the Summer Invitational. And, you know, that's something I'm sure that they'd be quite keen on doing. But got to focus on the task at hand right here. And yeah, it's 4-0, the lead for GV at the moment, but not done quite yet. Famous is trying to work, and he's getting a bit of work done, actually. He's found himself those couple of kills. It looks like it will be one of those rounds that Swamp just all of a sudden kind of dumpsters GV in.
It happens. Can't be consistent through 100% of the game. Very rarely, anyway. Especially at a level where there's always an opportunity for some of these high-quality players like Josh, like Famous in particular. And this time they will get away with a quick round. But yeah, GV know, especially, right? Winning this game. Not just winning it, but winning it super, super cleanly. If they're able to do that, that puts them in the best spot possible if results go their way. It could come down to some of those tiebreakers that you mentioned. 4 kills. Goodness me.
That was an ace.
That was an ace.
Kai's got all 5.
I just realised he got the last one as well. That's insane. I actually thought he only had 4 and then he died. I didn't read the kill feed properly. It's a clean ace from Kai's. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What on earth?
Still not enough to get Swamp really back into this game just yet, but 2 rounds in a row. It's going to be good, and blacklist side of map, so GV probably hunting for at least 6 here. If Swamp can grab themselves 1 more, then yeah, they've actually done pretty well in the half. Kaiser's going to have his opportunity again, because this push is coming in through the vents. When it actually comes, though, is going to be the question. Ace. Oh, goes around the corner. The shot was missed by Kai's. And Seven's putting pressure on the entry down into A as well. The trades are actually looking pretty effective here for SG until FaZe strikes out the vent. He can't get more than that one. Famous will salvage, and it's on to 7 to try to see if he can pull off a cheeky little clutch right here. He's hoping for a head to pop up before he tries to plant the C4. But it is going to be the Wolfpack approach down the stairs from SG. They just have to trade this out effectively, or maybe not even worry about that, because Famous will get it done himself. And SG are on a bit of a rampage coming back into the map.
Yeah, I mean, they can play with absolute freedom now, can't they, of course? If they went into this game thinking, oh, we can get a 2-0, maybe. TBI probably will lose their game later. Maybe there's a chance we can stay in the league. Now they haven't managed to get 1. They know it's pretty much done. So they can play with a little more freedom. Last time we saw Lazarus playing with freedom, right? Look at this setup they've got in toward the warehouse, and Snox tries to do his best to recover it, and he'll do exactly that. Well played. 7 will find Brando as well. In the meantime, it's gone completely the opposite way very, very quickly. Snox has found 3 in the end. Leaves it down to Josh in a 1v2. C4 will get planted. He has to try and work his way forward.
Tough crossfire to break. And indeed, will be a little bit too much. So 5-3, and GV's able to restore some sort of control to the map. It was starting to get a bit out of control there, actually.
It was, yeah. I mean, Dekai's ace definitely set them up, didn't it? They were a little bit fired up in the end after that.
But in saying that, they're in the hunt for 6, which would have been the goal for GV. And it may be a goal that they're just going to miss. Although Creeds hits a clean shot onto Josh to peg 1 back, and now FaZe is going to get the better of Brando. Famous, though, has been a real problem on this A side, and there doesn't seem to be an answer for it. Not anywhere on GV, and at the moment, it is just going to come down to FaZe solo. He'll be dealt with 5-4. That is a very good recovery from Swamp.
I'll be delighted with that, considering how it started. GV were running riot, weren't they? But the ace from Kai's, the important frags from the likes of Josh and Famous, keeping them in touch. Sadly, Josh is out the round straight away to follow in the second half. 7 has removed him. Awesome. Looking to try and do some more work, but he will get caught by Kai's. And there goes Snox as well. SG are here to play in this sub-base game.
Positively impressed, positively surprised. Tough to come back from a loss like the one that they did just face on the previous map, but they are doing that pretty reliably now. 5 apiece, and GV are on the weaker side of the map. They're going to have to come up with something here to ensure that they get that 2-0. Otherwise, the hopes of the playoff stream are gone. 1-1 is not going to be good enough for GV. For Swamp, maybe 1-1 will be enough. I would have to look at the round differential. But I think it might still be a conversation to be had, depending on how TBI go later on today. But it's a conversation for later, because we're into the 3-on-3, and Brando is going to be dropped by Seven, who's picked up the Orb, having some success with it in this round.
3v2. But GV, you know, they have the advantage. AJ and Famous have managed to get the C4 down, and actually then they go super aggressive up to try and catch GV early on their rotation. It's not going to be ready for that. The answer is absolutely no, and this decision from Swamp is absolutely brilliant. To push up so far forward, GV were not expecting that in the slightest. Now Seven has a lot of work to do. It's a glorious tap on Famous though. Now he's going to play the defuse. He's going to tap it to begin with. Now come off of it and try and go for AJ, but AJ hits the shot, and Swamp Gaming are in the lead.
I can't believe it. This was looking so dominant for GV. It was looking like it was going to be an extremely easy game, and all of a sudden it has just turned on its head. Credit has to be going to Swamp, who are going to try decisively push their way into A, but Creed says no. Door is closed. Gets himself 3, the 4th as well. Why not? Let's just lock it in. And he's got the ace as well. That was very nice indeed. And if you remember, it was the ace from Kai's that turned things around for SG. And now we have to ask the question, will the ace from Creed do the same thing for GV?
Yeah, Creed was the one who was looking like he was enjoying the game the most, right? In the previous map, he was absolutely loving life. Giggling his way to a very comfortable set 1. And that is going to be a glorious highlight reel play from him. But he will get taken out in this round again, and it's very much back and forth, isn't it? It seems like there's a lot of situations on sub-base so far where both these two teams are catching each other off guard in positions they're not expecting them. And even though Brando and Kai's on exactly full health, they have the advantage in this round.
Well, GV have definitely not been able to get this onto a roll, but I am interested to see what's going to happen here for Awesome. Does double down? No way. How's he gotten away with that? Needed to be traded, and Snox caught Famous, who was preoccupied. Oh, this should have been a Swamp round, and it was not even close. There you go. The steamroll has restarted again for GV, and I don't know if Swamp's going to be able to stop it this time.
Yeah, they've answered back very quickly. They know that every round counts, as I said earlier, when it comes to the round difference and all that jazz for the tiebreakers in the group stage. We'll see how it ends. We won't know how it will end until the very last game tonight, when LCK take on Anubis. A little setup here for Swamp, waiting to see if anyone from GV goes a little bit too aggressive, a little bit overzealous.
AJ's found a nice timing into middle. Hayes not going to be able to manage too much. It was Seven to actually get that initial kill. Snox has got himself one as well. He spotted the C4 there. And Seven's doing a great job holding down that fake push into B. It meant that Awesome did not have to move off of the stairs. GV go one step closer to securing the 2-0. Again, every round may potentially matter here. So they'd be looking for the 10-6 to go with the clean win that they got on the first map, and that will give them a very positive round differential.
Oh, Creed's trying to do it again. Another multi-kill for him, but thankfully for GV, Awesome and FaZe and Seven are all there to peak at exactly the right time, very, very quickly. And this game, you're absolutely right, has gone very fast.
I mean, it's just accelerated, hasn't it? It didn't really look like it was going to be a fast one. It looked like it was actually going to be quite close, but GV have really sped things up and looked to dominate the last few rounds. Now we've got potentially only one round left in the map. And SG looking a little bit tentative in this round as well.
Sadly, Swamp, they'll know that they're relegated. At least they had a bit of fun in this second set. Bit of an enjoyable performance. They got an ace from Kai's. That was a special one for sure. They're going to be walking into the blender here, though, sadly, I think. Snox is going to get himself 3. It could even be more as well. There's a 4th. Can he close out this game with the ace? He absolutely can. Snox is clean with it, and that's actually, incredibly, the 3rd ace we've seen in that singular game of sub-base, which is very, very unusual. GV take it, and they have an opportunity now, perhaps, if results go their way, to make playoffs.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk about that a little bit when we get an updated look at the standings, just to see what their round differential was. But I think it might have been, was it -8 going into that? And then they would have got the 10-4 and the 10-6. So that's +6. So it's +10, so they'd be +2 overall.
Yes.
Would be my quick maths, which, you know, like, let's just never lock anything in with some quick maths on the broadcast for what it's worth. But +2 would put them currently ahead of, I believe, unKnights, who were pretty negative, and I think Anubis might have been floating around +2 as well. Obviously, both those teams still have games yet to play, so it's kind of an irrelevant stat at the moment, but I think GV have really, like, you gotta be honest, they've done as much as they possibly could have today, and now it's into the hands of the gods, potentially, to decide their fate as to whether they'll make playoffs or not. But very, very good game from GV. And look, to be fair, felt for a little bit maybe there on the second map that they might be in a position to drop that one. SG got a bit of a roll going on, but good reset from GV and straight back into it. And they really felt in control for, I'd say, probably like 85% of this matchup, and that's reflected obviously on the scoreboard.
Absolutely, and it's got to say, it's fun to see some of the individual plays we saw on this map too. I mean, we thought it would be a lot easier for GV than it was. It ended up being that probably even easier in the last 4 or 5 rounds than I think we thought it would have been, because it was very, very quick rounds going back and forth. But in the end, cleaned up by GV. Creed's had his ace. We're going to see the highlight of it here, I believe. There it is. Kai's had his as well, and then the game was ended by Snox chiming in of his own. Look at the KDs on the right-hand side of the screen there. We're going to see them increase as this game comes to a close, and then Snox gets himself 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. A glorious way to end it, and that is their regular season brought to a close. Here are the scores on the doors in that final game. SG, sadly, they are absolutely confirmed now to be relegated, but it's always going to be hard, of course, as a North American team playing in this league. For GV, as you say, we'll have to wait and see as to how things will look. But I think, to be fair, the players that they have on this team, like Awesome, we've both been a bit of a fan of his, that's for sure. They're looking in very good form at the moment. So if they do happen to make their way through to playoffs, then I think they deserve to be there.
Yeah, Awesome going to take the match MVP, no doubt in my mind. Maybe was a little bit slower there on map 2 than he was on map 1, and you sort of saw a couple of the other guys maybe taking a bit of the charge, but yeah, he was decisive in both maps and obviously taking a big role in this GV roster, which is good to see. But yeah, that's the end of the GV story, at least for now. We may well see them again next week, but just have to wait and see, right? They're going to have to sit back, relax, watch the rest of the day, which is where we're going to be headed. It's time for us to take a short break, but we've got 2 more matches to go, so don't go too far away. We'll be jumping into that next one in just a sec.
We're halfway through the day of the last group stage day of play in the CFWL. It's going to be interesting to see how these next two games go, because there's actually quite a lot on the line. For TBI and unKnights, TBI, they can relax. They're not going to get relegated anymore. They are no risk of that. But unKnights need a clean victory to confirm their spot in the top 4.
Yeah, look, it's not the most pressure-filled match for unKnights, it does have to be said, but here's, where we do get to have a bit of a chat, because I did my maths right. GV do have the +2 round differential now, which puts them technically above unKnights until we see the result of this game, though we are assuming unKnights is going to get themselves a 2-0, which will put them clear of both Anubis and GV in 3rd place, no doubt about that. And then obviously we have to wait and see what happens for Anubis, but if Anubis were to lose, and they were to lose pretty handedly, they would definitely drop down that round differential, and GV may potentially be able to overtake them and hold on to a top 4 position. But still got 2 games to go, so we don't want to dive into that too much, but obviously that's where things are sitting at the moment, so it's kind of interesting to keep an eye on these little things. And well, what's TBI playing for at the moment? I think they're playing for pride, really. As you sort of mentioned, they can't actually make it into the playoffs at all. So it's not as if a win here is going to be really big for them or anything like that in that respect. But this is a team that plays with a lot of passion. I think you can see that every time
absolutely.
you see their player cams. So I'm sure that they're going to be coming into this one still feeling pretty keen to get the dub on the board. And obviously on the unKnights behalf, you've obviously already mentioned this is a fairly important game for them in locking in that 3rd place. And if they're able to do that, then they give themselves a bit of an easier run in the playoffs rather than potentially staying in 4th place. And God forbid they would lose 0-2 here and actually stay 5th. That would be completely out of left field, but I guess technically that's a possibility, so bears mentioning.
It is a possibility, and it is also a possibility considering they're playing with Leo again today, right? I mean, I'm not sure, you probably have more of a detailed history on Leo than I do, but obviously they played with him yesterday instead of HZZ, is it? And I mean, they didn't look good. I know they were playing against 3BL, but they did not look good, so it's slightly concerning, perhaps. There's a world in which TBI could take a map here, and that could hurt them, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not actually super familiar with Leo, but I think he did join the team this season as like their 6th man, their stand-in. So
yeah, exactly.
That would just be potentially a situation where maybe someone was unavailable this weekend for whatever reason, and see how things end up being out. But if what you say about yesterday is true, then I don't know. Are they going to drop to TBI?
Probably not. But
probably not. Like, everyone looks bad against 3BL. That's just how it is usually. Well, no, I mean, Lazarus looked really good against them today, so not everyone. But,
and Lazarus played today with complete freedom, because they know they couldn't get relegated, they couldn't go to the playoffs, and now TBI are in exactly the same position, right?
Yeah. I mean, TBI, like, I'm trying to think about what can they look at in this one, and then I'm having a quick look back at the standings, and it's -65 on round differential. So even if they were to 2-0 here and get the 3 points and go even with Lazarus on overall season points, their round differential would just have them like way lower. I mean, -65 is crazy over a season. Then you look at Swamp and it's -90. So those teams have just been absolutely battered, which is how it is, and that may continue today. I feel unKnights is one of those more difficult teams to kind of put away, and so TBI in for a bit of a rough one, you would think. Obviously, I'd be looking towards a 2-0 here, but what's important for unKnights is to make sure that they're playing some clean Crossfire going into next week, because again, okay, they're not technically 100% confirmed for next week, but let's be real, they're probably going to next week. So they want to be making sure that their preparation going into playoffs is as good as it possibly can be. And yeah, a game against TBI is maybe not going to be the practice that you really wanted, but it's the practice you've got. It is match practice as well. So just got to make sure you come into this and be on your best, because that's the kind of style or the presence that you're going to bring going into next week as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they need to confirm it, and they'll know they need to confirm it. They can't afford any slips, even though if it's a game that you look at and say, well, okay, I mean, every day of the week we should be winning this one. But we've seen some slow starts from the favourites in the last couple of days. So, yeah, see if the same will happen here. They can't afford to drop a game or drop a map. Both these sets need to go their way, and opening duels are coming in. Pietro will answer back quickly, but no more than that. Dirty will recover for that kill, and Gainer on the second Ornn that has been picked up. He'll find Kiko as well, so it's an early 4v2 for TBI. Make that 3v2, but still in their favour.
Alucard and Beck, two of the standout players on this roster as well, it has to be said, so can't count them out just yet. Not really in positions to have a lot of impact in this current moment, but if TBI do decide to go toward the B site, which you'd think given the position of Gainer, then Alucard maybe starts to come into play. He had a bit of early info there. He got the spot. Gainer could get himself a freebie if he would just swing right now. Alucard is really hunting for a frag, and he's not quite going to get it. Beck does not see anyone in mid, which is perhaps where he thought that the contest was going to come from, but it is TBI that will start with the win, and a pretty decisive one at that.
Yeah, nicely held. Nice crosshair placement, of course, waiting for the wide angle swing. Gainer tapping down the last. TBI with the perfect start. And we saw how Lazarus played earlier, and they played with complete freedom, knowing they couldn't get relegated or go through to the playoffs. TBI now are exactly in the same position. Who knows whether that changes mentality at all for them. As you say, we know that they take every single game in this league very, very seriously, especially how King leads the troops on the player cams. I'm sure they won't be taking any liberties, even though it's dead rubber for them. It's not dead rubber for unKnights, and they're going to need to deliver. Alucard's trying his best. King will go down. Lovely quick scope on Beva, and he even makes it third as well. There's 4. Go on, get all 5. Why not? Do it. Do it. Beautiful from Alucard.
My word, that was... look, we've seen some aces today. That's 4,
That's
5,
4.
maybe?
Yeah.
I think that was the best of them. That was easily the best of them. Solid shooting from Alucard. And that's one way to get your first round on the board as unKnights. And look, again, we sort of had this conversation in the previous matchup. We said, you know, like, oh, if Awesome's having a good day today, it's going to be a tough day for SG. And I'll say the same thing. If Alucard's having a good day today, it will be a very hard day for TBI, because sometimes unKnights, their form seems to be a little bit dictated by Alucard. And that is definitely a very impressive round from him. So if he can pull that out a little more consistently, then TBI are going to be on struggle street. Though they have managed to find the opening pick again. So we'll look to see if maybe Alucard can bring those numbers back, but no success initially. Now Beck. What? Kick! What happened there? He just did not see Beck.
I can tell you.
Well, I'll actually ask you this question after the round is done, because we'll still see what TBI can do here, but into the 2v1, it's not going to be easy, though they will maybe be able to retrieve that C4. Alucard's kind of watching to see if they're going to push their way out. Dirty! Patient enough will get rewarded for that. And now Pietro's having a bit of a look as well. So TBI are being given opportunities at these fights, and they're not being too successful with them. It's going to be another one. There we go, from Pietro. 2 for unKnights. But what I was going to say is, have you ever heard the concept that if you stand still, you're harder to see? I think that's exactly what Beck employed right there.
Well, you're saying he's a chameleon. He's got camouflage. Like, why not? I imagine if that was in a competitive video game, that would be wild. But yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I will agree with you. Alucard, though, will keep up his form. Nice frag on Dirty. Aggressive and successful. Gainer will find Beck. Quick response, but Pietro, I think he's ready for this one. King will know it's a very common angle, but Alucard's there too. 2 players ready to deliver. Alucard gets another up to 7 already.
B-site. Name of the game here for TBI. We're going to just go straight through that smoke, which HCZ was not expecting. You can see him furiously comming that information over to his team. But no one's going to be there in time to stop them from actually getting into the B site. Best case scenario here for unKnights is they're able to clear out the window. Booker going to be under a bit of pressure here, and Pietro will eventually find him as he drops out of that window. And for Beva and Gainer now a 3-on-2 post plant, they're going to have to try to hold on. Doesn't look like unKnights want to slow things down at all. They're going to go straight out through that smoke again, and it's worked out. So unKnights are starting to really get on top now. You're getting the sense that they feel confident in this matchup. They're kind of getting away with a little bit. 3-1 the lead. TBI, it was a good start, but they have disappeared a little.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Alucard Ace is going to be one. I mean, obviously, I have done, I think, 4 or 5 days of Crossfire in total. Today has been the best day without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, obviously, it's not that much, not many days compared to many others, but today has been the best day without a shadow of a doubt when it comes to special plays and special multi-kills. Yeah, I think the Aces and Alucards in particular, very, very impressive, and that is a highlight reel play for Alucard without a doubt, and it's definitely set unKnights up for the form you were talking about to quickly get up to this 3-1 lead. Good damage in the early stages of this round as well. Dirty and King down relatively low.
Ooh. Good shot from Alucard. But this time brought back to heel by Beva, who is able to get himself another one. They haven't yet cleared out Pietro. The flash, though, is a good one, but he's being helped out by Kiko, and now he can return that favor. It's a beautiful setup from unKnights, playing off of one another perfectly, and what would have actually looked like quite an awkward round there after those initial couple of entries from TBI ends up being quite a clean one from unKnights. So we're seeing a pretty good game from them tonight.
Yeah, especially, I mean, as you say, we know 3BL make a lot of teams look average on occasion, right? Considering how good they are, but we saw on the lineup in our graphic before we got underway that it did show Leo and not HZZ, but we can see that the full roster is in play today. Important thing to double check and mention.
Yeah, makes a difference for sure. Reserved approach in this one from TBI. Nothing too overly eager from unKnights, which is pretty true to form. You just have Kiko spotting through the window, but hasn't seen anything yet. Will in a second, and perfectly placed to take the head off of King. It's another good start for unKnights.
And Booker takes a lot of damage in trying to recover that kill. We'll manage to find Pietro, but 4v3 for unKnights, 50 seconds. Booker, as I said, low. HZ is holding the line for Booker to maybe go for his swing, and before he even gets into position, it's going to be very difficult for him to make it through, you would think. Beva's going to have to lead the way. They've already lost Gainer as well. Booker will get himself his kill, but now he's the only one alive. HZ was on the line, the correct line, and there are 2 players ready and ready to go. In comes a nade, and he'll get blown to smithereens.
Frustration on the faces of TBI, no doubt.
One thing I have noticed is that is it 4 or is it all 5 of them are in the same room together? I think it's like is it 4?
I think they are. I think they're all there.
Yeah, it looks like
the majority.
But they play. What I noticed is they're very happy to play in the dark.
Yeah,
all 5 of them don't complain about it.
I don't know if we've had this conversation before, but I'm definitely a lights on gamer. So yeah, that wouldn't work for me.
Yeah.
But
this is the camera we want to see. The most entertaining one, without a doubt.
It is the tack timeout for TBI, so he should be the one that's talking the most as well, to be fair. But it's a all too familiar kind of a position for TBI, unfortunately. Like, I mean, this is sort of the way that it is, right? When you're one of the fresher teams to CFWL, came through the 2024 relegation, you know, they were able to pretty comfortably make their way through the upper bracket of that alongside Anubis Gaming. But coming into this season, Anubis have looked like far and away the better team than TBI. When you would consider that two teams coming from the relegation should, you know, maybe not be super competitive. One was and one has not been. But at least in the case of TBI, they've secured their position into CFWL next season. That's obviously at the cost of Swamp Gaming, who are going to have to try and work their way back in somehow. So I guess you have to sort of take some heart in what's been able to be achieved over the course of this year for TBI, right? Because they were in Season 1. It was a little bit of a different looking roster. They've sort of refined things coming into this season.
Yeah.
I'd say they've looked a little bit better this season, and that's really all that you can hope for. You know, you do just have to go from one step to the next, and whether or not that's going to be a big jump doesn't necessarily matter as long as there's progress that's being made. And I think it's fair to say that has been achieved for TBI, and obviously coming back next season, then again, they're going to be an even greater threat.
Yeah, it's a chance to learn and improve. I can't remember what the exact quote is, but I think it's something along the lines of, you don't lose, you only learn.
Sure. That's it's a pretty good quote. I think I'll take that one into future.
Yeah. It's I'll have to find what I think the exact one is a little bit more elaborate than that, and a little bit more, I guess you could say, philosophical and a bit more meaning to it. But basically, that is what the base level quote is. Once you if you lose, then you learn to come back stronger rather than just dismiss it.
Well, it's 3-on-4 again. TBI at that deficit. And Beck waiting patiently, as he'll probably be that next point of contact. Booker, King, and Dirty to try to rouse some kind of excitement here for TBI to get them going in this map. Otherwise, we may well see another sort of series like the previous one, which is somewhat dominated by one of the European rosters. CZ getting one, Beck another, and this is all too easy right now for unKnights. So get one more over the line.
Yeah, getting ever closer to what would be a pretty dominant half. Already it's pretty clean for them. I think poor Gainer's already taken some damage there, which probably didn't even see it coming. Trying just to find those tiny angles as Alucard through the vents in the window.
Alucard not going to come into play this time around, at least not initially. Kiko almost good for the two-man spray down, but still does enough to set things up nicely for Beck, and Pietro's around the back. He's going to be a thorn in their side. Does it kind of come down to that hit on the A side, though, and TBI have made that one happen pretty cleanly in the end. Thought Beck might be good for another one. Wasn't, and now it's clutch time for Pietro and HCZ. It's the first round in a while that TBI have really had a significant advantage. They will be desperately hoping they can lock this one down.
Two expected retake positions, and that might work out for the TBI side. They absolutely will clean them up. Gainer get the first, and then finished off by Dirty. Nice frags there with the pistols, you can see too. Pietro last alive, caught in the open. No more he could do. At least it's two for TBI, but unKnights dominance saw Got a long way to go until that is stopped, you would feel like. Becker's going to go super aggressive, and actually, to be fair to him, he'll be delighted that he gets one there, considering he's being absolutely swarmed. It's a lot faster, this play from TBI, trying to keep himself unpredictable. They do have a 4v3 from that, and a bomb plant.
Yeah, so maybe a salvageable half here for TBI. Make it to the third. See what happens though. Pietro on that outside flank is going to be the difference maker here potentially, though he is going to drop to dirty. And now it's just Alucard left alive. He's also only got a rifle in hand. He'd probably be a little bit more dangerous with the Orm, though the situation doesn't demand it. Either way, 6-3 is the score in that first half. And Knights maybe took their foot off the gas a little bit, but overall, 6-3 still a good scoreline, and you'll be happy with that going forward.
Yeah, I'll be happy with the things overall, for sure. Alucard's feeling okay. Looks like he's got a bit of, maybe got a bit of a headache there, where he had his hand on his head. Going straight for the water. That's what you should do. Stay hydrated.
Well, still lots to
I love
say
it,
on
man.
behalf of TBI.
I just love it. Like, we have to... Like, obviously, when there's a little bit of a pause like this, we don't really have much else to talk about. Otherwise, we'll be repeating ourselves all day. But, like, we can't not love that. I mean, it's just pure passion.
Yep.
Oh, the nade stack. Poor Dirty.
I mean, that doesn't get kills that often, but it's a pretty safe way of starting the round when you're on that GR side. And when it works, it's like, all right, well, it's pretty good. But yeah, unKnights kind of fire it back in the other direction. And so TBI not expecting that, and this could well send unKnights to a 7th.
Beva is ready and waiting. Can he get one? He cannot. Pietro's had a very good game individually. It deserves to be said. I think sometimes he can lag a little bit behind. He's not needed, of course. I think it can be his teammates who can put in all the great work. But today, in this opening set, he's been putting in some good numbers, some good multis. He'll get taken down eventually, though, by Booker.
unKnights have, I would say, probably been the slowest team on the BL side this season. It does not look like it's going to be changing on the last day of the split. But they are making their way in toward the B-bomb side. Alucard maybe didn't quite get the memo that King was around behind him, so he'll lose his life. But you still look at this as a 3-on-3 post plan on B, and you say that's overall a win for unKnights. Got the smoke down, trying to lock TBI out. Cycling through some of their remaining util, just to make that job a little bit more difficult for TBI on their way in. And 22 seconds left doesn't really give you a whole lot of time when you haven't even kind of gotten remotely close to starting your retake yet. HCZ looking for King, waiting right outside the door. Will actually lose his life, but there's only 10 seconds left. And it's very difficult to find players dancing around these server racks, but they do manage to do so. Here's the defuse going to come through in time. They didn't quite get there. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Did everything right, but just didn't give themselves that extra half a second they needed.
Yeah, the nade stack. I mean, it seems like they're possibly aware of the possibility of that aggression toward mid, starting off the round, and then, yeah, as you see, 9 seconds it was when they got those final kills. In the end, unKnights just wasted enough of the clock to stop that defuse. There was 3 seconds on the clock before actually they got anywhere near the C4 anyway.
Alucard down early. It has been a bit of a more difficult approach this time around for unKnights. But I dare say the strategy doesn't change all that much. Working as a unit, going to make their way into pillars, see if they can clear that one out. Oh, that's a good shot from Kiko. Spots Booker out through the window, takes his head off, but in the meanwhile, HCC's gone down on the other side of the map. So all that hard work, still not able to bring the numbers back in the favor of unKnights. But they're going to use every second that's available to them. They'll go back over toward A, only to meet the same fate there as Kiko.
For V2. Bevo is ready. Oh, he's been forced away a little bit, but he recovers nicely. Now it's all down to Beck. B-hop his way through. That looked like it was probably going to be an accurate shot there toward King, but not the case. BI will make sure that they stay somewhat in touch, but overall, the Knights have been the better team. Yep. Can they get a run going, TBI? Can they get a little bit of a streak to give them some confidence?
Maybe not. Maybe not if Kiko has something to say about it. Nice double. This is a real change of pace from unKnights. I don't blame TBI for not really expecting or anticipating that, but this is what a change of pace can do for you. Kiko just has not stopped. And straight into the B site with a 3-on-1 lead. unKnights are almost assured a round victory here. King would have to pull off a miracle round to save TBI from giving up that 8th.
Oh. Poor guy, he's getting absolutely peppered. Nade damage, flashed for another few seconds. And there he goes. Alucard will take it. 7-4 turns into 8-4. Double the score.
That's a really good looking round from unKnights. See if they're going to go ahead and give it another crack. This will be a meeting of the minds, though, as both teams have the same idea. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but Booker gets one more on the way out. Alucard has to be a little careful with this fight, as he's holding on to the C4. But I tell you what, there's work being done in through mid. Pietro's charging into B. Alucard misses a sitter onto Gainer. And he's got to be well on his way now. They do need to find a way to get that C4 over to the site, even if not through from Alucard. Perhaps Pietro can link up with him. One more player spotted. It's Booker. Alucard's going to have to need some help here from Pietro, and he'll get it. That's a good shot. Pietro, being the difference maker in this round, is going to put it down to the 2-on-1. And keeps himself alive by a sliver of HP. Gainer shying away from the fight.
Yeah, and now smoked and flashed off as well. He's trying to creep his way through it. Why not? But no, there's so many awkward angles to clear out. He's found that first, though. Now Pietro dancing around either side. Just catches the shot. And well done to Pietro. He did not look like he was in a position to do that for a split second. But great reaction. So replay of it right here. Oh, I didn't even barely even saw him, I think. He obviously knew where he was, but wasn't the cleanest of shots when it comes to the vision. But it was certainly a clean shot when it came to the outcome.
That's why it's so hard to try and retake that side, is you have every chance to sort of dance around the pillars and whatnot, but this round has definitely not started the way unKnights would have liked it to have. Still, Beck is doing his best to try to bring it back. King's in a really strong position here. Does not need to move either. You can lock down the entire A push from this side of the map, and as long as you've got Bever kind of watching that mid angle as well, can dedicate a couple of players over toward B. But Beck's going to win the duel. That's just crazy. He brought it back to 3-on-3. He's done it all himself.
Split up across the map. TBI. Keeping a close eye on mid is Beva, just shifting back and forth. Oh, and that's a really important one for Dirty to nab. A slight advantage in the 3v2. 45 seconds left in the round. C4 is in the back of Alucard. If he tries to jump down, surely it's into his demise, and that is exactly what happens. Beva takes that one, and the last as well. Nice clean shots from Beva. But you have to feel it's just delaying the inevitable.
Well, how long is that inevitable going to be, really? unKnights don't necessarily have to worry so much about having a one-sided matchup here. They would make it into the playoff based on points rather than round differential, assuming they were to get the win. So they can happily afford to lose a couple of rounds and it not be a big deal outside of it lasting a little bit longer this game. Gainer's going to go down early and middle. And so that will put unKnights in a position to close this map out. But they're not going to be going anywhere too quickly. Just take that advantage and pause and wait and see if TBI is going to push anywhere.
Gainer down. And now Bev under a lot of pressure. Try and keep the game alive. Flashed and smoked off back and forth. Really awkward. Now they know exactly where King is as well. Can they try and pincer? They can't, I'm afraid. Dirty and Booker will try their best at least. And Nada's come through. And Booker actually will get a second as well. It's recovered into a 2 versus 2. 45 seconds left as the C4 goes down. King goes very aggressive ahead of Alucard being too ready for that. Now, HZZ is very, very stuck. First tap will come through, though, and now it's awkward. Booker trying to peak on the correct timing. Colt is out, and HZZ will let him jump down. He knows exactly what's happening, but Booker, in the end, Colt v Colt will make it happen. Very, very close.
Yeah, it's a tough one for HCC there. He doesn't have the agency in that position. Kind of waiting for the peak from his opponent rather than being the one that can decide or dictate when the fight actually happens. unKnights are finding it a little difficult to get this last round over the line. Hasn't got into particularly scary territory just yet. They're going to try that nade stack again. It's very nearly got the end of King, and actually he will be found out anyway. So they couldn't get it done last round with a 1-player advantage. How about this round now with a 2-player advantage?
Yeah, doubly difficult. Knights know that they don't need to rush things here. You mentioned they do usually play quite slow anyway, but you know this is their best opportunity. 2 frags up. Get this one done and dusted. Get 1-0 up in the set. Bevo will try and go some aggression, put some aggression in place to try and recover, but then he's leapt on by Pietro, making sure he doesn't and isn't allowed to fall back. 4v2. C4 still needs to be picked up, but plenty of time to do that. And they know that too. When do TBI try and push forward? I think they know they probably have to. They need to get some information on knowing what's next. Dirty is trying it, giving it a quick glance, but it's going to have to be some hold for he and Booker to keep this game alive. A site is being cleared out right now by HZZ. Maybe he can call over a teammate. He's giving it a little glance. Maybe he's seen Dirty in heaven. He absolutely has now. 30 seconds. I think they're going to try and team up and put a lot of pressure on Dirty. He's actually got a nice timing on this one, but he's missed the no-scope. That was his opportunity, and Alucard will stop it. Booker will go down to Pietro, and there is the opening set for unKnights. As we suspected, full roster in play now, of course, as well today. Leo played yesterday. HZZ is back today, and with a slightly easier team to face as well in TBI, they have proved their worth.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like an inevitability for a little while there, unfortunately, and it's kind of what you get when you sort of have a team like unKnights up against TBI, who, look, to be fair, unKnights haven't really like set the world on fire this season, but you do have to remember that they were in the grand final last season, so they're a pretty seasoned campaigner squad, and TBI are still quite a fresh team that are like working through a bunch of things and quite new to this level of competition. So that's kind of a result that's very much expected. So decent attempt from TBI. They had some good rounds in there, no doubt, but by and large, it really felt like it was quite a straightforward victory in the end there for unKnights. And now it's just a case of making sure they can get that next one, though. I guess it doesn't really matter whether they find the 2-0 or the 1-1. Like, the 1-1's still going to give them the point on the board that will put them above both Anubis and GV for now.
Yeah.
I suppose the only argument would be that, well, if you only get the 1-1 here, then maybe Anubis can get the 1-1 and beat you on round differential, which they actually are quite substantially. So, yeah, actually, now that I'm sort of thinking about it a little bit more, maybe I'm starting to convince myself that a 2-0 really does kind of need to come through here for unKnights, because, yeah, at that point, Anubis could not only play spoiler for GV, but also for unKnights. And that would be less than ideal.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously with Anubis still to play, right? I mean, as long as you get the... They've got the 1 to put them ahead of GV, right? If I'm not mistaken now, that's absolutely certain.
That's correct.
So they should be fine, right? Is that guaranteed 4th? Now they've got the 1?
Guaranteed playoffs, guaranteed top 4, but it's a question of holding on to 3 or...
That's it, yeah. Good point. So yeah, it actually does change a little bit. Obviously want to make their placement in the league as best as they possibly can. And yeah, of course, still got the last best of 2 to come today as well, which could change a lot. That is going to be the super fascinating one, because that really is a big deal for the playoff teams and a big deal for LCK. Because if they go down 0-2, I'm pretty sure 3BL would then beat them. I know that's incredibly unlikely because LCK have been unbelievable this season, but still, I do need to make sure they clean that one up nicely. But as you can see, unKnights certainly cleaned this one up nicely. Pietro is incredibly solid. As I said before, sometimes his individual level isn't as good as some of the others on his team, but this time he played very well. And the ace, even though Alucard in the end went just a clean 1 KD, that ace of his, I won't be forgetting that.
No, definitely not. I mean, as I said, that was probably the best one of the day. Don't know that it's going to be beaten, though, with the frequency of the aces that we've seen today. I guess there's probably still 1 or 2 left in the remaining 3 maps of the day. But Pietro takes away the set MVP for that first map. And it's with good reason. He was pretty impactful. A lot of sort of clutch moments in there. We talked about that, especially in the second half. And so he's done pretty well for himself. And that'll be something that unKnights are looking to continue going into that next map, just to cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure it all gets locked in. We'll take a short break here before we do get into that map, but don't go too far away. That second map in the series is going to be coming up right after this.
It's a bit of a dead rubber for TBI, but they had some good signs in that map. Sadly, the expected result for them did come through. unKnights took it, and Alucard's ace, as I said, will definitely live long in the memory. Now they need to see if they can close it out 2-0, because that would certainly go a long way to absolutely confirm a possible third place.
Yeah, potentially, a world where TBI can play spoiler, but what we saw on map 1 there did kind of feel like it was wishful thinking, really, for TBI for the most part. Like, unKnights were pretty dominant. They won enough rounds to get into such a significant lead that even when TBI was maybe putting together a couple of rounds there, we never really got the point where we started to believe, you know what I mean? And I never believed that TBI would be able to upset unKnights today in general, so they would have had to have kind of gone above and beyond something like a 5-0, 6-0 kind of a lead for me to even start to get on board with it, which hasn't been the case. So I'm still not convinced, but we'll go on to Ankara and see if anything's going to change up here at all. For mine, I'd have to imagine that unKnights are pretty good to lock this one in. But stranger things have happened, so we'll wait and see.
We shall see. At least the mood looks good. I was a little bit nervous when they started off the game. A little bit more focused, but... yeah, the smiles, jokes between the group. Hopefully not long before we get into the game.
Yeah, unKnights are pretty vocal at the moment, apparently. So I wonder what that's all about. We're going to see something a little bit different here on the first round. That could be cool. Looks like TBI is ready to go as well. Just having a quick lobby remake here. So it shouldn't be too long. But we're in. And maybe, yeah, we are going to see something a little bit different, because Pietro's going to go straight into the auto shoddy. You'd have to imagine that would be getting taken over to the vents. Meanwhile, Kiko gets a bit aggressive over on the B side of the map. But, I mean, it's nothing too untoward, Like, this isn't that out of the realms of normalcy that I'm super surprised to see it.
Yeah, let's see if it works. Ooh. Only one. Oh, I was hoping for so much more. What's that in CS? You call that gun like the alligator sometimes as well, right?
The alligator, yeah.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a fun one. Very, very viable, to be fair. Pietro does make it look viable. Gets himself a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Kiko's putting together a decent start to the map for himself, as well as Beck, who kind of re-aggresses into the vent, right? That was an area of the map that TBI thought that they'd cleared out, and unKnights say, nope, this is still going to be ours. Kiko's also continuing to get active, and he's found Booker, who's just floating around, looking in the opposite direction, so it ends up being actually a very nice round from Kiko. Gets the 3k, and a solid start indeed for unKnights.
I guess even though, obviously, as I said, TBI can be playing this game without any pressure whatsoever, with nothing on the line for them, it does make you wonder how the mentality is when it comes to that sort of situation. To be fair, I think King would certainly want his team to do the best they could possibly do, perform to the best of their ability. Betcho's got the shotgun out again. Obviously, they know that they're at least guaranteed 4th place, whatever happens. So it'll be a little bit more fun for Pietro.
Well, Kiko seems to be on a bit of a tear to start Ankara off. which is making it very difficult for TBI to set anything up over on the B side of the map. So that extra presence is kind of being shown on A, and unKnights sort of controlling every part of the map. Even here, Alucard looking to have an impact in on middle. He'll not land his shot, and Booker's actually managed to get both Beck and Pietro. So that presence on A has been dealt with swiftly, and what was a good position for unKnights has very quickly gone back in the other direction. TBI getting that plant down. Alucard's going to drop. Kiko's thinking, boys, what's going on? Like, I started this round 4v5 for us, and you've just let it fall by the wayside like that. I'm going to have to do it all myself.
Well, I still have an opportunity. It's a very small one. Maybe not as small now. Kiko is trying to do it all by himself, but finally, actually, it's the recovered shotgun that is going to get the frag.
One-man army, really. You take Kiko down and the round's over, unfortunately, for unKnights.
Oh, almost two for Alucard. Going straight to the Colt after the sniper success. No shotgun work for Pietro this time.
Well, Beck, big job to do here to try to hold on to the A site. It's going to need to get at least one and survive, or probably get two. There's that first one. So one and survive seems to be the name of the game as he tucks himself behind the box at the back of sight. This is a tough one to dig out. In fact, he's going to take matters into his own hands. He does not want to wait for the fight. He's going to push his way forward and shut down a couple. Easy trade in the end there for Kiko. Great anchoring work from Beck. That round would have very swiftly been lost had he gone down. But instead, pretty much single-handedly wins it for unKnights.
We see a lot of those situations, right? Dancing around the railings, especially on that particular portion of the map. Beck doing a great job. Do you lose a certain amount of accuracy mid-air, or is it, like, not too bad? I notice a lot of players do try and move around a lot.
Yeah, you can definitely move and shoot.
Yeah.
And be pretty good. So,
and mid-air, though?
Yeah.
Same thing? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's what I suspected after watching multiple days so far.
Again, unKnights losing the opening player. They're not making life easy for themselves, I'll say that much. HCC is also now dropped, which is going to prompt Alucard to get a little bit more active, which, again, probably doesn't work out given the circumstances here. It should be a pretty straightforward trade for TBI, if even it comes down to that, but he had to do something.
Yeah.
So you can't blame him for that.
Is Pietro going to have much luck with the shotgun from here? I don't think so. And even the traded to 10 from Beck doesn't work out. Dirty will take that one. TBI equal ourselves up again.
Okay, 1 for 1. Alucard doing the honors this time around. It's actually kind of a better start, all things considered, for unKnights, but the fact that they're kind of losing control of B, it may not matter. The C4's been dropped in a very awkward spot here. TBI looking to try and retrieve it. Booker's going to get there in the end. Alucard! How are you still alive? Pietro's giggling in the back with the auto shotty. I don't believe it. TBI are going to be kicking themselves, and
oh my god,
in the back.
How's he not heard him? Oh my
Pietro
word.
is an assassin. That's how.
Look at this. So we sort of replay this one. Here we go. Oh, he's just trying to tap him down while he's jiggling up and down with the pistol, trying to take as much care possible to get what seemed like to be a guaranteed kill. But little did he know, Pietro was lurking. Naughty boy. Ooh,
Well,
that's one that HZ should have gotten.
I don't know what's going on with unKnights. Just they don't seem to be capable of getting the opening kill in any one of these rounds, really, it feels like. And again, they find themselves at a deficit here, 3-2. Alucard's doing what he can about that, but in the end, it'll be Beck. It's like it started so well for TBI, and then it just seems to like fall apart in the mid-late rounds. So very strange how a lot of these rounds are playing out.
Yeah.
TBI playing with a bit of pace, and they've managed to grab themselves one more. Kiko, messy looking spray, and will be punished for it. Now it's on to Alucard, though if he got King, Dirty was low. Unable to do so. We're into round number 7 at an even scoreline 6-6.
I don't know. I get the impression this game. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like there's absolutely nothing on the line for unKnights. I mean, they do have maybe the possibility of third place. Doesn't change much in terms of their placing in the playoffs, of course. Maybe that's why I'm going to make this point. But it does have a very dead rubber end of season group stage type feel game, doesn't it? This one, especially this last one. As soon as unKnights confirm they're won, it feels like they wouldn't necessarily switched off, but they're having a little bit more fun with it, especially with Pietro on the auto shot in nearly every round, right?
Yeah, potentially you're onto something. Plan's gone down again very quickly from TBI. They're just running all over the place. Like, they're not sitting in post-plant positions. They are really actively seeking fights. And it's not worked out too well for them because Kiko and Pietro doing a bit of the work. Pietro's actually got himself another 2k. So, unKnights go up one round again.
Yeah, they're having a whale of a time, aren't they? They're just laughing their way through this one. And Pietro's playing well with basically auto-shotty all game, so shows you that it is viable if you play the right positions, other than the time you actually had to retake, of course, slightly longer range. Ow.
Not sure Kiko's too bothered by that. He wants to hang around. He's not in a bad place to have some impact in this round. Look at Pietro. He's moving pretty quick through the map. Kiko's good for one, but Pietro's about to drop the C4.
What an absolute menace. What an absolute menace.
Another spanner in the works here for TBI.
A menace to society and a menace to TBI, that's for sure. Beck will get removed by Bever in the end, so it is a 2v3. And they have managed, obviously, to recollect the C4 too, and they've got a free A bomb site to go toward. HZZ is going to try his best to push forward and deny at least one player to make the retake a possibility.
Yeah, true. Retake with the auto shotty. It's just never going to work. Not out through the smoke, not like that. HCZ, a bit of a doomed man in the 1v3, but you can see unKnights are very much having fun with it. Every time I look down at their player cam, they've got a bit of a cheeky grin. That's another opening kill.
Yeah. Keep counting. Is that what? What we played? 8 rounds. This is the 9th round. We have had, I think, 6 or 7 opening kills.
I was thinking
TBI?
7. Yeah, 7. Feels about right.
Hello. Booker gets caught off guard by HZZ or HZZ, depending on which part of the country and the world you're from.
Indeed.
Sometimes it rolls off the tongue better, especially like, for example, a call out for a position in a map. You wouldn't call it Z, you'd still call it Z, even if you're British, I think.
I would say Z connector, actually.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair play.
I don't know, that just seems to roll off the tongue a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes in certain like casting situations, it rolls off the tongue better to say Z, and sometimes it works better to say Z. I think 9Z, that's the organisation. I think I'll always say 9Z on that one, not 9Z.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good example. HZZ, that's what I've been calling him. And Pietro, come on! Where's the frag, man? They're so close.
Oh, feels bad.
It's going to be 5-4 for TBI, the way things are going. If this retake comes through for HCZ and Kiko. TBI not really giving him a whole lot. There's one for HCZ. He's got to be aware of the back stab or the front stab. It doesn't really matter. Everyone's going down. King and Bev are both getting into the mix there. And so TBI actually do have the lead. And you know, I mean, it's all well and good for unKnights to have a bit of fun here, but again, we've got to remember that there is a chance that Anubis could outplace them now if this ends up actually being a 1-1. There could still be a chance that Anubis could outplace them if it's a 2-0, but less likely. The way things are going, TBI are storming towards a map victory right now.
Yeah, pretty crazy, right? As you say, I mean, I just double checked it, right? I mean, there's actually no difference between third and fourth, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of how you advance to the playoffs. They both advance to the quarters, right? So I'm not sure there's a massive difference, other than maybe a tiny bit of prize money, I think. So yeah, it's maybe something that unKnights aren't too bothered about. It's our last game of the day. LCK versus Anubis. It truly has a lot more on the line, especially for Anubis. Just double checking to make sure they can, or just doubling down to make sure they do make through to those playoffs over the likes of GV as well. Gainer, Beck, Pietro. Teaming up for that one with the assist from Beck, and Pietro just shoots the ground to say, I've got you again with the auto shotty. Tee-hee. 2v3.
Yeah, that auto shotty is getting a real workout this game. I appreciate the fact that he's committed to the bit, you know, like you can do it in one round and that's kind of cool, but he's pretty much got it every single round, hasn't he? Like he's been using it every single round. Doesn't matter which position on the map he's playing. It's a good attempt from Dirty. Oh, the knife kill. Oh my god.
Look at him
Just
go.
doesn't stop. He's a menace.
Throwing in everything. I've only seen one knife kill in Crossfire in all the games I've done. That is my second.
Well, I feel as though you may have a chance of seeing a few more this game, because again, look what Pietro's up to.
Go on.
He could get another one here on A if they're not careful. He's gonna go for it.
Oh, I thought he might go for it. Listen, he got the auto shot. He can get another here. Why not? There we go. Look at him grinning. Look at that cheeky grin.
I mean,
He
he should
knows
not
what
be
he's
allowed to get
doing.
away with that. This is getting a bit egregious at this point now. TBI, to be fair, it must be a difficult kind of playstyle to deal with, because you're just like, where is he going to pop up now? You know, he's like all over the place. Oh, they're going for the knife. HCZ is running around with a knife out. Dirty, he's like playing zombies at this point. They're all chasing him with the knife.
Oh, here we go. There's one. There's two. Oh, in the end, they didn't play clean. Come on. If you're going to commit to it, go full bit. Don't go halfway. Oh, well. My guy is just leaping into angles. I'm learning things, I've got to say, about Crossfire in this game, about how viable that shotgun is and any sort of play, it feels like. Look at King, he's in trouble. He's coming for you. See ya!
How's he managing this every single round? Well, scoreline 6-6. unKnights Might start to try and lock this one down as it gets a little bit tighter towards the end of the map. But to be fair, they're not doing a bad job, even if they're kind of forfeiting it a little bit here.
And he goes again. Reaction? Oh, I felt it. I felt it so much. Bet gets the quick trade on toward Gainer. It's a 2v3. C4's in the open. They're going to try and jump their way in. Can they get some kills back in response? They can if they hit more shots like that. Bever takes one. It's going to be Booker. Immediate switch to the Colt. Has a chance in this 1 versus 3. Very, very clean. And HZZ is not exactly full health. I think he's about 20 going by that bar on the left of your screen. Ah, that's a good guess. He's grinning. Cool. Oh. Too easy for Booker. Lovely 1v3.
Yeah. Booker's been having a pretty good map here. We're just letting them know. I feel like everyone's kind of had a bit of an understanding as to how things are going in this game. That's so clean from Pietro, though. He's convincing me.
Listen, this is fun. Don't worry about it. We know the result of this. TBI, they're through to next season, whatever happens. They can't be relegated. They can't go through to playoffs. And I think unKnights, once they got that first map on the board, they also knew that this was pretty chill for them. They had absolutely guaranteed the playoffs. Now it's time for a bit of fun. Again, it does well to get 2. The constant shots across the map, and TBI will lock it in. 8-6 the lead.
Okay, when does this actually turn around for unKnights, or do they just keep going with the shenanigans? I see that there's no auto shotty this time around, but have they left it a little bit too long? Oh no, I'm wrong. There is an auto shotty. I was looking on the wrong side of the board. Of course, we're straight into the A site though. TBI are not wasting any time here, nor is Booker. He's just farming. This is going to be a night for TBI. Waiting to see whether or not unKnights are actually going to sort of turn things on in this round, but I guess they're happy to say, well, we've locked in playoffs. It doesn't really matter whether it's 4 or 3, and I guess realistically it doesn't actually matter, given that you do play in that opening game of the playoffs anyway.
Yes,
but
exactly.
Well, there's some sort of advantage, some sort of benefit to being seated higher.
Is there? I mean, I just read it before. I'm just reading it again. I'm not sure if I'm reading it wrong. Is there a slight prize money difference in terms of how you finish in the group stage, or is it all down to playoff placement?
I would imagine it's all down to the playoff placement.
Yeah.
But that's going to be the map done and dusted. So I guess we will have to talk about that next week, because TBI have got themselves a dub. So look, at the end of the day, even were Swamp able to get themselves the 2-0 tonight, they may still not have actually managed to qualify to go through the next season, because TBI ended up getting a map win. So I guess that's maybe a relief for Swamp, that things didn't even matter anyway. You know, didn't even matter.
Yeah,
it would be worse if you would have got the 2-0 and then still not made it.
Yeah, it would have been a bit of whatever would have happened. TBI would have still played out this little bit of trolley game against unKnights, especially with Pietro having a while of a time with the auto shotty the whole game and being an absolute menace. But anyway, yeah, as you rightly say, that is not really a result that means a whole lot, as we knew that unKnights had confirmed their place in the playoffs either way by getting that one map victory. It's our last game of the day, which is really the most interesting one, I think, because there is more on the line there for sure. With the current tiebreakers that we've got in play, if I'm not mistaken, 3BL are above. Yes, they are. They are above LCK at the moment before LCK play. So if LCK take one game against Anubis, then they're absolutely safe as a straight pathway through to the grand final. And 3BL will go through to the semis instead. If Anubis manage to take a 2-0 loss here, for example, and take a pretty heavy loss, there is a world where they drop below GV due to round difference, right? That's the main thing we discussed earlier. So they need to be I guess, careful here. I mean, I don't know what kind of mindset LCK will go into the second game. Say if they win the first one, then it would be a bit of a dead rubber for them if they make sure they get the first map in their favor. It's yet to be seen. We don't know, but it's going to be interesting to find out how it all ends either way.
Yeah, it's wild to think that Anubis could end in either third or literally not making playoffs, depending on how this game actually goes.
Yeah.
But I guess we just have to wait and see. I have to sort of see the updated standings to kind of do a little bit of the mental arithmetic prior to that next match before we can really break down the nitty-gritty as to exactly how many rounds might be needed and what the round differential would need to be. But I think actually Anubis are in a fairly stable position just in terms of the round differential, so that'll be something to think about. But unKnights, yeah, definitely not their finest outing, that's for sure, but hard to imagine that they're too concerned about it because they did manage to achieve what they set out to do for this season, which would have been to make it to playoffs. And from there, especially given what we saw from them in the previous season playoffs, where they did make that run all the way from the opening game into the grand final, they'll be feeling that they can do that again, right? All it takes is one good day, and yeah, it would be one long day. You'd have to play 3 back-to-back best of 3s or potentially best of 5 as well into that grand final, but it is possible. MVP for that last one will be Dirty, taking out 1.38 KD, so solid stuff, and nice for TBI to end the season with a dub, even if it wasn't an amazing season over the entirety of it. I think you could see the improvement from season 1 to season 2 in particular, and that's the big highlight to sort of take away, I would say, for TBI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot to talk about, of course, for them, maybe some improvements to make for next season, and we know that they've got a very passionate team going by all the player cams we always see, right? So they'll absolutely be on top of that. But anyway, we're going to go to a break. We have one more best of 2 in the group stage to finish off the regular season for the CFWL. It's going to be LCK to see if they can top the group. We'll be back in a minute.
one. There's another right on top of you there, Foxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Greens. Good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPV!
We're back for the last matchup of the group stage. This is all going to be completed in the matter of maybe an hour and a bit. It's going to be interesting to see how this one will finish, because LCK, they need to make sure they at least get one map here and make sure they finish above 3BL. It's a very interesting standings that we've got right now. We're going to have a look at it at the moment. Here it is. unKnights getting their 1 point, mean that they are absolutely in that third place for now on 20 points. They are guaranteed, without a shadow of a doubt, to make it through in either third or fourth place. But LCK, they now need to make sure they are the team to make the grand final.
Yeah, definitely. It is still showing that Anubis is sitting in fourth, but the interesting thing about that is that they could theoretically drop from fourth to fifth during this game. You think, well, how is that possible? Because obviously they still have a game to play. They're in fourth, regardless of what happens. Even if they lose, they should still be in fourth, right? Well, no, it kind of comes down to the round differential. So that's actually where things come into play for Anubis here. So they're +9. GV is +7. So if there was a world where Anubis would lose, say, 10-5, 10-5, they would go -10 and then be at -1 round differential, and that is the second tiebreaker behind the points. So the points would be the same, but the round differential would favor GV there. So GV is hoping that Anubis is going to kind of get a little bit owned here by LCK. Like, for it to actually be -9, it would have to be a pretty substantial loss. I mean, 10-7 and then like a 10-4, say, something like that. So 10-4, 10-7, or 10, let's just go for the sake of argument, 10-6, 10-6. If you lose 10-6, 10-6 there, actually GV have got the round differential advantage there. So that's kind of the barometer here for Anubis. They can afford a 0-2 loss, but they just have to make sure it's a close 0-2 loss. So this is where it sort of starts to now pique my interest to, where every single round kind of does matter here for Anubis. And I'm looking at the last match that they played against LCK, and it was 10-7, 10-6, which would be -7. So that would put them pretty much in line with with GV. So look, we'll get into that when we get into that, if we need to get into that. But first, right now, we have to sort of see Anubis lose 0-2. That would be the first sort of point to touch on. If Anubis even get one map here, then bad luck, GV, you're done. So that's kind of really what they're hoping for. That's all that Anubis really need to focus on at the moment. They've got 2 chances at it. And if that doesn't work out, then there's still a chance that they can make it through to the top 4. And obviously for LCK, the situation is pretty easy. A little bit easier, maybe just win a round and, win a map and you're in first place. And it doesn't really matter either way, whether you lose or you win or whatnot, but they'll be in playoffs regardless. So
yeah.
Look, I think there's no surprise, obviously, that LCK will come into this one as they're pretty heavy favorites, but I definitely think there's a world where Anubis can take them out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you've just described, a 1-1 would suit these two teams down to the ground, right? I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if they actually make it out that way. But yeah, we'll be very curious. LCK, and maybe even though the gap, of course, in the group stage is only second to fourth, it's not huge. It's the points difference that's big. LCK have had a much better season, and expectedly so, a much better season in that top 2 of the group. So yeah, it's actually going to be super interesting to see if they can figure this one out, because for Anubis, they know what they need to do. It's not going to be, I don't think we're going to see the sort of hilariousness of the previous game where we saw the shotgun come out from Pietro the whole game. This is going to be a bit more of there's a lot more on the line here. LCK know they need to get it done. And especially in that second game, who knows if LCK will relax slightly, knowing that they've got their one map done, if they are to come out on top, and then Anubis maybe get their game, which absolutely confirms it, or makes it a close one, which means their round differential isn't as big. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about and a lot to figure out, because I think LCK on any other day, perhaps, you'd say, well, they should be taking this one 2-0. They are very good form. Their individuals are looking superb, especially yesterday. They look very good.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can continue that form, because they know that at least this first game, or at least one of these these two matches, it has to be a win to make sure they go above 3BL. And yeah, I think for me, for Anubis, they will go into it obviously as significant underdogs, but a good performance is all they need. They know it has to be a good performance, because as you say, I think 10-6, 10-6 is too easy for LCK, and would put Anubis below GV. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how it pans out.
Yep, that's going to be the big thing. It's, I think, more about, you know, making sure this first map goes without really much of a hitch. If you're Anubis, either a win or like a 10-8 loss or an OT loss or something like that, and you're probably in the clear. You know, unless you get absolutely smashed like 10-0 on the second map. But like, how often do we really see 10-0s? Not at this level of competition. Once you go international and you start getting the really, really good teams involved, that's when things start to come into play there. But very often don't see like 10-1, 10-2, like even, you know, 10-4 is like kind of the fastest map that we really see a lot of the time here in CFWL. So yeah, conversation to be had obviously when we get to that. The thing that's interesting for me is like, what happens here? What happens if Anubis wins this first map? Do they, like you say, sort of take their foot off the gas a little bit, and then LCK is like, all right, well, we get our map in the second map, and they end up in first.
It can go both ways, right? Like
everyone's happy.
Either
or
team
exactly.
could. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if LCK wins this first map, they go, well, we've got what we wanted out of this series. You know, who cares?
Exactly.
Then Anubis gets their map in map 2, and it's like, all right, well, then there's not really much of a chance at all for someone like GV, say, for example. But we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be Ankara to start things off, and obviously GV will be watching along to see how this one plays out with some very keen eyes.
Exactly. Should be an interesting one, and already a bit of aggression early game. Jaguar will get caught off, and it's a good start from Desane and Flex going together on that one.
Looks like it's going to be a faster one, potentially from Anubis into the A site. A couple of players progressing their way through the vent. Raffen not paying attention to it at all. Had to sort of give up one of those angles, and in the end it was the wrong one. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade for Anubis, and they're actually right into that site. Even though there was that trade frag through from Flex, he also dropped, so numbers are looking okay for Anubis for a moment until Desane strikes. He seems to be in fine form today and has always been a scary player on LCK, and if that's going to be how he starts the day, then you can imagine that it's not going to be an easy one here for Anubis. It's a pretty solid round in the end for LCK. All right, well, not a huge amount happening to start round number 2. But there's a nice lane held by Spoxy, and Flex will do much the same thing on the other side of the map. 2 Orms taken into this round for LCK, and both able to strike at exactly the same time. Raffen will set himself up in the same position as the previous round, hoping that's not going to be cleared again by Anubis, and to an extent it was not. His initial shots, though, were not super clean, but with the advantage that LCK have gathered themselves at the start of the round, they should still be quite comfortable here, and Design will end up falling. So that is the 2-0 lead for LCK to start things off, and again, bearing in mind that every single round really matters here. Seems like LCK are chugging along through this matchup quite nicely. And if I go back to that last match that they did play, I feel like I recall Anubis getting off to a pretty good start on one of those maps and sort of falling a little bit flat during the mid-late stages of it. So it kind of concerns me if they don't start well. How does this actually end up? It could end up being pretty quick for LCK. A little bit of a fight back, though, from Anubis in this one. They found that 2-for-1 to start things off. But Desane will start to have a little bit of a look. See if he can bring the numbers back in the favor of LCK, but doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew, so just decides to take that information and run with it. Can't be expecting too much out of the lone individual on the B side. Anubis are taking quite a safe approach, though. Slow and steady, having now found that advantage, but Zane looking to peek his way into mid. Timing could be quite good for him here. Nearly gets that pick onto Dipsy. Master's also there, but he'll drop, and now it starts to get awkward. LCK receive the double, courtesy of Dezane. He's got them back into a winning position in this round. Rotations coming across slowly from LCK, but they're not 100% sure that this is going to end up being a B finish. So they'll just hold strong for the moment. But that plant will give them the information that they were hunting for. And Design and Jaguar now trying to hold off the onslaught from the remaining 3 members of LCK. The smoke will help, but only for so long, because LCK will go straight through it. Design's got himself a double, but it's on to Dezane, who hasn't quite put a foot wrong, but will this time, and falls to his death. So good effort from Dezane, but not quite enough this time around. He was given way too much to do.
Unfortunately so. Had a great start to the game, though. How's Zane? Good sign for LCK that their players that probably want to be on form are on form. It was yesterday I saw some great stuff from Flex, and Spoxy in particular was reliable as ever. Not this round for Spoxy, though. Gets caught off by Jaguar as he leaps his way down. Nice attempt from Dezane, but not this round. Master will catch him nicely. 5 versus 3 for Anubis. And sadly, Raffin, it for him, he's making a lot of noise there, so he'll get found. Lightning Claw trying to do his best, though. Lovely second. Still a 2v3. It's vaguely doable, especially if Flex takes this one, and it's back down to a 2v2 suddenly.
That push, though, from Anubis is coming into the B side, and LCK are on their way to A. So they've made the incorrect call there. They've perhaps, I don't know, thought they had some sort of information, which has proven to be false info. What it does at least mean is that they are going to be working on that retake together, so they'll be able to at least work in tandem. But they're about as far away from the site as they possibly can be when the plant goes down, so they are going to have to hightail it over to B. Maybe sub 20 seconds left when they do eventually get there to try and clear out the angles on the site, which is not going to be an easy task. Master and Design could really be anywhere at this point. Lion Claw's waiting for Flex to take that initial contact, and Flex does spot both of them out, but now Lion Claw's position has been spotted, and good shot onto Master. He'll need a very clean one here onto Design if he wants any hope of defusing the bomb, and I think even then it might have been a little bit too much to ask. So we'll go back to the 2 apiece scoreline. Right now, Anubis doing a good job of keeping it competitive.
Yeah, and this, as we said, keeping it competitive is exactly what they need to do. Otherwise, they could fall foul of some tiebreakers by the end of season. Big game for them. Lion Claw looking for something. And fall back away again. Checking both angles at different timings, and the timing doesn't work out for him that time. Master gets himself on the line, takes it.
Yeah, in this sort of aggressive B hold hasn't actually been super successful for LCK.
Oh.
Spoxy's going to drop as well. So that is a stroke of luck for Anubis.
Maybe that's a crossfire moment, sadly.
Well, Dipsy showing no mercy on his way into the B side. And LCK almost certainly going to be at a deficit at the end of this round. Raffin and Flex would have to conjure a bit of a miracle to save this one, and one frag's not quite going to be enough from Raffin, but how about 3? Clean kills on a Jaguar and Dipsy, and now it starts to get doable, but was not expecting Doom around the corner there, and obviously Doom didn't even come into play, so looks like it was pretty clean on a lockdown from Anubis regardless, and that'll be the 3-2 lead.
Yeah, nicely done by Raffin. But unfortunately, Anubis still looking clean at the moment. And this just having opening frags to start these rounds can change things. You feel a lot more comfortable. Come in serious, that's for sure. Anubis into this game. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. GV are watching this and pulling their hair out at the moment.
Exactly.
Because if we're talking about barriers or marks that need to be hit by Anubis, the way things are looking, they're about 4 out of 6 of the way there. Good for this round. Mindcore could have something to say about that, though. That's a good, clean shot onto Doom, but dislodged by Master. And if Anubis can seal the deal here in round 4, they only need another couple of rounds to sort of be feeling pretty comfortable about how this map has played out, and that's just under the assumption they don't even end up winning it, which right now they look like they could definitely win the map. Raffin's good for 1. He seems to have a bit of an understanding as to where Jaguar might be as well, so he'll take him out of the picture as well. But very quickly brought back to heal, and now onto Spoxy, who will be swung by both Master and Design at the same time, and that is a 4th for Anubis. Scoreboard continues to tick in the right direction.
Absolutely. You mentioned the possibility of, these teams relaxing after they've both done their job, right? It's going to happen either which way. We don't know. If Anubis win, they might relax a little bit, knowing they've done their job to make playoffs. If LCK win, they'll relax going into set 2, knowing that they've got first place confirmed. It's an unknown as to how it's going to pan out. This round's come down into a 2 versus 2, though.
Yep. C4's dropped in an awkward spot as well for Anubis.
Yep.
Flex is going to stand on top of it.
Yeah, it's either a decision you have to make, whether you try and hold it or give up the C4. Maybe you've got an unfavored angle, perhaps. It might just get taken down immediately, but they're going to keep very much in control of it. Obviously, you've got Raffin trying to keep an eye on a couple of angles at once, you can see, going back and forth to see where Anubis are going to come from to try and regain the control of the C4. Doom is about to go up against Flex. Fortunately for Master, he'll go down. It's now all down to Doom. C4 is still not taken yet. He's got to get past 2 players to grab it, and that's the biggest problem. He'll get removed. Flex takes it. And we're back even again.
Master starts well again for Anubis. LCK have been dropping a lot of these opening picks, making life a lot more difficult for themselves. Has been a bit of a weird day, hasn't it? I thought, looking at the results from yesterday, everything kind of played out the way you'd think it would have. But today's been a bit harder to sort of predict. Lazarus taking a game off of 3BL, and TBI one off of unKnights. GV utterly dominant over SG as well. I don't know if I would 100% have predicted that. Right now, Anubis are really taking it to LCK, and look, it has to be said, LCK going into this game really feel like they have been the strongest team this season, even though 3BL were sort of behind them for a moment, but now they're not, and it's like, well, Anubis doing everything right now to make sure that they get themselves a spot into the playoffs.
Oh, the nades. Shouldn't be an issue though. Raffin is 1 versus 5, bless him. And this isn't going to happen when every single player is full health and the C4 is down. Doom will find the kill. The gap is now 2.
That's 5 again. 5 out of 6 of Anubis.
Exactly.
Which, again, you know, 6 isn't like definitely lock it in, they're comfortable, but it's kind of the par score, let's say. It's the par score for this map. It seems like they're going to go well past that, the way things are headed. It's a good exchange again for LCK as they'll keep that numbers advantage pretty healthy into the middle stages of this round. Nice setup as well over on the A side of the map with Doom ready and waiting for Raffin to push, though. He's not been able to connect all the shots that he would have liked to have, and so Raffin's actually able to escape back into the vent. But in the meanwhile, big old push happening on B, and Spoxy had no idea there was a hole in the defense, and it's kind of what happens when you're down a couple of members, and Anubis was able to exploit it.
Indeed. And look at the positioning from Jaguar as well. Dazen has no idea that he could be so far up in an annoying cubby. Raffin again is left in a pretty impossible situation, sadly for him. Flashed up a bit and removed with utility in the end. Dipsy takes it. That is a very clean half from Anubis. They are well on their way to guaranteeing that playoff spot.
Yep, they might be able to do it on this map. Now really start to put the pressure back on LCK. Spoxy has started nicely. It was a double orm setup for LCK to start this round. Rex hasn't had his chance just yet, but he is certainly looking for it through this smoke. But a 4-on-5, you'll take it every day of the week, and LCK can start to mount their comeback attempt on the map right here. It's a map that you can definitely get 6 or 7 rounds on the blacklist side, so it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility just yet.
Indeed. I feel like the players that we're usually accustomed to putting in a great performance for LCK and showing up numbers every single time haven't necessarily shown up yet either. Haven't warmed up into this one. I think Spoxy is a obvious example of that.
LCK are certainly taking their time about this round. But they have chosen correctly. It's only Master on this side of the map. Very, very isolated. Orm in hand, so unlikely to double down, assuming LCK plays it correctly, which there's no better way to play it really than that.
Yeah.
And so that is about as perfect as it's going to get for LCK to start off the second half. Design will go down as well, trying to rotate his way across, and finally someone's able to strike, but it is way too late for Anubis to feel like they can do anything in this round. So LCK will secure it and bring that deficit back to just a 2.
I have to feel that maybe they are on their favoured side now. We'll have to see. LCK perhaps just feeling more comfortable playing after the first half is done and dusted. Have that swap over. I've got to say to Anubis though, not often you see all their kills as even as they are. I think it's what, 8-7, 6-6. I'll double check that when we go back to the other screen again. It's a very nice team performance from Anubis so far, but it's not done yet. There it is, 8-7, 7-6-8. There you go, very nice. 2-on-8, 2-on-7. Always good when you see everyone performing. Shows they're up for it. But the second half could be a totally different story.
Everyone contributing at the moment. Bit of a spread from LCK this time around. Presence on both sides of the map. Bit of util being tossed over onto the A side. Some chip damage onto Jaguar, courtesy of that nade. Lineclaw saw Dipsy. Don't think he did, but Flex has. Gave him the double tap there. By the looks of things. And it's very quickly been brought back by Doom. So still the 4-on-4.
Yeah.
As Anubis try to hold on to their lead, but it's looking a bit more difficult now that the sides have swapped. LCK are kind of playing with a bit of a renewed vigor in this second half.
Yeah, they're dictating the pace right now, isn't it? Just these first couple of rounds, very clearly, they are feeling a lot better, being able to be the team that can dictate. Now the gap is just 1. And as we said, if Anubis do lose 10-6 and find a way to lose the second map 10-6 as well, there's a world in which things can switch around. 6-3 was an excellent half for them. It felt comfortable. It felt like they really were showing the form they need to get something from LCK today. And to keep the game close, most importantly. But we know LCK, best team in the league. That top 2 have been locked together for seemingly quite a long time. Both on 30 points as we go into our last game of the group stage. Knowing that just that one set win, whether it's on set 1 or set 2, doesn't matter. It's enough to secure that first place in the instant grand final.
Okay, Flex, good start. Maybe that 6-round pass score for Anubis actually does start to get a little bit more important to consider now, the way things are looking for LCK. As they keep progressing through these rounds in the second half pretty comfortably so far. Looking to equalize it here. Smoke flash into mid. That's from Flex, providing enough of a distraction to really just keep only the one player over towards B right now. It's Doom. He's dumping his util to try and buy some time to allow the rotation to come across, and he's done a pretty good job of that. He's surviving, and that's kind of your job as the anchor on the side, but you've got to remember there's still a numbers disadvantage here for LCK to deal with, and they maintain that, and in fact they improve upon that as well, as Dipsy's also going to fall, and that leaves Master, who was on the long flank, but that long flank ended up being a little bit too long, as it's taken him enough time to get to this bomb site that everyone else has died, and this will surely be 6-6 with LCK locking in that equalizing round.
They're on the streak now. They're on the form that we expected to see from them. And as we also would expect at this kind of stage of the game, Anubis have struggled for the last 2 or 3 rounds. Tactical is what is needed, and that is what they'll throw in.
All right, what's this? Tuck timeout. Who's doing the talking? Starting to lose control of the map is Anubis, that's for sure. So, pretty important couple of minutes with this conversation. Can't really be make or break. Not seeing a whole lot of talking happening, though. A lot of listening.
No. Maybe need one player to call the shots. Share some opinions. There we go. Join in with a bit of some other ideas, perhaps.
Yeah, not too overly enthusiastic either from LCK.
They've got their business faces on. very often. It feels like when a team throws in a tactical pause at this time, it can often work out for an instant round win off the back of it. But LCK, of course, even if it's not their tactical, doesn't mean they can't talk. They're allowed to discuss things as well.
Yep. Well, you'd be pretty happy with proceedings so far as LCK in the second half. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, well, good waiting just for few more seconds to figure out what's going to be happening, and when we can get back into the game. I think the tactical is pretty much done now. I think we're having to sort out a couple more things before we can jump back in. But yeah, I mean, it's the right time for Anubis to throw in the tactical, without a doubt. The second half for LCK has been as clean as a whistle, so I think we're going to have a few extra things we need to figure out before we get back into the game. So at 6-all, we're going to throw it to a bit of a break. When we're back, we'll get straight back in. Straight back into the game very quickly. Oh, looks like we've got some action.
Ooh.
Okay, all good. There we go. As I expected. I just looked at it for a second. I was like, that's a replay, isn't it? Yes, it is.
I was going to say, it looks like a replay, doesn't it?
And we're back in
we
at
are
6-all.
straight back into game. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, still a pretty quick start to the round by the looks of it. Flex has been able to find that pick, and there's another one for Spoxy. So, again, this double sniper setup that LCK have employed, they employed it in the first half on the defensive side. Now they're going to do the same on the attacking side, and it's working out pretty nicely.
Yeah, the pause we've had, unfortunately, hasn't helped for Anubis thus far.
No. Bit of an over-rotation as well from Anubis in this round, which, you know, it's easy to say it's an over-rotation, but when you're down 3-on-5, there's no real good choice Unfortunate result of that is it's going to allow LCK to just walk in and play a 5-on-3 post plant. There's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly. It's always very awkward. Jaguar will try and push his way forward, but it's straight into flex. It's a very nice quick scope from him. Nice tap from Design to get a trade, but he's the last alive, and they know exactly where he's coming from. Design, he'll go down. Need to be maybe a little bit careful not to give him any more 1v1s. Play as a group, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They've got him smoked off, they've got him naded. There's only 12 seconds left on that C4 as well. Spoxy will be the one to find it. And LCK from 6-3 behind, a 7-6 up.
It's just the way it be sometimes against LCK or a team of their caliber. It doesn't seem like a big deal for Anubis. You know, it's like, oh, it's 7-6, you're still pretty good. But if this string of rounds continues and it ends up being 10-6, then yeah, I mean, you kind of hit that pass score of the 6 rounds, but you know, you then have to get another 6 in the second map at least. I think if they were to lose this map 10-6, then, you know, it is actually kind of not panic stations per se for Anubis, but it would be a bit of pressure going into that next map, knowing that they could potentially still drop out of the playoffs if they don't manage to get another 6 rounds there. So,
yeah,
would love to get at least 1 or 2 more here. In a worst case, just to give themselves the buffer.
Yeah, at least that's our understanding of things. Should be accurate. Anubis do need to be careful. Just a couple of rounds in this game, even if they are to lose, it could change everything for them, especially going into set 2. Depends, obviously, as we've said earlier, if LCK are to win this, do they take their foot off the pedal, knowing they've done their job and have secured first place for that grand final berth? Jaguar in position, only gets, well, 1.5, 1.75 maybe. And the trades do go back and forth. 2 for 2, leaves us in a 3v3.
It's not down just yet for LCK, so it's not 100% favorable in their direction. Really going to depend on how this goes for Dzane. He's spotted out Master, and he's expecting the peek through from Doom. He's going to have to take the fight one way or the other. Which side it matters not. Master will claim. But in the meanwhile, that plant did go down, and so LCK have got that timer working in their favor. Raffen needs but the 1 kill up on the top side here to start to turn his attention back in the other direction. The other 2 players already were spotted, and that's the bad news for Anubis, because info is there for LCK and knowledge is power. It has been used to more or less secure this round. Now Master has a very difficult task. 10 seconds left on the clock. Taps the defuse, draws the peek from Raffen, but Raffen spots no one on, and so now finally goes and secures it for LCK, and they get 1 step closer toward victory on map number 1.
Yeah, nice crosshair placement there from Master, knowing that he'd got 1 player locked behind the box and the jump was a very distinct possibility. Holds the angle, takes it, but 8 seconds left on the defuse when Raffin can just shoulder peek back and forth behind the box to stop him from holding that C4. As you say, creeping ever closer.
LCK not going to change too much up. Default style early on in the rounds. See if they're going to be given a pick with a double orm setup, and that has generally been quite successful for them. So we're going to continue to persist with that as a strategy, but Anubis are slowly coming around to the fact that maybe they shouldn't be peaking early in the rounds, and have not given up an early deficit this time around.
One minute to go. Grouping up outside A. 2 defenders ready to deliver. And they need to find an answer. As you say, 5 rounds in a row for LCK, from 6-3 behind to 8-6 in front. It's been very, very clean for them, and they're about to push their way through. But they will be pushing their way into the 3 players this time. But it's no longer 3, it is just 2. And Design gets run down by Raffin, leaping up the stairs. There's nothing you can do about that. Doom is going to try and get in here quickly to get maybe at least 1 kill in response, but I'm not sure he's going to be allowed to do that when that smoke is up. He's got a gap, of course, to work with, but LCK are just giving him absolutely nothing.
That was some very fancy footwork from Raffin, just bouncing around on the stairs. The aim was thrown off. You're right about them giving absolutely nothing. Doom can't even walk into this side without getting a flash in his face. Anubis, who's one on the way through, but that is going to be another one. Or LCK, 9-6 now. This has been a fruitless half for Anubis. So it's a damn good thing they had a pretty solid first half, otherwise they would be in really hot water going into the next map. But 9-6 is still kind of just on that precipice where it's like, maybe this is enough. LCK definitely don't look like they're dropping around here, though. With Flex low, this is about the best start that Anubis have had to a round this half.
Yeah. And even now, 9-6 behind, even getting 1 or 2 rounds from here, even if they are to lose, could mean all the difference. We shall see. LCK 1 round from guaranteeing their first place in this group stage and a guaranteed grand final slot. Skip the semis. And 3BL will have to play those semis against the 3rd and 4th place teams in this group stage, going up against each other, of course. Ipsy, ready to go, but can't get anything. Dezane will find it, and Design will get run down as well. Even though there's low HP on Flex and Lineclaw now, Lineclaw will drop, but Raffin has once again launched his way through and dealt with Jaguar. It now is pretty much squeaky bum time for Anubis. It's 2v4, yep. They're not going to be winning this one. This looks like it's going to be a 10-6 loss, and that will make things very, very tight if it's a similar result on that second set. This round is still on, of course. Let's see if they can recover it. Doom finds 1, but Spoxy's got the line. There's no chance. Flex, even though he's 11 HP, Master has got the Orm in this clutch, which makes it all the more awkward. Flex will get caught, actually gets caught in the open, but Spoxy swings on a nice timing, and that's LCK securing their first place this season.
All right. Well, good stuff from LCK. Job done. But not so for Anubis. Job maybe halfway done is probably as good as you can say it is there for Anubis. And obviously, you know, we talked about the possibility of going into this next map now that LCK have secured first. Are they going to put 100% into it? That's obviously a conversation and a question that may make life a little bit easier for Anubis going into the next one. But Anubis still have work to do if they want to secure their place in that top 4. Otherwise, they're going to continue to tumble down, and maybe GV get a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of luck, and do still make it through to those playoffs. We'll have to sort of wait and see. But at least as far as this map was concerned, it was a bit of a weird one, wasn't it? Like, it felt very Anubis dominated for the first half, and then not a single round was won by Anubis in the second. So LCK kind of just switched it on, and I feel like you get that a bit sometimes with the Anubis games. I see them start well a lot of the time, but do fail to close those maps out. There's the sort of infamous 5-0 start that they had on Compound a couple of weeks ago as well. I believe that might have been against 3BL, and it was like, why, you know, why does it slow down? Why does it stop so suddenly? Like, yeah, you can imagine it isn't going to be easy to close games out against LCK, but when you're up 6-3, you know, you'd want, like, let's say like a 10-8 loss or something, worst case scenario, but they don't even get a single round in the second half.
Exactly. It was 6-3 to 10-6. Absolutely. That's just absolute domination for LCK. They dictated the pace when they were on the blacklist, so that absolute shadow of a doubt. And yeah, to be fair to them, I think they absolutely deserve it. Over the course of the entire season, it was always felt like it was going to be between them and 3BL. That is the obvious 2 teams that would probably have topped it and made the semis in the grand final. But LCK get the final slot, which is absolutely thoroughly deserved. Very tight run thing between them and their rivals, but They did find it in the end, and LCK will secure guaranteed finals, which is really cool to be able to skip the semi-final, of course. It doesn't mean that they are the champions, but it means they will top the group stage over the course of the season. Playoffs, of course, still to come. As you can see, scores on the doors. Raffin with a 2 KD, and every single player on LCK had at least a 1 KD, which shows how good a team performance it was. Raffin, of course, will be our set MVP without a doubt. He's just one of the players that has done such good work from LCK. I think everyone I've seen from this season has been very, very consistent, especially Spoxy and Lineclaw. They've had their moments as well. And Raffin will take the honours this time, though. And now we are going to prepare ourselves for what is the last map of this group stage. And there's still something on the line for Anubis. They need to make sure they don't lose significantly, otherwise there's a chance they might get overtaken. Let's see if that's going to be the case. We'll be back after a quick break. We're back for the last hurrah of the group stage for CFWL in this split. We know LCK are going to be topping this group stage and have a guaranteed grand final slot, but Anubis need to make sure they don't get owned here. If they do, things could go south for them.
That is true. Yeah, so it's a big map actually here for Anubis. If they want to make sure that they lock themselves into playoffs, then they would need the map win. If they want to have a pretty good shot, just having quickly done the math, I think 7 rounds would be enough. Maybe 6 rounds would be enough. But that's, again, kind of leaving it up to the math and whatnot. So better to just win the map. That'll make it easy. But let's just say the pass score kind of has to be hit of at least 6 rounds here for Anubis. Otherwise, they're in some serious danger of getting knocked down into 5th place, and GV would take their spot in the playoffs. Either way, it's a conversation for a bit later on as we go through this map. And again, it's going to be Spoxy to be leading the charge with that Orm in hand. No double Orm set up this time around for LCK. Flex not picking it up, at least to start things off here on Black Widow. They are working their way in the direction of A. Lion Claw down to about half HP. Flex tagged up as well. That's going to give the game away. It's time to go for LCK. They pull the trigger and they start to make their way into sight. Raffin's got himself that second entry after Lion Claw grabbed 1. And it is looking pretty good so far for LCK to start off with a dub in the second map.
Yeah, Dipsy, no chance here. So let's look at it. They were 6-3 up Anubis in that previous game. Nice shot, Dipsy. It's be too much to do anymore, you'd think, though. He's getting flanked. There we go. They were 6-3 up. They lost 10-6. 7 rounds in a row for LCK. So that gives them a -4 to their round differential. And I think that puts them on, they were on 9 before it, right? The gap was 9 and 2. So that means they've gone from 9 to 5, and GV are on 2. So if they lose this game 10-6 again, like we discussed earlier, they might be on, would they be on 1, right?
I think they'd be on
1 round difference behind GV, and they might go beneath them.
Yeah.
So
10-7 would be needed.
Yeah, exactly. 10-7 is needed if they are to lose this game, I'm pretty sure.
But even then it would be equal and it would go down to AP, and I'm not sure who's ahead on AP.
True. Good point. Yeah, I don't know if I can see that in this particular leaderboard I'm looking at. Yeah. So yeah, 10-7 is or 10-8 is basically 10-7 to have a chance, 10-7 or 10-8, sorry, to be absolutely certain. And with LCK's form, as we can see in this round, looking super, super clean with it, it does make you wonder if Anubis might fall at the last hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, the way that some of these rounds are playing out, I'm kind of starting to feel like LCK are looking to flex their muscles a little bit here on Black Widow. Smokes out on long, big contest from LCK. Lion Claw going to drop himself a flash, get the better of Dipsy, and he's going to look for more here as well. There's no doubt about that. They're aware that there's one more player there. They're chasing Jaguar down. Dezane wants that frag, but he does also not want to overcommit. Waiting for his teammate. Jaguar does well to grab 2 and avert what could have been another crisis round for Anubis. Now it hangs in the balance. Wouldn't want to be suffering a 3-0 deficit to start a map where you need to find 7 or 8 rounds. It's going to be a tough ask from that point on, especially against a team like LCK.
(2v2). 1 minute 24. Spoxy creeping up. Had a bit of a slower game by his high standards in the previous one, even though, of course, they did find a way to win. Doesn't matter. Design, trying to play behind the pillar. You'll see the gun barrel, of course, sticking through that as well. Colt is out. Could be a chance for a lineup, but not this time. And Anubis get one of their very, very important rounds they're going to need to take in this game.
1 out of 7 or 8. Still quite a few to play with. Spoxy's been dropped early on in this round, so this could be a second one on the line for Anubis. There's another kill onto Flex, who just went barreling through a smoke over on the B side of the map. And LCK are going to hightailing away from the A side. They have to go back to sort of plan C at this point, right? Plan A would have been Spoxy, probably gets a pick through the mid doors. Plan B, Flex gets a bit of work done, or at least doesn't go down. But now neither of those have worked out, and it's a 3v5. So what is plan C? What do you default back to as LCK to win this one? It would be creep through the smoke. Doom's flash is a good one, and this is looking decisive now for Anubis. It's a confidence building round for sure. If the previous was pretty close, this is a little bit more like it for Anubis, and it starts to convince me that they might be able to make this one close and secure that spot inside of the top 4.
Yeah, the Zane is screwed. More stuck than a stuck thing. He will go down. Nice catch there from Dipsy, seeing it from his POV. The opening kill of the round, very clean. Back even at 2 apiece.
Losing the opening member again, but the trades back this time are much better. Lionclaw and Spoxy able to find one each, and Dipsy caught in no man's land, sort of caught in transition by Raffin, who just accelerated, and that is the danger of going up against a team like LCK. They are prone to play pretty quickly. Plant on offer. Lionclaw's going to take that one happily, and now it's down to Master and Doom to see if they can bring this one back to any semblance of interest for Anubis.
Master and Doom. There's Wahlberger can make it close, but not if Spoxy's going to hit a shot like that. Nicely done. Doom giving himself a chance though. Spoxy, he's actually going to leap his way across, playing just to check to see where he is. But even if he gets the kill, it's going to take a long trek to get back to the bomb, and it's not going to happen.
He hasn't got it.
Painful.
Yeah, think about how important that round could end up being. You know, if this comes down to a 1-round difference between GV and Anubis, maybe that's the round if there was just one less LCK member alive.
Yeah, Spoxy did the right thing, didn't he? Just run away and hide. He knew that even if his opponent had to push his way all the way through to kill him, even if it's a free kill for him on a disadvantageous angle, it doesn't matter because there wouldn't be enough time to run his way back. Lionclaw will get an opening, but removed by Dipsy's nade.
Another one for Zane. So another round where Anubis have to play it out at a deficit, and maybe even then some, with Flex having now spotted Design trying to make the push in through the mid doors. He wants to challenge here. It's a bold play, but it works out. Really backs himself there. Flex didn't even look concerned about it at all. For some more. If he sticks around too long, Dipsy's going to catch him in the back, but it might be fairly inconsequential as to how the round actually plays out, because that rotation from LCK has been quite quick towards B. It actually comes down to Master, but can't hold on to it. Flex was in through the doors, and Flex continues to challenge. But it is still 3-on-1 here for Dipsy, who is down to, indeed, 1 HP.
Yeah, I think Flex was also 1 HP, if I'm not mistaken. It was a 1 HP versus 1 HP in the end. Spoxy and Raffin also walking wounded, but he's not going to be expecting Raffin up close. 4-2 for LCK. There it is, taking him down to 1.
Well, Anubis will try and do what they did on their GR side of Ankara as well, and slow things down a bit. Which is good in the sense that it keeps them at the 5-on-5 a little bit longer, but maybe that doesn't matter so much if LCK is still able to find some pretty clean entries onto the A side. This is really getting worrisome now for Anubis and their chances of making it through to the playoffs. Design's going to go down easily there to Flex as well. And it just sort of seems like anything that Anubis touches turns to gold at the moment.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Worrying start. They got back to 2-2. We thought those 2 rounds would be super, super important. They might still prove to be, but it's been all LCK since, and at least they managed to stop the rot when, of course, the first 2 rounds of the game went LCK's way. That was, in the end, I think 9 rounds in a row if you count the previous set as well. But now 5-2. Last few rounds of the half. They know what they need to do, and maybe the pressure's getting to them slightly.
I'd say if it wasn't before this map, it probably is starting to now. Time seems to very quickly be running out for Anubis. And LCK are showing absolutely no mercy. This is no unKnights situation where LCK is running around for funning it. They are taking every single round here to the 100%. Obviously, every little bit of practice going into next week probably makes a big difference for a team like LCK, who have a lot to prove, right? They really underperformed in the playoffs last season. Didn't even make it to the final. Now they're guaranteed the final, but they want the win.
Claw pushes his way forward. Oh, trying to react to 2 separate angles. Very awkward for him. Doom gets an important opening, but Master needs to try his best to stay alive here. He knows he needs to waste as much time as possible, but Spoxy has caught an arm round the edge of the pillar. That gives Raffin more space to push up onto the site alongside Dezane.
4-on-4 for the retake. I mean, there's a chance Anubis can make this one happen, but big flank coming through from Flex. It's going to be a difficult one to dig out. Although, it may not even come into play, actually, based on the positions of the players working their way in from LCK. Fight happening on A long at the moment. Neither player actually getting the kill. And honestly, at the end of the day, that kind of favors LCK because it's just buying time and there's not that much left of it. Flex is hiding on the bridge. He's going to go down, but Dezane here still in with a chance. Has to get the kill onto Dezane. He gets it. Jaguar off the defuse just in time. He'll get back on. And LCK will drop that round. So one more important round on the board for Anubis by the skin of their teeth. Well done from Jaguar.
Yeah. Who knows how important that could be? Who knows? Could be huge. Was it 0.21 left on the defuse as he got it through? Very close.
Oh, gonna need a couple more like that one. Little pop flash into the box room here. Raffin looking for the entry, but it's actually going to go the way of Spoxy still. There's a couple more to find on this site. Design tucked behind the box. The crossfire, they're attempting to break it, and they have done so. LCK respond with dominance. Anubis had something to get excited about in that last round, right? Bring the momentum up a little bit, but very quickly it's been pulled away from them again.
Yeah, Raffin and Spoxy will finish it off. This is worrying. This is certainly very worrying. After the long season, for them to fall at this time would be so painful. It's a good start at least. Flex was a little bit too aggressive. I'll get punished for it, but Spoxy's always good to respond. Takes down Doom. 4v4.
Spoxy's not going to progress any further, but still going to keep an eye on this line, so may end up having a duel against Jaguar, and he does. Wins it easily. At range, that Orm reigns supreme. Goes from bad to worse for Anubis. First half, 6-3 deficit, not great. Second half started to look good for LCK. Now, though, maybe they're under a bit of pressure. That's a good shot from Spoxy, though. He will fall to design, and it's going to be full retake stations for Lionclaw and Raffen. Here's another big chance for Anubis to get one more over the line. Master, he'll be preoccupied. Lionclaw up the stairs, almost lines them both up. Raffen needs but one bullet to finish off design. Any shot's a headshot as far as he is concerned. Minute 10 on the clock for design to work with, though. And timing won't favor Raffen, though he does look up and spots design out. And it's heartbreak for Anubis as another critical round will go over to LCK.
Painful. LCK creeping ever closer. Anubis feels like they're edging ever further away. A 10-7 might not even be enough. I think the GV players are in chat, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw Creed's in there as well.
They'll be keeping an eye on it for sure.
Absolutely. So important for them to figure out what the end result will be for absolute certain. What a great opportunity for them this could prove to be. Jaguar, an important start. The Zane will drop, and they've got a bit more presence in this round, it feels like. Have Anubis, LCK down. Flex and Zane will drop. But this round is still not done by any means, because they have no control of the site just yet.
No,
looks like
especially
LCK.
if Spoxy
Oh, yes,
is going to do that.
is.
Yeah. Gets active in the mid-round, which is what you need to do when you're down 3-on-4. And the onus is kind of being put back on the shoulders of Anubis to try and do something now, but they've been spotted outside of B. Info's been gathered by LCK. Do you have enough time to go back over to A if they would have wanted to, though it looks like their commitment is going to be in the direction of that B site. C4's been brought over. A couple of players there for LCK. Well, one really to defend the site. Lionclaw's on a bit of a mission now in mid, but Raffen will have spotted this push out. Will be calling desperately for some assistance. A good job of delaying, but you can only delay for so long. The shot, though, is good enough, and now comes Lionclaw. Can't get actually anything done. Raffen also falls. Spoxy waiting on the line to see if anyone's going to try to chance across to plant the C4. Hits the shot, though. Very sharp, and Spoxy is looking like an absolute menace right now.
Yeah.
Black Widow.
Oh, design. Why did he swing so wide so quickly? Was there a need for that?
I guess he was just hoping that maybe Spoxy had rotated off and that he could cross into the box room and play from the box room instead. But
yeah, good point.
Didn't get his timing right. And that'll be an 8 for LCK. This is a disaster for Anubis. All they needed this week was a somewhat decent performance against LCK, and they've gone completely missing. Especially on map 2. It's going to be a attack timeout from Anubis. It's going to have to be the best attack timeout they've called all season. Otherwise, there is no more season for Anubis.
Exactly. You can tell they're feeling it a little bit. I think they might know what they have to, the number they have to reach, but at the same time wouldn't be 100% certain exactly how the other tiebreakers would go, of course, if it was a 10-7, for example, like we discussed earlier. This is a tactical for Anubis, and it might be their last one of the entire season. Of course, it's, I mean, absolutely going to be here next split. It's not like it's they're going to be out of an opportunity next time, but that's not what they're playing for. They're playing for the playoffs.
LCK feeling pretty good about themselves. I've no doubt. GV probably feeling pretty good about LCK as well. LCK putting everything into the game at the moment, which is very good to see because playoffs next week. And they won't get the... I don't know if it's a luxury necessarily to be playing through the lower bracket, but there's definitely arguments to be made for having a quote-unquote warm-up game before the grand final for whichever team makes it through from that lower bracket match. Whereas LCK will be starting quite cold in that grand final, so they've got to make use of every minute they can in the server right now. But they'll be hoping that there won't be too many more of those because they'd be looking for a 10-3, which is kind of where we're headed right now. Like, it doesn't feel like Anubis are competitive on this map at the moment at all. Spoxy's gone down early, so maybe Anubis' tack time out and come up with the goods. Dezane for one, and a couple actually. Still kind of keeping this one in check for LCK. It's not a great start, and it will maybe not be a great finish either because Dezane having dropped puts it onto Raffin's shoulders in a 3-on-1.
Not to be for Raffin. That's something to work with if you're Anubis, but it's going to have to be a lot more than that. You might still need 3 or 4, and LCK are just 2 away from completing it.
Spoxy.
Oh, this is a Spoxy we know, isn't it?
Yeah, he wants to make amends for that last round. A couple of follow-up shots didn't really land, but that doesn't really matter when he's got teammates standing behind him and delivering very quickly. Again, you have that brief flash of hope as Anubis, and then it's instantly ripped away from you. And I'm not sure what's worse, to just not get around at all to begin with, or to get one and then have the next one go like that. It's 9-4 now for LCK. Anubis would need bare minimum of 3 in a row here, if not probably 4, to be safe to make it through to the playoffs. Otherwise, it'll be GV over Anubis. Should LCK win here and now. That's a lucky shot from Master onto Dezane. So 5-on-4. It's something to hold on to, some hope to cling to for Anubis right now.
Yeah. They just need one final push, but let's get the impression it might be too far for them. We knew that coming into the final game of the day, I was speaking about it yesterday with Paladin, knowing that the final game of today, LCK versus Anubis, would very likely decide multiple things. And look at this, from Line Claw, back and forth with Flex, trying to do as much work as he can possibly do. It's switched back around in LCK's favour once again. Master is stuck, he is down, and Jaguar is 1v4. I am not going to say 100% yet, but I'm 99% sure this means that GV are going through to the playoffs. We'll confirm the league table for you at the end of this one. Jaguar can't complete the clutch. It's Raffin to find it. And LCK, on their side of the billing, they have absolutely delivered. And they only needed one of the 2 sets to secure top spot. They've taken both and taken both comfortably.
Yeah, look, I don't know that we're going to get any footage of it, but I'd love to see the Anubis cams right now because I don't think there'd be a very happy camp. I'm sure a lot of them just got instantly switched off, as tends to be the case sometimes. And you wouldn't blame those guys because it's been a rough season. You know, that they thought, I think, for a while they probably would have been making it into playoffs because they were floating around top 4 for the entire season, but didn't really do enough to kind of lock it in. And you know, going back to Season 1, you still have to say that's a really big improvement from Anubis regardless. Like, they were far more competitive here in Season 2 than what they were in Season 1, but maybe still have just fallen short of the top 4. Again, we've done the sort of mental math, the caster math as the games have been playing, but we're not going to lock anything in until we see that scoreboard. But yeah, pretty sure that it's going to be GV in 4th and Anubis down in 5th. And it's unfortunate for Anubis because, again, we were saying they had the chance of even potentially going up into 3rd if they would have been able to beat LCK on a map here, but that obviously didn't happen. And so this is the difficulty sometimes with the round robin format, is that like it can be a little bit of an illusion when you're looking at the standings overall going into a day, and you're like, oh well, they're looking pretty good, they're looking like they're in third place, but until you finish every single game of the round robin, it's not necessarily a fair representation of how strong people and teams are, because they're, you know, one team might have versed a better team last week and has a weaker team this week, and that can change a lot. So yeah, it'll be a tough one for Anubis to swallow for sure.
We've gotten a very interesting message that I am kind of shocked about, I'll be honest with you. I think this is, I mean, I'm not going to share my own opinion, because I think lots of people probably will have the same opinion as me. I don't need to say it. It's not, my opinion's not important. To my understanding, we will play the first half of this game from the score 4-0, I assume in favor of LCK, question mark? Okay, the previous game. I'm sorry this is going to sound like an absolute mess, because I'm getting information from the production as we speak. But we're going to have to play another set from the first half from score 4-0, because one of the players had problems with the anti-cheat. And, I mean, I think there's a lot of question marks when it comes to that, in terms of, you know, legitimacy and professional integrity and all the things that I think there's 10 things that make no sense about this, but I'm not in a position to say that. That is all the information I know. We're gonna have to play another set somehow, some way. That's what I've been told. But we can have a look at the stats from this one at least. Lion Claw, of course, alongside Dezane, Spoxy, Raffin, and Flex. Yeah, I think this result is set in stone, as far as I understand. This 10-4 is legitimate and done and dusted. So that means LCK are absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, topping the group. When it comes to Anubis, we don't know yet, I think. I think things are still changing. Again, I can only apologize, guys. We're getting more information fed to us consistently, and trying to make it understandable for you. I'm also keeping an eye on the Twitch chat as well, to see if there's any information from some of the players who might be able to say a few things. Creed said himself that Anubis are protesting for a sync bug, which I'm not sure exactly what that is, because I'm not as well versed in Crossfire as some people. However, I think it is. I do agree with. I think it is kind of crazy that we're having to maybe replay an entire game. What I can commit and confirm is that LCK have got at least this one. This one won't be contested, is the right word. This 10-4 is a legitimate result and won't be contested. But for now, I think we're going to go to a break. We're going to figure out how to replay that first set, and we'll try and fill you in as much as possible after. Alright guys, welcome back. I'm going to tell it to you how it is. I come from Counter-Strike. I am not that well versed in CrossFire. I've done about 6 days total. I do not know many of the issues that this game faces. However, due to technical anti-cheat problems, the first set will be replayed from this scoreline that we're going to see right now. There are many things I could say about this. There are many things I've been told. There are many things that the professional players have put in chat and know the situation that's happening right now. You guys know that I don't have to say it. Anyway, we're playing the game again, which shouldn't be happening, and Anubis have got a lifeline, which they probably shouldn't have got. You can see what's happening, and Jordan, take it away.
Either way, at the end of the day, I guess the situation still stands that we have to kind of wait and see what Anubis is going to be able to do here. And the fate of GV is kind of up in the air once again. Dezane is able to bring that one back onto Doom. And I believe, if I'm reading into it correctly, that previous result on the second map that we watched is going to still stand. So LCK are going to pretty much have to lose this map for GV, I think, to not make it through to the playoffs. But I'll have to do the math as we go through. I haven't 100% worked it out. I'm sure someone else can figure it out in the meanwhile and maybe let us know exactly what the scoreline would need to be hit by Anubis. But either way, suffice to say, Anubis need to do very well on this map. And they're not so far. Scoreline's 4-0, and it's about to be 5-0. So that is going to be a good start to the reset for LCK.
It makes me wonder as well, maybe LCK are in a position here where I think that they know that this is weird. I think they'll be concentrating just as hard as they were before to retain the professional integrity of the previous scoreline. At least that's how I feel about it. Anyway, we'll have to see if that changes, because the frags are coming in thick and fast. Flex and Dezane will be left in a 2v3 against Doom, Design, and Jaguar. And, yeah, I mean, as I said, many things I could say, many things that the pros know already that I don't need to say. As it ended, unofficially, GV made it through to playoffs. And if GV gets screwed over, then there'll be all hell to pay. At least I think, anyway, going by my understanding of things. But the second set did finish 10-4 to LCK, and that is an official result. This one, we shall have to see how it goes for Anubis.
I mean, look, my gut feeling is that probably won't even really come into play because LCK, I mean, they're at 5-0 here, so it's going to be hard to come back from that one as Anubis and get the required amount of rounds, which I think would be like 8 or 9 or something like that. So very, very tough indeed. Flex has doubled down and actually made this round winnable now for Dezane, who's really not shying away from this fight either. He's playing with confidence. Doom, maybe feeling a little bit nervous because none of those shots actually connecting on either side. Nate's going to slow him down a little bit, make him feel a little bit worse for wear. And Dezane, not able to clutch this one out this time. So Anubis will get 1 round. But if we were to follow our line of thought from the previous game, and we know now that one map has been secured 10-4. The previous time it was actually 10-6, and we were looking for 7 rounds, right? So then you take the -2 off because it's 10-4 instead of 10-6. I think Anubis need to get 9. Anubis need to get an OT loss here or better to stay in top 4. So they basically need a win, which is going to be pretty tough to come back from a deficit like this one. But again, we'll see what happens, and we'll get confirmation on that as we go through this map. But obviously have to try and wrap our heads around what's all happening and figure it out as we go. But LCK down 4-on-5 to start off round number 7. They will work their way in the direction of the B side. And if Dipsy drops here, that'll be the opening pick that LCK is looking for. They've got it courtesy of Spoxy, but Doom's still going to be causing a bit of a ruckus, being a bit of a hassle as the rest of the lads try to work their way through. Lion Claw on the timing push up into Hotel. We'll find Doom, but he won't do it cleanly. And in the meanwhile, the bomb plant did go down, but this is going to be a tough one to hold on to for Dezane and Raffen. 2-on-4. It's important for Dezane to double down, and he does. He's kept it alive now for LCK, and all it takes is Raffen to strike. He'll get it done too. There we go. 5-on-4 again to start things off, and LCK, they are not messing around at all. They are charging into this one with some degree of gusto, and they might not even really have to worry too much about anything because they are, at the moment, potentially posting an even more decisive scoreline than that which they played already. It was a 6-3, remember, at the end of the first half of Ankara, and, well, now it's going to be a 7-1, so Anubis are going to have to go even better.
Yeah. Damn, man. Like, this is just what it's going to be better. It's going to look worse than it did before, by the looks of it, for Anubis when it comes to round difference, perhaps. Oh dear. I don't know what to say. LCK trying their best to get this one done and dusted pretty quickly. 7-1 it is, as you say. Anubis on the defense. What on earth are they supposed to do? You'd think not much.
Yeah. Well, I suppose this is what you get. This is karmic retribution. But either way, one round left in this half, and LCK are certainly not pulling any punches. I think, to be honest, LCK probably wants to get out of here, right? Like, they've played their allocated matches. They have done what they set out to do today. And now they're back in the server when they could otherwise be getting on with their day. Tipsy's going to make it a little bit harder for them. That's a nice little triple kill from him. Raffen does peg a couple back. And in fact, Lionclaw's actually been able to spot out Master here. So hold your horses. This one is not over just yet. Doom at least keeps it alive for Anubis with that second.
Yeah, it's a lifeline, perhaps. For how long, we don't know. And yeah, as has been told to us, and as you've described as well, Anubis will proceed if they win, or there will be additional rounds. And that is a long, long way back. Anyway, all the players at least understand what's going on. And I'm sure all the GV players in the Twitch chat as well understand what's going on. Don't need me to explain it.
Well, I think LCK know what they need to do as well.
For the integrity reasons, I think, mostly, yes.
And they're going about it pretty well so far. I mean, like, the first half was the half that looked like it might be a little bit of a contest. But the second half wasn't even close. So definitely has me concerned for the health of Anubis going into this second half. But obviously we have to sort of reset everything in between halves here and make sure we're ready to go.
Indeed. Facial expressions of Anubis are interesting, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, only so much you can do, right? Not really sure what there is to say. I mean, I guess that that sort of says it all, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? It does. That current picture we've got is, I think, the feelings of most involved here.
All right, looks like we're going to take some time getting things sorted in the server, so we'll be back.
See ya. Anyway, we're back into things, guys. LCK up 7-2 as we swap sides. Anubis already tagged down incredibly low as they try and go aggressive outside A, but nothing doing so far.
Yeah, Spoxy and Flex look like they want to make some money moves with those Orms. Snipers pushing their way forward. Flex is going to be the one to take the challenge to Doom, but he'll lose his life for that transgression. So that might put a pause for thought in the heads of LCK. Maybe not. Spoxy's going to have a bit of a look now himself. And has set up on the line to the mid-con, though. Hasn't been able to see too much there, so there's going to be some more information gathering required here by LCK. It might be on the shoulder of Dezane to do that. He's certainly going to be the one in the position to take the contact early here. And all of it comes down to the timing. In fact, no, it's Spoxy that's pushed all the way through. He's found the C4. Ooh. He's not going to get the help he needs to try and actually take that challenge long term. But I wonder what Raffin's position can do. And, well, we're going to have to really find out now because he's on his way towards that B site. He's the only player that can have any impact now for LCK. Jaguar's going to go down early. Raffin, big long spray. Doesn't confirm the kill, but we'll be aware that Master's up on the site somewhere. He's got 30 seconds left to play with. Nade's going to go over the top. That one shouldn't really cause too much of a problem.
Yeah.
Has a bit of time to move.
He's got time for a rotation, but he's going to have to hurry up from here. Sure, the last two players, Doom and Master, are very low, but he's managed to get a fresh reload in. Doom is playing the long-range angle as well to play off of his teammate's position, and now Raffin's going to try and give it a go, but he's stopped by Doom straight away, and that is round number 3, but they still need at least 6 more, as far as we understand.
No, I think they need to make it to OT. That's the conversation that we've just had in the background. So, yeah, so 6 more, you're right. Yeah, they need to make it OT or a win to go through. Otherwise, it will be GV. So it's a very big uphill battle for Anubis. But they've started pretty well in this round as well. Jaguar's going to get Spoxy and increase the numbers advantage. For but a moment.
There are some advantages to work with here for Anubis. Three, players going in together through the underpass up toward the B site, with the player coming in from long being Dipsy, of course. You look at the rotation from LCK. They're very ready for this. They've got 2 players on the site ready and ready to go. Dezane, though, he has to launch his way in. He gets kind of spooked by the fact there's another player up super close. Raffin, I'm not sure he's going to be checked here, though, because Lionclaw's already doing work elsewhere. Are they aware of Raffin being up in this position? They weren't, but they managed to react in time. And Lionclaw is not able to clutch. So Anubis get away with another one.
Yeah, that was close. But Anubis are plugging away at that scoreline that's required. Another 5 now needed. It goes out from LCK again. Another opening pick for Anubis. This time it's Flex going down in mid. But Dezane has managed to land himself a nice 2-piece. And so that numbers advantage will swing back into the favor of the LCK lads. Dezane wants even more. That was maybe a little bit overzealous. Backed his aim. To be fair, you can do that when you're in one of the best teams in the competition, but he's going to bring it back to 3-on-3, and that kind of puts a lot of undue pressure onto Raffin here. He has to keep bouncing back and forth and taking those awkward fights, and all of a sudden, Anubis starting to come back into their own. Although they've got no idea where Spoxy has ended up after recognizing that he is behind them. This will cause some headaches.
Yeah, this is now a very close round. You know, the health for Master and Doom isn't great, and that's a great little check from Spoxy. The 2 most reliable hands very often on LCK, Spoxy and Lineclaw, to try and deal with this round. Master 1v2, 50 seconds, C4 not yet recovered. LCK are letting him pick that up, though. Master is not entirely sure where he needs to be worried about, though, just yet, of course. LCK keeping mobile across the map as it stands. Oh, and it's a great catch on Lionclaw. There's a world now. It's Orm versus Orm. Spoxy, of course, will probably have the Colt out, knowing that Master isn't exactly full health. Actually, Spoxy's creeping up closer. Is Master going to check it? Ooh. He's not. Spoxy's there in time, and LCK confirm an 8.
Okay. Back into yet another one, and LCK now only a couple of rounds away. They're getting aggressive. They want to take control of how this game's playing out. I think Anubis have kind of recognized that, and they're pretty quick through that B side of the map themselves, but once they get into a hotel, they'll have to slow down a little bit.
Master trying to push his way up. Doom, though, is caught by Flex. LCK is starting to push toward this finish line once again. Master will respond nicely, though. It could be a bit of a battle on this B side of the map. Look at this for a second there. All 8 players are in a very similar portion. And look at LCK pushing deep, pushing further forward. Spoxy, he gets 1, but only 1. Jaguar was well aware that Lionclaw was close too. Still an even situation. Spoxy wants to try and hold them at bay, though. Master holding the line. Colt versus Colt. And it goes Master's way. He finds Dezane as well. Surprisingly, so it has to be said from that range. Raffin in a 1v3, looking unlikely.
Unlikely, but not impossible. About it in a positive fashion. He's taking down Master. And he's going to swing back around. Might find that fight on the Dipsy solo as well. Expecting him there. He's got no idea, though, where Dezane is, but if he takes the challenge at the right time, Dezane will go down as well, and LCK get their 9th. Raffin is angry, as he deserves to be, and he is putting Anubis in the ground.
Oh my goodness. Well, Anubis, they really only have themselves to blame now. That is a round you just cannot afford to lose in any circumstance, whether it's this one or normal ones, if you want to put it that way. And LCK up 9-4. what a round to win if you're Raffin. It looks so unlikely, like I said, but he managed to isolate both duels and then gather that the other player was from behind. Well played.
What is it now? Tactical timeout for Anubis. I mean, I think it's a little bit too little too late, you know? Like, this is now the second time they've played out the map. If anything was going to change, it probably would have happened by now, is my opinion. But the fact that LCK's at 9, it's kind of like, well, you've left it too late to make a change, to make an adaptation, you know? Just don't see it happening. It's not their day today.
It's just not. That's all it is. I reckon maybe if they played this one out again over another 5 or 6 times, maybe they only win one of them. LCK have just been better today.
Yep.
They're the top of the group for a reason.
Yeah, undisputed at this point for LCK.
Yeah, deservedly so. 1 minute or under until we're back underway. Yeah, same. Tilting back and forth. I think that's the feeling of probably most players in this game at the moment.
Just saying, let's go, boys. Let's get it done in one. Finish it off.
Yeah. Gotta say fair play to LCK. They've... at least they went into this situation knowing they had 100% confirmed their first place in the group. It's not like both sets got replayed, right? So at least it's a good thing in that sense. They didn't have to worry. But Anubis certainly did and do. Spoxy's got the shotgun, trying to play up close range. At 9-4 up now, just needing the 1. Very vital. We saw Pietro have a field day with the also shotty up close earlier today. Oh, who gets the information first? Who gets the peek first? Dipsy's waiting.
Zane's going to actually be the one to get the opening kill. Spoxy hard clears the corner.
What a reaction.
And does find Dipsy. Looks like, again, LCK want to get this one over and done with. Raffin is a man on a mission right now. Won't quite manage to land all the damage through the wall onto Master. But Spoxy's come all the way around behind, in through BL spawn to grab that one onto Design. Knows that Master is a sliver of HP. He wants the knife kill. He won't get it. Flex is thinking about it as well. Or he might get it. He's going to get it.
Yes.
There you go. And that is the perfect way to finish off the game. LCK, for the 3rd time, will take a map against Anubis tonight. And that's going to be that. Again, unfortunately for Anubis, they are done and dusted, and there's no coming back from that, one would hope.
Yeah, I think we don't often see teams or any person in professional esports or sports get eliminated twice. It's not usually something you see too often, but it's happened today. So if you've been one of the 150 people or so that have tuned in tonight, you've seen something pretty unique, that's for sure. That is, I can say for absolute certainty, going by how the group looked before this reset happened, GV have got their just reward and they'll be going through to the playoffs.
Yeah, and in fact, actually, that ends up being worse for Anubis, I'm pretty sure.
It does.
Wasn't it 10? It was 10-6, and then they didn't even manage to get that. So ran it back, but didn't really work out. And so Anubis will end up in 5th. They don't go through to the playoffs, though they will be back next season. Regardless, it will be a tough pill to swallow for Anubis there, I dare say. But for GV, they'll be happy, obviously, that they've been able to, again, sort of secure that spot in the playoffs. And it was a bit of an up and down season for GV, but it seems like they're coming good at the right time. These last couple of weeks have looked much, much better. So I dare say they might even be a bit of a threat going into those playoffs that we'll have to keep an eye on. And obviously that'll be next Saturday, so looking forward to that.
GV have some wonderful individuals, yeah. I mean, we saw it earlier. I think Creed's had a number of huge multi-frags. He was loving life. Awesome was amazing. FaZe was great as well. And I think Snox and Seven had their own impactful rounds as well. It's a deserved placement. We're going to get absolute 100% confirmation. Right now it's 99.9% confirmed. Once we see the league table, once the replays are complete. But yeah, I think going by what I've seen from Crossfire in the CFWL this season, for LCK to come out on top, 3BL to come second, and then getting unKnights and GV through to the playoffs, that does seem like a very apt result, and the correct teams made it through.
Yeah, most definitely. But has to be said that there's obviously some more surprises yet to come, I suppose, when it's playoffs next week. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how all of those games play out. Obviously, you know, things have changed up a little bit from Season 1 to Season 2 in the sense that this time it's LCK that's first seed and 3BL that's going to be second seed, whereas last season it was the other way around. So LCK secure themselves at least a spot into that grand final, and 3BL going to have to work a little bit harder this time around. Here's where we end up, and that is the official confirmation about what we've been talking about. So we were doing the math correctly, thank God. LCK 1, 3BL 2, unKnights 3, all undisputed based on the points, and then down to the points differential, or rather the round differential, the points even between GV and Anubis. It will go the way of GV Esports, who were just a little bit more consistent throughout the season over Anubis. I think in particular Lazarus as well will be a little bit sad with where they've actually ended up there, because their season was looking pretty good at one point, but it did sort of take a bit of a nosedive, and there was really like quite a compelling fight for like 3, 4, 5, 6, but it ended up being pretty safe for unKnights in the end, and well, quite a tight one between GV and Anubis, but Lazarus nowhere to be seen, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lazarus had a decent start to the season, didn't they? And they kind of plummeted pretty quickly in the end. At least they will retain their spot for next season. Alongside TBI, of course, sadly, Swamp Gaming will be the roster to be relegated. They'll have to qualify their way back up again, as far as I understand. But yes, we do have our playoffs absolutely confirmed, and I think it's pretty cool. So make sure to come back, I believe, next week for
next
those
Saturday.
Playoffs. I believe Jordan will be with you for that one. But that's all from me when it comes to Crossfire. Thank you to everyone who got me involved with this league for this season, and shout out to Sehi as well, our broadcast producer, for another hard day's work. He's done a lot of good stuff for us today, keeping us informed with all this wild goings on. So thank you to him. But for now, it's like past 4. It's almost like 5:30 a.m. for Jordan. It's time to get him to bed. There we go. It's time to get him to bed. And for now, we'll say goodnight. Cheers, everyone. Enjoy the football.